Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
I better turn my mic on. Good morning, everyone. I see that quorum is here, and we want to welcome everyone. So quorum is here. We have Councillor Cesar here in the chamber. We have Councillor Clark. We have Councillor Matt Francis. We have Councillor Wang, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor McMeekin, and our Mayor, Andrea Horvath. And online, we have Councillor Taddison and Councillor Beatty. Welcome, everyone. Okay, we're going to move on. Approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor. There is added correspondence respecting item 8.1, report HSC 20036F, PED 21188C, respecting encampment protocol from the following individuals: Keeping 6 and HamSmart. Recommendation be received and referred to consideration of item 8.1. There are added delegation requests respecting item 8.1, the proposed encampment protocol from the following individuals for today's meeting: Jesse Stearns in person, Lisa Newsy, HamSmart in person, and Jamie Lowe, Keeping 6 in person. The presentation for item 8.1 has now also been added. There's an added discussion item, item 10.6, facility naming subcommittee report 23-001 from May 11th. Private and confidential item 14.1, encampment litigation update LS 20023G citywide has been revised and is updated online. And there's an added private and confidential item 14.2, safety and security at City Hall, no copy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Councillor Francis. Did you want to change something about the agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to add a delegate to today's agenda. I was approached by an individual before the meeting who has lived experience in regards to our report today, and I'd like to have him added to delegate today, please.
Thank you for that.
Their name? Sorry, Councillor.
Their name is Leon Blaze.
Leon Blaze. Okay, thank you. I will add it.
Add that to the agenda. Thank you. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Francis and Councillor Wang, thank you. And we will go for the e-vote. And thank you, and it carries 12-0. We're going to move on to declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of interest? I do not see any, so we're going to move on to 4, approval of the minutes of previous meeting. 4.1, May 3rd, 2023. 4.2, May 5th, 2023. It was a special meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve it? I see Councillor Wang, Councillor Spadafora, thank you. And we will go for the e-vote to vote.
One moment, Madam Chair. Councillor Wang, were you in attendance at the May 3rd meeting?
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for
second, but I just need a different.
Okay, Councillor Francis then.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you for keeping us straight here. I did not know either, so thank you. And thank you. And it carries 12-0. We're going to move on to communication. First of all, may I have a mover and a seconder to put the communication on the floor? Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, and our Mayor, Andrea Horvath. Thank you. And we'll go for, Councillor Wang?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to speak to item 5.1B, Keeping 6 and HamSmart correspondence. With their notes, their impeccable record keeping on some of the consultative meetings that happened during the encampment protocol stakeholder consultation. I do want to draw special attention to several key points where they spoke about human a human right to housing and a human-based approach to encampments. And I thought that it was particularly salient in terms of the type of information that they shared with our encampment protocol and community outreach teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on communication? I don't see anyone, so can we please put the vote up? And we're going to do the e-vote, and we'll wait. And it carries 12-0. Okay, welcome, Councillor Nan. Delegation requests. Mr. Hussain, respecting more about experience on unconscious bias and EDI and how, as a resident, it is hard to navigate the city of Hamilton to address these matters to management virtually for a future meeting. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve that for a future meeting. Councillor Nan, second by Councillor Clark. Thank you. And we'll go for the e-vote, and we're moving right along.
Councillor Tadison, are you able to vote? Thank you.
Okay, it's 13-0, thank you. I'm just, okay, 6.2, delegation request respecting 8.1, proposed encampment protocol, HSC 20036, PED 21118, from the form of the following individual for today's meeting: Jesse Stream in person, Lisa Newsay, Hamstring, Smart, and Jamie Lowe, keeping in 6. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve?
And through the Deputy Mayor, my apologies, also including Leon Blaze to be on that delegation
okay.
request as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not on your chair's procedures.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blaze as well. Thank you. Okay, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Cratch, Councillor Francis, thank you. And we're going to go to the e-vote for the delegations. And it carries 13-0. Thank you, everyone. Okay, delegation. Before we begin our delegation for today's members, I'm reminded that questions of the delegations are to be for clarification purpose only, and they're not to be debated. We will now hear from all the delegation wishing to speak to item 8.1, proposed encampment protocol. We will take one vote at the end to receive them all, the delegates. The first one is Jesse Stearns, sorry. Thank you. And I just want you to know you have 5 minutes. Before the 5 minutes is up, you'll have a ding, and that means you have 1 more minute. So don't stop when you hear the ding, okay?
Yeah,
just keep going, and welcome. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
make sure it's right in front of you so we
Okay.
can all hear.
Sorry, excuse me. Good morning, members of the General Issues Committee. My name's Jessie Stearns, and I'm opposed to the proposed encampment protocol. I was one of the delegates at the lengthy January GIC meeting and attended one of the 2 community development sessions referenced in today's report as a HamSmart housing policy consultant. I mean, I've said before what I've done. I worked in housing homelessness for several years, have done research based on histories of displacement and homelessness, and in relation to a policy and practice that we utilize here in the City of Hamilton and federally as well. And I'm also a member of the Hamilton Homeless Mortality Data Team, where since I was last here, we released data indicating that we learned of 22 more deaths of individuals experiencing homelessness from June to November 2022. I invite any questions you may have about my participation in this process, my current or previous work that you believe could be relevant to anything you're deciding here today. As I mentioned in January, I'm really not interested in heroes and villains, like really not, and would like to engage in considerate conversations. Most importantly, especially in relation to this particular proposal, I'm here again to ask that we stop focusing on homeless people as the problem. Unfortunately, the proposed encampment protocol we're discussing today doesn't appear to do this, nor does it attend to the February 8th council-directed goal of developing one that upholds the human rights of residents living encamped. Rather, this document appears to dehumanize people deprived of housing, does not respect dignity, and it upholds an image of dangerousness that erases the needs of distinct groups that have rights. It reads like you're not a part of this community. When I read the enhanced parameters, my first question was, where can people go? This proposal does not provide answers. Instead, it leaves people with what I've seen in my work and what will likely become a months-long, real-time, life or death negotiation of the minutiae of measurement between city and outreach workers, the police, and people just needing a place to exist. It does not appear to do any of the human rights work. Where are the actual humans living this reality located in this document? Where are the health and safety concerns of people deprived of housing? Are the remaining unmapped spaces positioned close to bathrooms, community services, places to wash, eat, drink clean water, heat, cooling centers in the summer, just like the concerns you heard from House citizens on Monday? Are they close to services that support health needs? Can they provide timely or life-saving medical care, like doctors' offices and hospitals? Does it contend with or even consider the specific needs of youth, women, accessibility for people with disabilities or mobility needs, racism, discrimination? Does any of this consider the risk of death? Similarly, this protocol does not appear to hold the promise of ending enforcement in a manner that respects city-measured vulnerability of those forced to live outside. These vulnerabilities measured here meant to address the disproportionate impacts of specific populations. Where do we as a community take responsibility for those measured vulnerabilities? So for example, it's been expressed widely that people living outside need provincial dollars for supportive housing. That, and these are quotes from people in this room, they are the most vulnerable and that there are enormous gaps for people with the most complex needs. This proposed protocol states that this model makes it the responsibility of encamped individuals to be informed of where they may set up a tent to be in compliance with the protocol. If these vulnerabilities are widely known here, how can it be rationalized to lead the complexity of actually mapping where people can go to the very people you have determined require the most support? Why has the city not done this part, and how can it be both? If this protocol does not reflect the accessibility needs claimed in a reach for supportive housing dollars, what is being left out and what is this protocol about or influenced by? If community engagement was meant to attend to housing rights considerations, here we have a document that outlines more prohibitions and does not clearly reflect many of the concerns brought forward the day I was in attendance, nor does it adequately represent how I saw the idea of sanctioned sites come about in that meeting. Accepting this protocol means accepting the ways that people are depicted and potentially treated, as it's written, as dangers. This, even when we reminded staff that hate-based actions previously and actively being endured by encampment residents must also be made known and visible. Knowing that it is unacceptable for people experiencing homelessness to experience violence or death, I would hope that the city would take on the bare minimum work needed to make clear where people can actually go. I'm troubled by the deaths I see reported, and I wonder if and where any of these circumstances, extremely valid health and safety concerns, have been considered in the current proposed protocol. Encampments and housing are connected. Without this primary resource, all encampment protocols are basically management strategies that continue to grow a harmful status quo. In this way, without this as a basic understanding, any encampment protocol is set up to fail at its outset. If this fact is not important to the process, something I was told was out of the purview of the community engagement session I attended, I'm at a loss for a way forward that leads to better outcomes. In my opinion, the idea that progress can be found in a promise of sanctioned sites leads us down a path of creating an entire new category in this mess, whether they open-air shelters or or shantytowns, for example. None of these address what is known and researched, with some specific attention to the City of Hamilton, actually, and what the Federal Housing Advocate outlined as necessary basics in addressing human rights violations of encampment residents. I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Namely, to stop the policing and law enforcement as a response to encampments, something this document does not do, to address the conditions that within encampments and provide basic services such as clean water, sanitation facilities, electricity and heat, again, not addressed here, and that all levels of government have an obligation to end this crisis, not to just maintain a bare minimum. Most everyone impacted, and especially those living in encampments, living in the experience of encampment enforcement, have been saying, repeating, that this practice needs to end. The proposal, if passed, offers a version, I suppose, of that ending. The ending, though, comes with a set of parameters and a continued exclusion that are impossible to ignore. These are listed as resourced prohibitions that are, in my opinion, broader than necessary and arbitrarily limit the fundamental needs for health and safety of the humans forced to live outside. I believe in Hamilton, and I think you're here because you do too. I know we can do better, so please do not vote in favor of this proposal, and I thank you for your time, and I apologize for going over.
No problem. I gave you a lead time.
Thank you.
I wanted you to finish your thoughts, so thank you. Is there any question to the delegate? Councillor Wang.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Jesse, for your delegation, and thank you again for being here and raising a lot of these concerns that you have. My question then is, what is missing from this protocol, in your opinion? I know that you did list off a litany of different things, but perhaps you can prioritize them, because as we are determining what our paths forward are, I'm essentially looking at it from what are the different actions that we can action on.
Yeah, so thank you for your question through the chair. It's a great question, because if you were to take into account the needs of people living outside where they really shouldn't be living, it would require specifics. It would require actually naming things that would address the health and safety needs of those people. Now, that could be any number of things, right? And especially when you start turning to the way that we identify groups and disproportional representation. But I'll say plainly, at least, that in this document, I do not see anything about what if somebody can't walk. Let's say somebody has lost a leg, lost an arm. Where are they able to get to clean water? Like, these are kind of basic things in here. So to answer your question specifically, like to say, hey, you should do this or you should do that, I mean, I think is determined based on trying to attend to the needs of people that should not be living where they're living. Do you understand what I mean? In fact, I would even point out that that's an example of this failure of an encampment, of this response. What people need are homes, right? They need houses to live in, and you'll never, in my opinion, really be able to meet that need like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that. As follow-up then, through you, Deputy Mayor, what are some of the, in your opinion, how would you classify the different spaces that unhoused need to be in? So I guess, I think what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand what are the ideal locations that you think would most benefit the unhoused today?
Thank you. Through the chair. So are you asking me, I have a follow-up actually. So are you asking me from a list of places outside? Are you asking me from a list of supportive housing, transitional housing, apartments, market rent, subsidized? Like what are you asking? That's a big question, right? I mean, I can sum up by saying housing. I think that even our own, like what's funded through the city, the housing-led approach, that if it did not rely on the private market, also has that aspiration. It is aligned with that aspiration that everyone deserves a home to live in, and that the bulk of people that are living outside, and these will grow. You know, you're hearing all kinds of groups saying how precarious their housing is. How do I say this? that basic thing has not been procured before we made this definition of who people are, right? Last time I was here, I talked about the violence that occurs through this benevolence and this idea that we're providing something that we're not providing. I called it gaslighting at the time, right? I said that if you're promising housing without housing at the end, this damages people in so many different systems and ways and places. So ideally, even though we'd like to define people as not able to do that, we have not really provided that possibility in this community in any meaningful way. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you for that answer. Through you, Deputy Mayor, my last question to the delegate is, you said you do not support this protocol. You also talked about sanctioned sites as being not the answer. So what, in your opinion, I think I hear it from your previous answer, and I know that you are going to say housing, and I think around this table we all 100% agree that housing is the answer. I think that what we're thinking about right now is today, the 1,600 unhoused individuals, what is, in your opinion, is our next step? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
So through the chair, I will say this about the sanction site, like the promise of a conversation about sanction sites that's in this document, which is just that, a promise of a conversation, which was what this was as well, right? I will say that at the meeting I attended, I brought up the Federal Housing Advocates' attentions to what you'll see it in the correspondence. It's actually outlined in that correspondence that you mentioned earlier, and noted that any encampment, any place that people are, if they don't have those basic things, water, heat, that I listed here, that it's not meeting even the basic criteria for meeting people's human rights. And so sanction sites, just to get back to what you were asking, sanction sites, they weren't necessarily proposed as, hey, this is a great idea, let's have sanction sites. It was the thought of how do we provide those things in the most economical and practical way. Okay. So a sanction site comes up as a response if you have to provide these other basic needs as a response to human rights. Do you see what I mean? If you need showers, it's easier if more people are in one location that are sanctioned, rather than trying to provide those showers citywide. So we did bring up at that meeting, just to kind of practically answer your question, I know I'm adding a lot of stuff, that possibly there could be passes for people to use city facilities, rec passes and things like that, as a thought to the original thing, which was, hey, none of living outside meets these basic things listed and are currently being examined as not meeting people's human rights. So I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
I did get a sense of that, an answer that I want, that I felt satisfied.
Okay, can I offer this as well? Like a sanctioned site, to me, I'll just be blunt, seems to me like an open air shelter. I mentioned that in what I said, right? You will end up with the same issues where you don't have accessibility for certain people, where I think you'll just butt up against exactly the same things.
Okay.
I will add, in my opinion, I know that we have empty city housing units. I've said this before, and I think that the most vulnerable in our community, even though I know I've signed people up for those who have been waiting years and years and years, the ones that are living outside, I mean, there's an opportunity, perhaps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And thank you. All right, next is Councillor Cratch, please.
Thanks. I was going to start with a different set of questions, but Councillor Huang asked something I thought maybe would be worth just putting a point on. You talked about sanction sites and said, that you don't think that's a solution. I think if I understand what you're saying, part of that is because it seemed like the end of a conversation, not the beginning of one.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. And so if, for instance, the city was able to say, hey, we're going to provide passes to folks so they can have access to showers and meet some of their basic needs, but some things don't exist, period, in our city. For instance, there is no public 24-hour washroom that I'm aware of downtown. So then providing those in specific places might, in that case, make sense. So there's access to washroom facilities outside of operating hours in the absence of having actually built infrastructure in the city that's a basic need for everybody. Does that make sense to you in terms of like trying to understand where we simply as a city don't have some basic services, period, for anybody? There are no 24/7 public washrooms in our city. In a situation where that doesn't exist, housed folks can go to the washroom in their house, right? So I'm asking you like where these things kind of crash into each other and where you see an opportunity. Well, yeah, okay, there may be a space or place to provide some washroom facilities in places around the city where they don't exist right now, or not. I'm asking the question. Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand the question through the chair. To be asked the kind of the minutia details of things that don't even apply to what I believe is not possible is a little bit disconcerting, right? Like, how am I meant to answer that when I say people need housing? What needs to be provided to actually meet people's basic human rights? Is a home. At the end of the day, it's a house with running water, with these items. It's a place where, like, if you can't provide these in the community to each individual on a 24-hour basis like you're describing. So I guess then I would ask right back, like what I'm saying, like, is there another option than that? I don't know of it. And I think that every other option leads to more money, more prolonged homelessness, more death, right? So we might like put a cap on things with this one thing, and then you'll be frustrated again and have me come back again, and all of us will be wondering, how do we do this? How do we do this? When the answer that might be costly up front, but is actually far less costly in the long run and actually cares for people, is housing. It's very difficult to answer these questions outside of that context.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Sorry.
That's the answer.
I think we're all on the same page. Yeah.
Yeah, we are. You said 3 or 4 things during your delegation about the promise of a conversation, that during the consultation there was the purview of the engagement was defined before the conversation happened. Just want to give you an opportunity to unpack those statements, because as a person who moved that motion for the consultation, right, I kind of had one understanding in my mind. What was your experience like?
Well, I think my understanding through the chair was that when I brought up this idea of housing, that, not just my understanding, I was told that that was not on the table. That is not a purview of the conversation and would be put off the table for the time being, because what we had to deal with were the issues in front of us, which was encampment response. I tried to bring it up a couple more times and was then told unequivocally that that's the end of that conversation. So again, given my last answer, I guess I ask you what was my participation in that. Trying to answer minutia details about things that aren't really a response for the most part. And when I look through the documents about the consultation and what could be offered and what is listed as what was offered by community groups, including myself, they are, in my opinion, attached to that exclusion, trying to to participate in some way, that at the end of the day, you get stuck in a place where you're trying to play along, where you don't want to be oppositional, and so you offer some things to try to make that work. And when I read this, I can see that in this document. I can see that it's different.
Thanks. I appreciate that and appreciate the frustration, and understand these questions aren't possible to answer, and appreciate you trying to do so, and the patience you're demonstrating by coming here time and again to educate us, frankly, on the pieces that we're obviously missing.
May I, through the chair, that I also don't intend or want to throw city staff under the bus for any of these things. I think they did believe that this is their purview. I think I should add that, but that does not make this, in my opinion, an honest rendering of what that conversation was about.
Thank you. Councillor, you have less than a minute now.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. I listened very carefully to the responses as well as the presentation, and I got the feeling that the delegate believes that this proposal is further stigmatizing the folks who are unhoused. Can I ask the delegate to speak to that, please?
All right, through the chair. You know, in reading this proposal, I could have made probably 30 different 5-minute speeches all about different things when I read it. So at the end of the day, though, when I look at it, like that's kind of what I tried to cover here in speaking to you. I do not see people. Like I see children that may use facilities for pleasure. I see communities, not that I don't think we shouldn't have nice places for people. I like them too. But I actually struggle to see any human actually experiencing this in this document represented in any way. Sorry, I kind of got in myself. What was the question again?
Whether or not you felt that they were stigmatized by this report.
Right. So from my perspective, knowing, like, that tells me people are not being represented as human, as having needs, the dire needs that this council deals with all the time, that this committee deals with all the time, that we've been talking about nonstop, right? That, in fact, if I was to support this proposal, I am saying in writing that it is okay to look at people living outside as inhuman, as not requiring any special consideration, given it's their living circumstance, that they are dangerous, that there's a reason to see them as dangerous. Do you see what I mean? So even if there was some tweaking to this in some way, we are now putting in writing that as our belief. This is a dangerous population. These are all of the prohibitions that need to be enacted. Our community cannot function properly if these people exist. Where do we put them? Where do we hide them? So I just don't know how anybody says, yeah, that's great. Well, let's put that in writing.
Councillor?
Can I ask if we create a number of these sanctioned encampments across the city, and given, so far, I don't think we've had a public consultation on this proposal, what do you think the response is going to be to the public with those encampments? And are we creating a situation where this stigmatization will create an opportunity for violence between neighborhoods and the folks who are living in the tents?
To the chair, that is a very big question, and I touched on some of it in what I said today, and I'm going to try to do that again here.
Please.
So yes, that's what I'm saying. The language in this document is dehumanizing to the people we're talking about and does not meet their needs. Yes, this is a complaint-based process where housed community members will make a complaint about people living in encampments, and it pits them against one another. When the reigning document is of the nature I just described, that does not bode well for community cohesion and inclusion, right? Not to mention that the folks that we should be most concerned about meeting needs for are the people that are living outside. I did mention at the community consultation, and I'll mention it here again, and I've mentioned it in other places, that there are invisible violences going on to people in encampments, hate-based violences, boulders being thrown from bridges, hot water being poured on them when they're sleeping. I see in the mortality data that I can't speak too explicitly about that there is an increase. I just want to be accurate in what I say. That, for example, of the 22 deaths over the last, since June to November, 36%, so 8 of the 22 deaths were reported as being circumstances that were violent in nature, right? That is one less than those who died from overdose. 9 out of 22. This is 8 out of 22. And I can't, the thing is, I can't speak publicly about what I read in those reports when I do this data. But I can say to you that it is frightening what is happening to people and what doctors and social workers and people in this community are reporting silently themselves, what they can see. So again, back to this document. It's looked at, none of that is in here. not one sentence talks about the death that I could see that's occurring and possible violence is occurring and what to protect in terms of health and safety there. That, on its face, they're not human in this document. So I don't know. I hope that answers your question from a
Councillor
couple
Clark?
of different angles.
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next is Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for coming in again today to delegate and share your thoughts. Just picking up where my colleague has left off, my question to you is about, there's the need around basic services, around hygiene, water, the basic things you need to keep yourself functioning. Then there are the wraparound supports and health services and additional supports that a variety of residents living houseless right now need. In your opinion, in review of the report that's before us, how does this protocol aim to achieve providing those services? And what are your thoughts around that?
So through the chair, I just want to clarify, how does this protocol currently aim to achieve
The health-focused and
basic
services.
needs and health focus that we know is necessary?
I've heard around the basic, right? And then there is the deeper health service needs if we are going to proceed with
Right,
working with folks in encampments as a human
right.
and an asset in our community.
So through the chair, I think I will just start by saying I don't know that it could. I don't know that this document could. Nor do I know that we could. I think I said this when I was answering the questions from Councillor Cretch. As you've mentioned, housed residents have a hard enough time actually accessing their healthcare needs, especially right now. And as we've heard over and over, members of ACORN and other tenants in the city have been having a difficult time even having their basic needs met in their apartments as tenants. So, it's a good question. It's a big, giant question, and I think one that we've been trying to contend with. I felt really listened to last time I was here, actually, and I think one we've been trying to contend with, and one that I don't envy the task of, all of us really, having to deal with kind of like the pussing overflow of bad policy over years and years and years. But I don't think that a protocol like this, where it's not mentioned, these are not addressed, except as promises for the future, which we've had previously, and have very strict limitations to the purview of their consultation and dollar amounts. I don't think that, I just don't think we can gloss over it anymore. Like I said, in this document, there's a promise of a talk about those things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I pass the chair to Councillor Clark? I just thought, you said something that intrigued me. You said, and I think all of us agree, everybody deserves a home to live. And that was the main takeaway. We can't do this because it's not real housing. But you said something like, we failed them. We have city housing that's empty. Can you distinguish the difference between putting someone in a home by themselves and the wraparounds that we really need for these encampments? I know we all agree. We all need washrooms. We all need to shower. We're 100%. In agreement with that. But the difference, the house supports that we really need for the encampment?
So through the chair,
Go ahead, Jesse.
I don't want to be rude, but I do want to address that this idea that these people require supports in this way is not something I typically, it's something I will address when I'm dealing with folks, but also requires a belief that we haven't done all the things I just described to deprive people of things, that they've had access to housing, a very basic necessity, as we've all discovered, we all know. So for me to pinpoint exactly what support someone needs when we know all those violences committed along this road, and we've now decided to say, oh, it's not the systems, it's not the policies, it's actually the people. They have mental illness, they have substance use issues, they can't keep their children, they can't, whatever we levy against someone. In that circumstance, this idea that I could handpick a suite of support services for someone who's been deprived this long, who doesn't have access to the people that they find most supportive to them in the ways that we all endeavor to have, I don't know, like, I guess I'd struggle to answer your question. And the reason why I get kind of like elevated about it, and I want to explain, is that, to some degree, is that in doing this work, and in the last time I was here, I described these things. I provided supports, budgeting, food banks, appointments, all these things, knowing by the end of it, wow, none of this is actually addressing the core issue, which is that people need a place to live. It doesn't matter what you do around that without that as a foundational principle.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you. And I think we're all on the same page. We really are. I think we want to give them the best we can, but I always thought maybe they need a little bit of help because of the situation they're in. And I'm speaking from my heart.
Yeah.
I go by and I look and my heart goes for them, but they do need a little bit, they do need support. They need people that really care and help them with their they might have mental health, the drug addiction. That's reality. We see it.
Question, please.
So, that's why I'm asking, do you see any support or just give them a house? I just want to be clear.
So through the chair, again, I think that discounts the amount of support that people provide each other in communities. And also, and this is like really to respond to you, driven from my previous answer, we have people in housing with tenancies. I said this last time, I've served people that had their children, had tenancies, trying not to be evicted, right? Life happens, too expensive, we all know that's the case right now. Then, they're in a shelter. Children's services are involved. That's gone too. Then I've served them as encampment residents because all of these things are happening along the way. In this community now, in the media, as we speak, we, for some reason, can see the house tenants as different in some way, that these people, as we're calling them right now, outside, somehow these people are different. This is a trajectory. This is not these people with these problems, which I'm saying this document says they're dangerous, they're not human, they're different, we need something different. We don't need to provide housing, actually. We need a range of benevolent supports and medical things to adjust their behavior so that they can maybe be okay in a home. That's, like, there's a road here. We're watching it happen before our eyes. There's nothing, like, and to just address your last point, which is, housed people need medical supports, they need mental health supports, they need all those supports, far easier to access in a home, far less likely that they will end up in the kinds of predicaments that then give us a lens to see them as other, as different, as dangerous.
Thank you for your answer, and
I appreciate your question, thank you.
thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Thank you. I don't see anyone else, so thank you again. And we'll move on to Lisa Newsy from HamSmart. Please, you could come down. And you're Lisa, right?
I'm Lisa,
It says Michelle on my,
No, Lisa, definitely Lisa.
okay. So it says, Michelle, you have 5 minutes. No, Lisa, you have 5 minutes, and you'll hear the bell, and you still 1 more minute, and then please finish with your remarks. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Good morning. My name is Lisa Nussey, and I'm the Strategic Director at HamSmart and a founding member of Keeping Six. I've been intimately involved with the efforts to protect the human rights of people living in tents since the outset of the pandemic. I was a named applicant on behalf of Keeping Six on the 2020 injunction. I was also intensely involved in the negotiations that led to the first protocol in September of 2020. So I have a longish history on this question, and I feel a deep responsibility to my community being here today. And I have to say that when I learned that the old protocol would form the basis of this impending one, I could barely believe my ears. 3 years ago, it was impossible to have the city acknowledge that there was neither space nor accommodation for everyone who needed it in shelters. Nor could we get the language of housing as a human right in the preamble of any city documents. So to know that the city was going to implement a policy that allowed people to shelter in one spot in the absence of a safe, dignified place to go felt like a giant leap forward collectively in addressing this housing crisis. So it pains me greatly to be here in front of you to say today that while Council, or the GIC, has asked for a human rights-based approach to encampments, you've just not received it in this protocol. We have reviewed the protocol with our patients, our staffs, our supporters who are housed and unhoused. I personally spent 2 hours yesterday at the K6 drop-in going through the protocol line by line. And Jamie from K6 is also going to speak after me. Our analysis is that this draft protocol will not end encampment enforcement. It will merely complicate it. I will, in the rest of my delegation, address some of the specifics that came up yesterday and throughout our conversations with people, and I hope that you'll ask me questions so that I can elaborate. To begin, we're very pleased that the stated aim in the protocol is to create protections for people to remain encamped in the absence of safer options, namely housing. The stated shared principles of respecting human rights and dignity of people experiencing homelessness is a major step forward, as I've already said. But unfortunately, we do not see this language pulled through the entirety of the proposed protocol or even the report recommending it. Both regulate from a premise of criminality, irresponsibility, and ill will on the part of encampment residents, and pit housed residents against unhoused ones in its language of people in encampments and in community members that is literally taken from this document. And we would submit to you today that people in encampments are community members and that this language betrays a commitment to human rights off the hop, leaving us very worried about the aims of the actual content of the protocol. So in the specifics, prohibited spaces. All the prohibitions which establish this as a document of exclusion rather than inclusion leave insufficient green space for people to stay. In our evaluation, almost all of existing tents in the city would in one way or another violate this protocol. It's not clear to us where staff think that people will encamp, keeping with the proposed protocol's aim of supporting people to stay in place. And I hope that that will be elaborated in the proposal today, the presentation today. In conversation with K6 yesterday, it was immediately clear to people that these restrictions will make finding a place to stay impossible. The section on prohibited spaces very much reads to people that they are not wanted anywhere and that this is a deliberate strategy to push them more to the margins and out of sight or onto private property. The maximum personal space allotment. The floor of the drop-in is actually one of those floors that's black and white checks, and so we were literally mapping out how much space this allows for people. And 9 meters squared is not enough for people. And the added approach of 9 meters squared per person does not provide enough space between people. Is that 4 minutes?
1 minute, yeah.
Oh, God, okay. Let me see. The encampment response process reads to people as though they will see more police and more enforcement than they have in the current situation. Health and safety, which was spoken to a lot already. There are enormous fears around health and safety being weaponized against encampment residents and outreach workers who are increasingly being told not to go to places they feel comfortable going because of concerns for health and safety. And then just a few additional comments on the report recommending the adoption of the protocol. Again, we appreciate the recommendation that staff be directed to work with stakeholders and to address washrooms, showers, and access to drinking water. and the integration of peer and Indigenous supports to encampment response. In particular, Indigenous-led outreach and partnerships seem of paramount importance when considering who has a right to be where on stolen land. We think that this particular recommendation needs timelines. I'm almost done. We appreciate that staff have built in time for public consultations on the protocol with a plan to come back in August with a final recommendation. But we'd just like to remind staff and council that human rights are not actually the subject of public consultation and debate. Our view is that the city should take a strong leadership role in promoting a human rights and harm reduction-based approach to the housing crisis and encourage community building, not compromise on question of human rights or concessions to stigma and hate-based complaints. If this is done, we expect that our concerns about the othering language of the protocol and the report raised herein will be addressed in the final protocol in August. So I'll end where I started. Council has purposely asked for a human rights-based approach to encampments. This is also what most people, including those who are unhoused, want. This is not what you have received today. And we hope that as this draft is reviewed and a genuinely new approach to encampments can be taken up in the city that reflects the shared principles of human rights and dignity, not only in name but also in practice.
Thank you. I gave you an extra couple of minutes, so that's great. I know,
I
no
practiced.
problem.
I don't know how it went over.
No, that's wonderful. Okay, we have a speakers list, so Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, Lisa, for your delegation today. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have a couple of questions. So I think right off the hop, I've heard you, as well as previous delegate, loud and clear that the language here is not necessarily in a housing as a right or a human-based approach. So what do you think is missing from this protocol then, through you, Deputy Mayor?
I think that what's missing from this protocol is language that protects people who are living outside. That's what's really missing. All the preamble, as I said, or the shared principles in the protocol, it's very difficult to find them once you read past that second paragraph. So for me, theoretical frameworks are actually very difficult to apply. It takes a lot of work. There are coming from an academic perspective, let's say, but there are guidelines out there. There are existing documents that not only have the rhetoric of human rights-based approach to encampments, but also practical steps for how to do it. And they include reducing enforcement and policing. They include access to hygiene facilities. They include non-dismantlements, right? So there is actually language and practice out there that could be taken from, and also there are people who could be spoken to who would give you some advice on that as well, who are better positioned even than me. And I'm obviously speaking about people in encampments. Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. Councillor?
Yes, so as follow-up then, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the delegate, what do you think is different from what we currently have versus what you see in front of you today?
Thank you for the question. I think if you just sort of flip through the presentation that the staff is about to give you, it will tell you. And there's a lot more in the proposed approach. There's a lot more parameters for enforcement. I just saw this morning, actually, so it's very helpful. But that was your question, right? What's different between now and then? And I think that the last protocol had some prohibitions, and I just want to actually take a second to be clear that, we've spent a lot of time speaking with people. We spent a lot of time working and living with people and caring about people, because I'm speaking as someone who's housed, someone who, people are not unwilling to have parameters on where they can be. So it's not to say that there isn't something that could be designed that would, be agreeable to people. I lost your question again. The difference.
Difference, yes.
Yeah, I think this makes, like I said in the beginning, it doesn't end enforcement, it complicates it. So I literally can imagine people out there with rulers, it's just wild. And you need more people to do that. And are we going to put more people into measuring how far somebody is from a baseball diamond? I mean, I just don't know, you know, so, yeah, I think that's, I actually think the major difference between this and what we have now is this is more enforcement.
Counselor,
I have 2 more questions.
okay, you have 1 minute and 37 seconds.
Okay, so based on this, so I suspect that after your sort of initial read of this, what is your sense for other people, like the public? Do you think that this protocol immediately brings to mind locations where people can stay?
Okay, so that's a great question because, you know, we spent time again, like I said, in the drop-in yesterday, and it was immediately obvious to people that there would be way less places for people to go, that they would be forced to the periphery or onto private property, which is an interesting thing I hadn't spent a lot of time thinking about. Again, why it's really important to speak to people who live this. Sorry, Councillor Wang, I'm getting very nervous. What was your question again?
Where do you think that you can see where people can immediately understand where they can stay?
So like I said, it's not obvious because it's not outlined, right? It's outlined where people can't be, but it is definitely not outlined where people can be. And the second thing is that triangulating all the different restrictions really do push the places where people can be to very small places. And then even once you get the square footage of where somebody can be, maybe the shape actually isn't compatible for 2 tents, even though it's the right number of meters. Like, it's just a bit wild. And, you know, there are other things in this protocol that came up. For instance, people need to be now, before there was no prohibitions around proximity to private property. Now there's a 5-meter berth from private property. And that, are those dings for me?
No.
Okay. But public property almost by definition abuts private property. And so if you're meant to be 5 meters from private property, this protocol actually pushes people into the centers of parks as opposed to the peripheries where people migrate to naturally because they want to be out of the way, frankly, and also because most parks are also fenced, and the fencing offers protection to people, at least from one direction, right? So that's another way in which I'm immediately, and there's a place people encamp very close to my house, where I think if people move 5 meters from the fence, they're 5 meters away from private property, they're going to actually then be within 5 meters of the sidewalk. Or they're going to have this narrow strip and also be extremely exposed and vulnerable in the middle of a green space where before people prefer to be against the fence, right? So that's, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Wang, you have 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Last bit then, what were you hearing from the unhoused community as you were in the drop-in center?
I heard several times spontaneously from different people that this protocol feels like a violation of their human rights, not a protection of their human rights, and that's direct language. I heard that it's fundamentally unworkable. I heard that people need parameters on where they can be, not where they can't be. I heard that this protocol is going to result in more enforcement, that the way in which the enforcement process is described compared to their experiences now of being encampments, that this involves more police, more surveillance, without, as you know, Jesse was talking about, an end that results in housing.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to go Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you so much, Lisa, for your delegation, for coming out, for sharing experiences, and for doing this work. I think it's so valuable just walking through setbacks, things like that. I think it really helps all of us get in that mindset we need to be in, and also just think about, like, what are we actually doing here today? I think we've had a lot of conversations about bylaw, all these other things, the avoidance, the nuisance, all of those concerns, but it's people's like in desperate times trying to find a place to shelter. That's what we're talking about, and I want to just thank you for making that so clear. And one of the things that I think Keeping Six has also done, in addition to telling that narrative, is focused on peer support. Would I be able to ask you some questions about how you see that model potentially expanding? It's mentioned as an area of future consideration or future action later. We have some budget that's being allocated towards housing outreach, towards bylaw, towards enforcement within this suite of things. If you were to allocate some of that money towards peer support, what programs would you suggest get run?
Sure, and I will answer the question, but also suggest that Jamie, who's coming up after, would be even better to speak to that. You know, we already, as Keeping Six and HamSmart, run peer-based community cleanup support programs, and they work really well, and people are very interested and eager and engaged to get out there and support people to keep their spaces clean. And so that seems to me an obvious one, right? Like in terms of the report outlines that the #1 complaint from the public is untidiness of encampments, and so that's definitely a place where people can collectively come together to build community around keeping spaces clean. And people want their spaces to be clean. I'm not, you know, like, but sometimes you need a little support in doing that maybe. And also, you know, I was thinking about this question of untidy encampments, and in the last, or the first injunction, one of my jobs was to go around and take pictures of encampments for the submission. It was not hard to find very tidy encampments. You know, there was, you know, it was easy. It took me 10 minutes of driving around to find places that were actually very neat and very tidy. So I think, like, I just want to, like, you know, not totally endorse this idea that every encampment is like a terrible, messy place. But I think that's an obvious one. And then again, just, you know, I think being mindful of what there is to offer. So you might think peer support towards housing is a good idea on its face, but again, as we're, you know, Jesse's delegation points out, that can also be very difficult if there's not actually housing at the end of the conversation. So I think that would be what I would, maybe I'll limit my answer to that and suggest that you put the same question to Jamie when she's up.
Thank you so much. Just one other question from me and through you, Deputy Mayor. Again, thinking about this idea of dangerousness, of vulnerability, you've been at sites, you've been doing this work for quite some time. Could you just speak to your experience? Oftentimes we have certain people being scripted as dangerous. The past delegate talked a lot about who's at risk of some of the violence. Could you just elaborate a little bit about this idea of dangerousness at encampments, how you see it playing out, and some of those considerations from your perspective?
Yes, for sure. I find this conversation very difficult to have because it's almost embarrassing in some ways to have to ask people to imagine the humanity of somebody else, but that's in fact what you have to do. Not you. People have to do. And to understand or to like extrapolate from their own experience that when people are treated with respect and dignity, they respond with respect and dignity. And it's not to, you know, paint some sort of homogenous, uncomplicated picture. That's not what I'm trying to do. But also, as you mentioned, I've been doing this work for a long time, and I have built relationships with people. Our organizations have built relationships with people, and we very rarely struggle with the kind of ways that people are portrayed by and large in the media. And I think, you know, a human rights-based approach to this question of people being unhoused and how are we going to respond to it, given that it's a fact on the ground, reframed in a less combative way would go a long way towards working to end those stigmatizing depictions of people. And then again, you know, just to reinforce that it is people who are unhoused who have the most health and safety risks in our community. And the mortality data is just one example of that. And our living experience every day affirms it. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. You have 6 seconds.
No, just thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Clark. Oh, sorry, Councillor McMeekin. How could I miss you?
I don't know. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for your presentation. It's very instructive. I threw a phrase out last week at a meeting about apparently Aristotle said, if you want to know if the shoe fits, ask the person who has to wear it, not the person that made it. And that has some applicability here, I'm sure. I have two little questions. I have dozens of other questions, but two that I'd really like your wealth of experience to leading to a comment. One is what's happening in other, this is a national problem, provincial national problem. I'm wondering what's happening in other municipalities that you're aware of that may be instructive to the city of Hamilton.
Jamie? Oh, Lisa.
Jamie's next. That's flattering, though.
Oh, you know what? It's okay. Lisa, sorry.
I'll take Lisa.
Lisa, please. Yeah.
What's happening in other jurisdictions? I don't think I can, to be honest, I don't think I could speak well enough to answer that question in a meaningful way. And I know it's part of the recommendations that are meant to be put forward by in this report, that staff look at what's happening in other jurisdictions and come back. But I think you have correctly identified that it's a national problem, and that nationally, internationally, the shift is taking this question of housing as a human right up as an international problem, as a question, the complications and the results of the international financialization of housing, right? So just, right now we're focused on the conversation about encampments and that kind of thing, but that the broader questions are being taken up globally and do require sort of cooperation and addressing across all levels. Early in the pandemic, we established a national network of people who were working to support people in encampments across the country. And when the protocol was in place, the last protocol in the fall of 2020, when I spoke to people across the country, they were quite surprised that we had landed on a place where people could stay in place in parks that was quite unique across the country. It's been 3 years since then. There's been lots of lawsuits, lots of litigation. The Waterloo case might be instructive in terms of what came out of that finding, that the city was actually deemed they lost that case, right? That people actually did have a right to be encamped. So that might be instructive in thinking about the situation on the ground here. And then I think, just again, to be general, because I can't speak to the specifics in a way that's informed at the moment, where you look to the people on the West Coast who have been working in this field and organizing around homelessness and drug use, I would say a bit longer than we have here, maybe I could say that, or much more public uptake of the organizing, let's say. And 20 years on, the enforcement model doesn't work. That might be maybe the best way I could sum up an answer to your question.
Thanks. The benefit of networking, particularly with people who have some lived experience, on the ground experience, is that there may be things that develop that would be helpful to us. So I would appreciate it if you'd undertake, to the best of your ability, your group's ability, to inform us from time to time about what that might look like. Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as you know, is a federal document, and some have argued that we need a whole of government approach. And right now, I think it'd be fair to say we're not getting that. Remember Hazel McCallion once observed, Riley, that the three levels of government in this country, the federal government has all the money, the provincial government has all the power, The municipal government has all the problems,
Yeah.
or are about to have all the problems. My second question, and I don't want to trivialize this. I mean it sincerely. We have some of our folk, some of our people talking about the need to take a housing first approach. When you hear the phrase housing first, what does it mean to you?
I feel like it's a very descriptive moniker. Housing first, right? People need to be in a house. And then as Councillor Pauls points out, sometimes people do need supports, but we need the infrastructure. Sorry, you can't hear me? Yeah, I mean, it just means that there's housing for people. I don't know how to make it more complicated than, or less complicated than that, but other than to say, you know, I think one of the things that's really important to consider is we can talk about how we want housing first, but that requires political and economic commitments to housing first. And it requires actually trying to understand, is there compatibility between a market-based approach to housing and a human rights-based approach to housing? And how is it that people can have numbered companies that make billions of dollars while other people are fighting for some square meterage in a park? How is that possible? How are those two things reconcilable? So maybe that's a question about how we think about housing first. And all, you know, Acorn has done a lot of work in this city to highlight the problem of rent evictions in the city. So while I appreciate that this is about addressing the encampment, I think that the encampment question specifically, again, because it's a fact on the ground, that if this council, and it's not to say that it's all in your purview, as you've pointed out, but I think that's something that needs to be reckoned with. That what is the compatibility of a market-based approach to housing and a human rights-based approach to housing, and how do they coexist? And maybe even a more important question is, can they coexist?
I really appreciate that, because we've had, in passing, not in any depth conversation about non-market approaches, and that may be something that we need to seriously look at. We have some capacity there. We have limited capacity in terms of borrowing power, but on the capital side, there's some interesting twists where a municipality could get engaged itself in a non-market approach. But I really do appreciate your insights, and thank you so much for the work you're doing, and I'm absolutely sure listening to you this morning you'll be continuing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for appearing again today.
It's been a while, Councillor Clark.
Can I ask you, in your own interpretation, after you have read the proposed new encampment policy, does it give you hope?
You know, when like I mentioned in the beginning, when I read that this was coming, and when I read the protocol, I sent it across the country. I was just elated, to the extent that you can be elated about people having to stay in tents like that. I want that caveat to be very clear. And so what gives me hope is that, as I mentioned again in the beginning of my delegation, 3 years ago, we couldn't get a portrayal of what was happening outside that was commensurate with what was happening outside inside this chamber. It was impossible to break through the idea that there weren't enough spaces in shelters, that shelters didn't meet some people's needs, that housing was a human right. It actually was not possible to have those conversations 3 years ago. And so I think that makes me hopeful. I think the preamble of shared principles makes me hopeful. And then I just can't move past the fact that it doesn't run through, it just does not run through the rest of the document. And so it is to say that, again, if this council wants a human rights-based approach to encampments, it's possible, but it is not in here.
My last question, Deputy Mayor, and same question that I asked Jesse, so you had a bit of a heads up.
I don't remember.
I don't either. How do you feel this document, if it was adopted, will the unhoused and homeless continue to be stigmatized with this protocol?
Yeah, I do remember the question. The short answer is yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feared that.
The longer answer is that's why I think that it's a good step to have established that human rights is the place you want to come from, and that taking a leadership role on that is very important. And I said in my delegation, you know, human rights are not really the subject for public debate. And so that public consultation needs to be framed very carefully, and parameters need to be put on what is subject for debate. And maybe the debate is about how do we all live collectively together? That is a more productive approach than asking how we can accommodate and balance the needs of people to access parks, which of course I want people to have access to parks. But I mean, that's a conversation to have. What kind of needs are we talking about balancing, and what needs are of primacy, and again, I just don't think it's impossible to have access to green space and people to be intense in green spaces. It's not impossible. It happens all the time, right? So I do think because this document is focused on excluding and enforcing and the health and safety of housed people, that's the language. The language in the protocol is literally people in tents and community members. So there's a divide established in the language of the protocol that it sets people up to make complaints. They're supposed to be 5 meters from the fence, but they're 3. Come and deal with it, right? As opposed to, there's somebody near me in the park who really could use some access to housing. What supports do we have to offer them? Because this protocol just offers so many opportunities for people to say that they're in violation of it, as opposed to a protocol that offers people a way to be protected because they have intensely basic needs that aren't being met. So I think it will be leveraged to stigmatize people. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Last one, Councillor Koch, please.
Thanks, Lisa. My question is, and I'm asking these questions because I want to hear what you have to say. Same with the previous delegate. I want to know what your thoughts on these things are. I have my own comments I'll make when the report is on the floor. Harm reduction. So you do a lot of work, and Keeping Six does a lot of work in harm reduction, and that's kind of how I was first introduced to Keeping Six in terms of the work you do. And we talked a lot about a human rights-based approach, and we talked about a lot of other things here, and I know harm reductions, of course, enmeshed with that. But specifically when it comes to the general principles of harm reduction, could you talk a bit about where you don't see, because you've said you don't see them here, right? You don't see those principles here with respect to harm reduction. And I would love to know more about how you see that.
It's actually, thanks for raising that, because it was one of the comments again yesterday when we went through this line by line in the drop-in, was there is no mention of harm reduction in this as part of the outreach services that will be included. And maybe that's implied, I don't know, but it's definitely not written in there. And then what's your question specifically, Cameron?
Yeah, no problem. Just broadly, no, it's okay, I understand. You said you were nervous, so I'm happy to repeat. The broader the broader ideas of harm reduction, right? And we think about what those broad things mean about, and to me, I guess it means reducing harm, like in its very basic terms, right? Preventing harm. And then also the opposite of that, which is providing care. But where you know, in terms of harm reduction, I just wanted to give you a chance and a space to speak more about that, because I know it's a lot of the work Keeping Six does.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times when we think about harm reduction, we think about it in this very narrow way, right? We think about harm reduction is about, is specifically about drug use, right? It's always specifically about drug use,
Yeah.
and the way we try and mobilize that. So I just thought maybe there's an opportunity here to sort of talk about it more broadly and where you don't see it, you know, in this protocol.
Sure. And I think, like, definitely, thank you for the question. So first of all, as HamSmart, we have 5 organizing principles that we guide our work by, and one of them is harm reduction. And you're right, harm reduction does get taken up as sort of a checklist or specific to drug use. And it means, you know, giving people new needles and mostly giving people new needles, to be frank. But it is also a philosophy and an approach to practice and an approach to how do we actually exist while we're trying to change these harmful systems. And that's how we take it up at HamSmart, is that we live in the real world. There are facts on the ground, and we do need to mitigate harms while we work to change systems that create harm. And so there is definitely a compatibility between a human rights-based approach and a harm reduction approach. And, you know, encampments and protections of encampments could definitely be understood as a harm reduction approach to addressing the housing crisis. There's no question about that. Again, with the caveat, like, we're not asking for people to stay in tents. And I don't feel that accusation coming at us, which is a nice development, I have to say. But also the protracted practice of displacement has not worked. And 20 years in the future, to go back to Councillor McMeegan's question, it still doesn't work.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Those
Councillor?
are my questions. Thank you very much, Lisa. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. All right. Thank you, Lisa, for delegating. We're going to move on to Jamie Lowe, Keeping Six. Thank you for coming and delegating, and you have 5 minutes, and you will hear the bell. You have 1 minute left. All right? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Jamie Lowe. I'm a member of Keeping Six, and I'm also presently, well, for the next couple of weeks, still unhoused, but that is changing at the end of the month. So I'm very happy, and I'm very happy that the city has heard my concerns. But I know that there's still a lot of my friends who are in situations that are potentially dangerous and need attention. The encampment protocol, while I think it's so wonderful that you guys have come up with it, has just been brought to my attention recently, so I'm going to be honest, obviously, and say that I haven't fully digested all of it, but it's a great start. I think what the language used here, what I really do like is human-centered and housing first, because I think a lot of times what happens is that we feel dehumanized and we feel like we're a problem when we're just trying to find a little bit of space to live and breathe and have some room and store things and not have things be taken from us or stolen. This city has had a wonderful response community-wise to the homelessness crisis. There are so many people that come out, so many community members that come out with food and everything, and it makes it feel for a minute like a blissful vacation, but those minutes go away and then you get back to the harsh reality. A lot of times people have their communication devices stolen, so they can't keep in contact with the workers that they're trying to get in touch with them. Some of the workers have made it down to the ground and come look for people directly. And sometimes even the police will ask us for help on locating people, and we do our best to be as cooperative as possible. The people I know aren't the ones trying to make trouble. The people I know are the ones just trying to get by day and live and breathe. And I think working on this protocol, it's very important. because it's going to help shape our future. And obviously, I think the children are one of the most important things of the future of the world. And I wouldn't want their world tainted by the discrepancies in our world. So how do we make that better for us and them, and keeping everybody safe? I think the distance protocol around the schoolyards and stuff makes sense, but my tiny criticism of that is that they're usually the closest access to drinking water and washrooms. So I think we need to take some time to look at that and make sure that we have help people feel human and feel that they have access to water and that they can bathe and they can feel clean, so they can go out to go do their interviews and go see places and not feel like they're a complete and total wreck. This city means a lot to me. I've spent the majority of my life here. My family was here, they're currently not. So the legacy is my own to hold here. And I want that to be a fruitful legacy. I want that to be one that embraces and endorses growth, humanity, change, and collaboration. And I'm definitely willing to collaborate and help do what I can from my part for the city and for the people. I try my best to act as a liaison. A lot of times when this whole thing first started, I was removed from my home with my dog that I was recently reunited with, and I went to Canadian Tire and I bought a tent. And then everywhere I sat down, I was told to move. 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 Then one day I went probably to the store with my dog. I came back and my tent was gone. My home was destroyed. And that broke me. And from then on, I took a bit of a dark turn, but I'm trying my best to turn that around and be a helpful person and be as much of a committed member to the community as I can. And we all face crises, and it's how we respond to it, and it's how people respond to us that showcase our strength and our character, and it's a true testament to the character of the city as how we deal with this. So as much as you guys already know, I'm asking for your help, and I'm asking for you guys to let me know what I can do to help remedy the situation. Yeah. It's not easy, and there are difficult questions, and there's very extenuating circumstances, and lots of crazy things happen, and the way people respond to things can't always be kosher or can't always be the right way, but
Thank you.
it's the way.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes, are you finishing with your thoughts?
Yeah.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Wang, please.
I'm on the docket again. Thank you again, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Jamie, for delegating today. It's very brave of you to be here, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I wanted to ask Jamie, what is the feedback from your friends and other unhoused community members that you regularly interact with? What have you heard about this proposed protocol?
I haven't heard too much about it. I was trying to survey people yesterday to get some ideas, some fresh ideas. Some people were saying that they were thinking that they wish they could go back to the days of the hotel stays, which I understand is a little bit luxurious, but it's also very nice. But it definitely works in the meantime. So I think that in a sense is a good idea. I didn't get too many ideas of what exactly could be done other than I just want to be housed, and there wasn't too many constructive comments as of yet. But I know as what usually happens is you have a meeting and then everybody has opinions right after the meeting, even though you could have used them before. But so I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you, Jamie. Councillor?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'm mindful that Jamie and our current community, they are our bosses. They are the ones that have elected us to sit at this table. So I wonder if I can ask Jamie, what are her thoughts on what we can do to be more collaborative and to essentially repair relations between the housed and the unhoused. As we have heard from delegates before you, Jesse and Lisa, about that combative relationship where the unhoused feel that they have been othered, and then what can we do as your elected council to push relations forward?
I know that it can be difficult in the sense of administration when it comes to the access to housing list. And I know that it's a very long list, and tracking down all those people and making sure that all of them have their taxes done and that you have up-to-date information for everybody is, that's a really intensive manhunt, and that's a lot to ask of you guys. But what I can suggest is, from the circle of people that I know, I can provide you a list of names of people and kind of see where they're at status-wise, if their taxes are done, if they've done access to housing, if they're working with people. I can give you guys a centered list of my close contacts and where they're at, and that way we can kind of use that as a model or mold to see what's happened to some people, why the list is taking so long. That would be my suggestion.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Jamie, for those suggestions. And Deputy Mayor, I'm just mindful that we have a very willing group of community members that want to solve this as well. So I'm thankful that Jamie's delegation here today.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Again, thank you so much for coming out and for the delegation. And I did just want to follow up on some of those questions about peer work, because I think this is part of it, is we're in an untenable situation right now where there's not a place necessarily to go. And so how do we do the best we can in the situation we're in? And part of that's being, we've talked a lot about the enforcement side of things, and I think that's an important conversation to have, but there's also what are the supports we're actually giving? And I know you've been directly involved in some of that peer work already. Could you talk about why that's valuable, and then maybe what would scaling it up, or what would some resourcing of that lead to?
I think one of the reasons why peer work is so valuable is because it acts as a bridge between per se, the suits and the people. And a lot of times, some people, it's not that you guys are intimidating, but this could be an intimidating circle of people to come stand up to. And especially for some people, they may feel like they're coming up to whine to the big wigs. But to me, you guys are people, you're educated, you're some of the most knowledgeable people in the world about all of these things. And I think it's intimidation, and why it's there is a weird stigma that's probably stems from old historical BS. And I think peer work is there to kind of shatter that.
And thank you so much for that, because I think that speaks to the relationship building question earlier. And just so we're all on the same page, what does that peer work look like right now? What are some of those things going on?
It's going out into the community. It's picking up needles. I know, like, the community points thing, I always play a game where I'm just like, I get it and I get points and I'm like, all right, now I have powers. But I'm still a little kid in that way. I think it's talking to people, and sometimes there's ways and manners in which we talk to people that can be in a research formality, which I'm doing some. Those questions can come off so laborious and so interview-like and so formal, and it's exhausting. But there's ways of collecting information and talking to people that's a little bit more, I don't want to say like detective work or undercover, but just speaking to people and having conversations. You can draw out information and get things that you need without having to be a full, like a 45-minute sit-down interview and okay, let's go through all the trauma that you've been through and all that stuff. But if you allow people some time to talk and get to know them, I think that creates an ease of access, and then they can open up about those things that have happened to them that's probably preventative, preventing them from moving forward, because there's probably a lot of walls and a lot of trauma that people need to get over, and it's probably what gets hit when they're asked certain questions, and that's probably what stops them from opening up.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you coming out and for sharing those experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sometimes in government we look at the policy that's before us and we don't look at everything else that's going on this particular issue. And so when I was contemplating this policy I was also contemplating the good work of my colleague, Councillor Nan, in her role at CHH, and the fact that they are expediting the renovation of 456, I think it was, 76, thank you, 476 units.
$5.7 million is going into it.
I'm not sure. She's the expert. But regardless, my question is, does that type of housing first prioritization bring hope to you?
It does, and it definitely does. It opens a door, and I feel like that's so amazing. The amount of money, and because I think somebody was saying something around about like something about 600 homeless people or something like that, and so that number is very close to eradicating it. And the fact that it's going to cost $5.7 million, I think. I'm glad that the investment and the structure is going to be there, and I hope that it's a longevitous investment, but I would hope that it's not an expense that's egregious or going like way out of the way, because I feel like the city has a lot of space and a lot of facilities that may be unused, that maybe could be remodeled or renovated in a way that could help combat that. So I just hope that it's an expense that is an investment and it's for a longevitous future. So yes, it does give me a lot of hope.
Deputy Mayor, what I'm thinking I heard was that you're hopeful that it's not just going to be a standalone on that one project, that we're going to be looking for more projects where we can provide geared to income housing.
That would be ideal.
Thank you. If I can ask you, with your understanding of the policy that is being proposed here and your experience, does this policy give you hope?
It does give me hope. It gives me a sense of understanding, and it shows that you guys recognize the issue, and we're trying to kind of like put it in its proper place per se. So yes, it does give me hope, and I don't see it in any way as a negative. It's definitely a start, and many things have starts and many things have drafts, and it may not be the final one, but we're going to get there, and we're going to get there together.
Thank you, Councillor.
And the last question I have, over the last few decades, the houseless crisis, the homelessness crisis, it's been getting worse and worse. And we have heard many times about the homeless being stigmatized. In your words, no one else, does that type of stigmatization, how does that type of stigmatization impact you? And secondly, does it create situations for violence between people who are living in homes and in neighborhoods and those who are homeless living in the park?
What I've seen, especially during the COVID pandemic, is a much more combative attitude and a willingness for people to jump into arguments or maybe put their business in things that like don't need to be there. I think when it comes down to it, stigmatization, for a homeless person, it can be difficult to maybe have a shower that day, maybe have a razor, maybe have clean clothes, maybe have access to a cell phone or a computer. So to have all those things lined up, and then the chances are that they don't have all their ID and everything, to have all their cards in a row and have that full house that they need to go in and get that application done, there's a bunch of hurdles, and every second that they spend away from their tent per se, they could be thinking somebody's raiding my tent. This is going to be gone. So it's just, imagine you have these very special keys tucked away, and you're at constant threat of those being taken away. And those keys are what's going to get you into the castle, but you never have them all at the same time, and you're never dressed for the meeting. So I think there's a lot of that, and then a lot of people need to do some credit repair. And I understand those issues, and I understand finance, and I'm growing up in this world, and I'm becoming an adult, and I'm taking responsibility for my actions and for what I've done, and I'm trying to present a much more confident and understanding image of where business people are coming from, but I think where in the stigmatization lies is more so in that is the image that's presented and the lack of organizational skills that may have come from the situation, circumstances that they're in.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much for your candor today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, please.
Hi, Jamie. Thanks for being here. My only question was really just answered, so if you want to expand on it, great, but no pressure from me. It's more an opportunity for you to say some more about it if you wanted to, but a few things you said today were, you talked about the fact that folks who are thinking about getting their taxes done, they're thinking about all these barriers, these bureaucratic barriers. Yourself said at the beginning, look, like this thing, basically you said this thing came out a week ago. I've looked at it, but I haven't had time to digest it. It's been a week, right?
Yeah.
How do those barriers, I just want to give you a chance to talk about those barriers because you kind of hinted at them throughout what you were saying, and they sound like they're things that we should hear about if you want to share more.
I just think that it always feels like whenever you go somewhere, there's like a weird tic-tac-toe game, and somehow you've got two X's, but they've always topped with O's. So it just feels like you're always missing like two out of three tiny little things, and they always get you on that, and it can be very frustrating, and we need to have a little bit more of like catch-all places like ID clinics. We have a bunch of ID clinics, and there's a bunch of people literally out there, like seconds away. The Service Ontario building is right over there. It's right over there. That's where the health cards are. But then there's all these ID clinics and all this misdirection and all this mumbo jumbo, and I'm like, I don't understand why it's just not simplified and why we can't just all go to the Service Ontario building, which is right there, instead of going to all these other places to get like all this stuff. So it just seems that there's one central location for everything, but then all these tiny other little steps that like people either feel that they need to take or being misdirected to take. And it's not necessarily that it's a bad thing that we have the ID clinics. It's just, I feel that the simplest path between two places is a straight line, right? So I think that's the route that should be taken.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks. I think at the core of what you're saying is at the core of what everybody's been saying all day is that these things have to be inclusive at the core for everybody. Yeah. Parceling them off in different ways isn't meeting people's needs. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Our mayor?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Pauls. Hi, Jamie. I have one question, and it's about documents and being able to keep your documents and not. And I know that lots of folks have a challenge in keeping a hold of their documents because of various things that happen. And when I was visiting Thunder Bay in my other life, the Thunder Bay Legal Clinic had a pilot project where they were providing document keeping services for folks. I don't know that happens anywhere here in Hamilton. But would that be something that would be useful for people?
Yes, I was very scared to cut you off there, but I wanted to jump and say I think that is extremely useful, especially for anybody who wants to, in understanding everything, and some of us have some skills, some entrepreneurial skills and stuff like that, and even for you guys, the pressure to keep all these documents for 7 years or blah, 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 being scared to delete an email, nobody should live in that fear. But I think that would be a wonderful idea, and I don't think that people understand how necessary that would be and how much more helpful that would actually do. So yes, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Nan?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Jamie, for being here. Jamie, sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
Jamie, also congratulations on hopefully what will be a safe and dignified home at the end of this month.
I know, I can't
and all the steps that you've taken to get yourself there and all the people who've been around you to get you there too. That's awesome. Glad to hear that. My question for you is, I hear in your delegation the insight for us to all sit with about keeping processes simple, communicating openly, and moving towards an outcome that fundamentally supports other folks in our community, ending up like you, that by the end of the month or future month, have a home. When I read through the report and the prohibitions that are outlined and the criteria that's required to tell houseless folks where they can put up their tents, and there's a lot of them,
Yeah.
right? There's a lot of them. From your experience, is it easy to comply when there is, I think, 7 different pieces of prohibition, i.e. you cannot be near or up against a highway, sidewalk, entrance, or exit to a fire route, against or under, or be attached and tied to any building or permanent structure. You cannot be at cemeteries. You cannot be at any community garden, including any garden shed or greenhouse, on a pathway, sidewalk, parking lot, and or under any bridge, including pedestrian access points to such areas and structures, on or within a designated fire route, on or within an entrance, exit, or doorway to a building or structure, etc., on or within an accessible entrance ramp located in a way that blocks access to entrances or ramps, on or within an area identified susceptible to flooding, erosion, slope instability, other environmental hazards, but within 50 meters of a school, daycare, child care center, playground, pool, water park, spray pad, lake, beach, pond, water course or other body of water, or a dock, sport field, skate park, fitness amenity, golf course, baseball diamond, soccer pitch, tennis court, any other sports or multi-use court and or stadium, dugouts, stages, bleachers, and within 5 meters of private property, any transit stop, highway, specifically including a sidewalk, boulevard, bridge, funnel, tunnel, and any property with environmental heritage designation. Do you think that's something folks can keep in their mind while trying to figure out where to go?
That's definitely something that I think that I truly hope that nobody has ever lost or been evicted from their home, but like, that shock that happens when you're like, okay, where do I go? That's a lot to emotionally undertake. And that laundry list that you just listed off, while very accurate and depictive, I understand. And I would think that in ways, it's almost possible to do that, but I don't feel in the downtown core. Maybe on the mountain, that might be a little bit easier to accomplish, but it does seem a little bit impossible. But I know that we have geniuses around, and someone's going to find some spots that are within that. But yeah, no, it sounds very daunting.
Yeah, and I'm just mindful, through you, Chair, the comments that you shared with us so generously about, going about trying to take care of your business, and the anxiety of having to conform, let alone worry about your belongings as you leave it to take care of your business. And I'm mindful of what you've shared with us today in the context of having to look at this piece of work that my colleagues and I have to deliberate on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I turn the chair to Councillor Clark? My question is, the other delegates, I asked the question, if you get a house, and we don't want to portray any homeless as they need help, in a sense, the wrap around supports. Can I ask you, what support did you receive so that you are in this situation now that you're able to find a house?
Emmy, go ahead.
I think I met with the right people, and it was a lot of continuous. It was a lot of continuous nights and going through the same thing, and finally, an opportunity came up, and one of the girls from the Y, Michelle Marikowski, I believe, got the information and set it all up, and so there we go. And I think it was just more so about the availability and timing. And because I'm so familiar with them and I do so much work with them, that's kind of how the door opened up. And I think some people too, they see some of the work that I do and they get frustrated just because they feel like it's an oxymoronic situation. So I think that probably helped my narrative.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I do believe we all need a helping hand.
Yeah.
So I think support is so important in this issue. I really do. And I'm glad you are at this moment be able to find a house. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All
have the
right,
chair.
I'll
Go
take the
ahead.
chair back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No other speakers, so we're going to move on. What's that? Oh, yes, I know. I'm just taking my time. Okay, we have one more delegate. It's Leon Blaze. Leon, thank you for coming. And you have 5 minutes. The bell will ring, but you still have an extra minute, so don't stop, okay? Keep going. I will let you know when it's time. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Me. My name is Leon Blaze. I'm 42 years old. I'm currently an outreach worker with St. Patrick's de Mazenod Door Outreach. We serve 300 to 500 meals every single day. I participate in outreach work to encampments, and personally, I was a drug addict for many years, and I've lived in encampments myself. Both my parents overdosed and died. My mom just in November. And basically, I'm here to voice my opposition to getting lenient with encampments. I'm a victim of harm reduction. At 6 years old, I poked myself with harm reduction supplies and caught hepatitis. And I don't think that's anything any of the children in our community should go through. Daily, I have to deal with people that come to our place from the encampments that have went through violence, excessive drug use. So St. Patrick's School's right beside us. All the time, I'm having to deal with people injecting drugs into their veins, leaning against the school. In fact, just last month, I had to ask Jamie to leave our property for doing drugs on our property, which is pretty interesting. Many of the people back here in your encampments.
Point of order, sorry.
Okay, can you, yes, I just don't name people, but.
Okay, excuse, I didn't know that.
Thank you. Keep going,
Many of the
please.
people
Thank
in the encampments back there have been my friends for a couple decades. I've personally been in their homes, their subsidized housing that they chose to not respect, not pay the rent, and now they're out front claiming, defund police, we have a right to housing. We cannot defund police. We need to increase the money that's given to them so they can keep our community safe. They need to strengthen the 50 meters from a school. That's not far enough. Our children should not be forced to have to see people who are making the choices of their life. If our city council can't draw a distinction between the people who are making their choices and the people who are living life, see, along with rights comes responsibilities, right? So in order to get those rights, you have to live a certain way. So I've worked as an outreach worker for 3.5 years now. And the 6 years prior to that, I was bouncing around the encampments, lost in drugs, not going nowhere. I lost everything I owned. And basically those encampments, okay, so we'll say out of the encampments, maybe 1% of the people don't do drugs. So the people that don't do drugs and are forced to live homeless, yes, they deserve a place to encamp, a place that's patrolled by security and protected so their stuff is safe. And along with human rights comes responsibilities. And I think that our city council has to hold our citizens accountable. And that's all I have to say. I came down here, I wasn't aware of the meeting until too late, but I hope that I've impressed upon you my opinion.
Thank you. Wow. Any question? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for being here, and I'm really sorry about the passing of your mom. Yeah. So my condolences. It sounds like you've had a lot of hurt in your life, and that makes me sad. You talked about living in encampments.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you wanted to expand on what kind of, what would have made your life easier in terms of your interface with the community, the services offered, those kinds of things,
Well, definitely as an outreach worker,
while you were living in the encampment. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, speak right through the mic. I want to hear this.
access to showers and to bathroom facilities obviously are a human right. But the problem is people that are actively involved in drugs, when they go into the bathrooms, they're sitting in there. So I personally have found dead bodies at work. I've Narcaned so many people. And as much as everybody deserves respect, people that are using drugs behind the walls of those bathrooms don't respect themselves. How are we supposed to respect people who don't respect themselves?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I was just asking you to speak to your personal experience of what might have assisted you, and you mentioned showers, water.
What really assisted me was when I stopped hanging around the encampments. As soon as I started making the right choices, I'm now housed. I live a stable life.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pauls. And I listened very respectfully to the previous delegates, took some notes under advisement. I just want to say, Leon, as you have given, if you will, a counter opinion, a counter argument in terms of your lived experience, and just want to say an inspirational story and the transformation of your life. I just want to say how much I want to congratulate you and,
Thank you.
and admire you for what you've done. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll pass the chair as well. I'm just wondering, how did you recover from drugs? How was that process? You lived in tents less than 3 years ago, and now you're here delegating. Can you just...
One day I went to St. Patrick's Church and I asked for help for some personal issue, and some woman came out. Her name was Kat. She's no longer there, but she came out and she looked me in my eye and she made me feel like a human. So eventually, when I was getting more sober in life, I went back and asked if I could start volunteering there. So I started volunteering, and eventually that volunteering ended up into a job that I've been at for a few years. And it was basically, it was a child that motivated me to change my life. And it was pretty simple. I just evaluated who did I want to be for that child. And obviously, I didn't want to be the type of person I was, because I was quite a punk in my youth, and I just wanted to be a good person and a good dad. So that's what motivated me to change.
Thank you for sharing that. I also want to ask you, I know sometimes when, and we want to make sure, everybody needs a helping hand. Whether you're drugs or not, everyone needs a help. I need a helping hand.
Sure.
We all do. I want to ask your opinion. When people say they're afraid of the cops going there, we call the cops if we need to. We call EMS, we call the fire department. What was your feeling when you saw the EMS, the police there? What were the feelings in you?
All my life, I was raised in a family where authority was I was sort of bred to believe that authority was someone to be scared of and stuff. So I would always run. I would run the opposite way, and I would change locations. And that's how I felt about them at that time. These days, I work very closely with the Social Navigation Squad. I've known Pete for 27 years.
Wow.
Through my incarceration, we were enemies, always button heads. Same with me and many of the Hamilton police officers. But I've grown to respect them, and I know that for our society to grow and to be safe, that we definitely don't need to defund the police. We need to increase their abilities. Instead of handcuffing them like this and say, go chase that guy, It's not that we're all human. And any police officer that you treat with respect and dignity will give you that same respect back. And that's from my personal experience, and I've had extensive interactions with the police since I was 12 years old.
Thank you for saying that, and thank you for delegating, being honest, and and I'm so glad that you have a new path, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. God bless you as well.
I don't
You have
see
the
any-
chair.
I don't see anyone else, so thank you. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations? Councillor Wang, Councillor Francis, thank you.
Councillor Beattie, are you able to vote? Would you like me to mark you as in favor?
Are you Councillor Tattison?
No, just
Oh, Councillor
Beattie.
Councillor Beattie, thumbs up? Okay, thank you. And thank you, it carried 15-0. We're going to move on to staff presentation, and 8.1, proposed encampment protocol. And it's citywide. We have Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Service Division, and Monica Chirello, Director Licensing and Bylaw Services, are with us to provide the presentation. Thank you for presenting this morning. Thank you. Chair. Oh, okay, Councillor, yeah.
And thank you for that, Chair. I just, before we start the presentation, I just want to welcome, and I apologize for it, but I'll be 30 seconds. I want to welcome students from Strathmore McNabb High School, St. Thomas More Secondary School, who are going to be the new Ward 14 Youth Council moving forward. So they're here to watch a bit of our GIC meeting today. We're going to take them on a quick tour, but I just wanted to introduce them and welcome today to GIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. All right. We'll go with the staff presentation, please. Michelle. Oh, yes, Director Nancy Burton. Oh, General Manager, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Before Director Cirillo and Director Baird provide the presentation, I'd like to provide a few introductory comments. And I think it's fair to say that this is a highly complex issue, and municipalities across the province and the country, internationally even, are struggling with similar issues to the ones that we're facing in Hamilton. I'd like to share that the need for the protocol, an encampment protocol, reflects a sobering and unacceptable reality. And it's fundamentally at odds with our values and beliefs that housing is a human right. I want to say thank you to the delegates for delegating today, and we would agree with them that the answer is housing with supports. And I think it's also safe to say that those around this table, as well as the community and staff, are committed to working towards permanent housing and appropriate supports for every individual. The encampment protocol and the report that you have before you is not a solution for homelessness. It's a framework to guide our approach to encampments. And in fact, you heard earlier from delegates who attended the stakeholder sessions that the primary priority for everyone around the table was housing, permanent housing, every individual deserving a home, and having the services and the supports to ensure that they can stay in that home and to be in community and in a place of belonging. And so we have, as staff, put before you recommendations. There was a thought, and Michelle will get further into the stakeholder sessions, but the thought that even if we establish sanctioned sites while we continue to commit to permanent housing solutions, that we would still need a protocol because there would be individuals who would choose to be in other areas rather than a sanctioned site. And for the autonomy of the individual, we would want to ensure that they would have choice in terms of where they would be. And so the protocol before you is proposed to be adopted. But I think the main recommendation is to move to the recommendation of sanctioned sites with services and supports. Should council choose to approve that recommendation, we would be the second in the province. Toronto currently has an encampment or sanctioned encampment pilot, and Waterloo has a sanctioned encampment site that functions more like an outdoor shelter. I'm sharing that to give you an example of the progress that I think that we are making in Hamilton in having inclusive collective conversations. And I would like to share that as the delegates were talking about language in the report or the protocol that may have appeared to dehumanize individuals living in encampments, we take that seriously. The protocol itself starts with a set of guiding principles that attempts to reflect our values. And if that language has not been consistently threaded through either the report or the protocol, I'd just like to say that we're committed to working with the delegates and others during the period of public input to ensure that the language does reflect our values as staff and community. I'd like to thank the staff for all the work that they have done, as well as the councillors who have provided feedback, and also we've been working to understand over the last little while the approach to encampments. We do need clear direction from council today on how, what approach council would like us to take. And I will then turn it over to Director Baird and Director Sorello to lead you through the presentation. After the presentation, they will return to the bench so that those of us on the senior team, as well as the directors, can participate in the questions and the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Angie Burton, and we'll turn it to Michelle Baird to start. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division.
And Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services.
And we're here today to talk you through a bit of the process that got us here and where we are with encampments overall. As you heard through the morning from the delegates, encampments continue to be a complex issue in the city of Hamilton, and not only in the city of Hamilton. It's not a Hamilton issue. It's not an Ontario issue. It's much broader. We're seeing it in our colleagues across Canada and beyond. The issue of encampments, as we heard, very much is about the lack of affordable housing. It's also tied to low social assistance rates and income overall. We're seeing issues with opioids and ongoing issues with raising costs of rent and housing overall. So it's a complex issue, not one that we can solve today, as GM Burton mentioned, but instead we're putting some framework to how we're managing the encampments we have in the city. In fact, today I'm coming to you at a time when our shelter system is at capacity for men, women, and families. We have very small numbers of beds in our youth system, so simply moving individuals into the shelter system is not a solution, either from a place of number of beds or for many reasons, shelters aren't the situation that some of these clients need. So since July 2020, and as you can see, this is not a new problem for us. We've been taking different approaches to how we work with encampments in the city. We've taken enforcement-based approaches. We are now in a place where we're using a housing-led approach to encampments. We've had protocols, we've operated without protocols, and so again, it's an issue without a simple answer. Right now, we are working, so that you're aware, in a housing-led approach to encampments. That means that if there are complaints, if there are issues brought to our attention, they come into housing services first. We have a group of housing-focused street outreach. It's a team of individuals that works with us. They are the first connect with encampments. For the most part, they're engaging with individuals, trying to connect to service, ascertain where they are within the system, provide them with water, snacks, again, connect them with services. There are some extenuating circumstances where there are immediate health and safety issues, and those are immediately brought to the attention of MLE. Although I say that we work in a housing-led approach right now, and we do that, and we are the first point of connection, I can tell you that it's a highly collaborative approach to encampments right now. We do meet 3 times a week with the encampment response team overall. It's our colleagues in MLE, ourselves in housing, Parks is there, we have individuals from Waste, we can bring in paramedics, police, social navigation as needed, and truly we are working, it's a collaborative table, looking at the different encampments that exist in the city, what the issues are, and what's the best approach we can use, either collectively or as our own agencies, to address the needs of the individuals that are there. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and we truly do try to exhaust as many opportunities as we can to either move people into a shelter system or into housing or connect with services, family, friends, what have you, before we go to a place of enforcement. All right, so back on February 8th, we received direction from council. Staff was directed to go away and convene a couple of meetings with a group of stakeholders. The stakeholders were specifically specified with respect to who we were going to meet with, and the purpose of that direction and those meetings was to establish a new encampment protocol. We came at that point, you'll recall, we were coming before you with the outcomes of the facilitated sessions that were held in 2022, as well as a proposal with how we were going to work with encampments. But there was no protocol that was accompanying that report, so the direction to staff was to go away, engage with these groups, groups both that support individuals in encampments, there were shelter providers there, agencies that support the homeless serving sector overall, and come back with a protocol. And again, this is the second part of that direction, really, to go away and come back with a protocol. You would have heard from some of our guests this morning, the delegates, that through those sessions, we really were focused on the development of a protocol. We understood and heard clearly that the solution really was housing. The solution continues to be both affordable housing, housing with supports, increased access to housing overall. However, the direction was clear to us that we were to come back with a protocol, and so we really tried to focus the session. The other piece of that, of course, is there's lots of voices around the table, lots of variety, I would say, with respect to the voices we heard from, and we really did want to give an opportunity to everyone to be able to put their voices forward, sort of suggest their solutions, suggest the issues they were seeing right now, and work toward trying to find a protocol. So, on the what we heard. So through those sessions, they were held on March 24th and March 27th. We had 2 sessions in total. There were 11 organizations that were represented through those sessions, but for some of the organizations, it included multiple stakeholders. So we had fairly full rooms, I would suggest. Again, the voices represented there really were stakeholders, some individuals who lived in encampments right now, individuals who previously lived in encampments, agencies that support individuals in encampments, as well as some of our shelter providers and homeless serving sector in Hamilton. So a bit of a breadth of voices at the table, I would suggest. And although there was some consistency in what was suggested, there was some variance in what the ideas brought to the table were as well. So from those sessions, we went away, themed the information that we heard, documented what the asks were from the group, what people were looking for overall. Although we were directed to go away and come back with a protocol, overwhelmingly there was interest in the sessions to come back with some form of sanctioned sites. That in the sessions, individuals were looking for more than one, likely 3 to 5 in that range of sanctioned sites within the city. And it was clear that within a sanctioned site, they were looking for a place that there was some stability, that individuals in encampments weren't going to be moved. They would be able to remain connected to their community. Part of the reason that people are in encampments is this is their social circle, this is their community. And so there was a desire to have a site where they knew they could go, services would be provided to meet basic human needs, and ultimately there would be ongoing connection both with services as well as with their community, friends, family. There was lots of discussion about tent limits, and this really came from a place that the discussion in those sessions started from a place, there was a request from the individuals in attendance, not all, but through some, that a good starting place would be to look at the previous encampment protocol, look at what worked and what didn't work within that. And so as a result, there was lots of discussion about tent limits. How many tents makes up an encampment? How many individuals are in a tent? Very granular details, I would suggest. And in the end, landed somewhere in that 5 to 10 range. You'll see in the protocol in front of you that we came to a place of saying 5 tents in the interest of, again, space and being able to accommodate that kind of encampment. The other issue that no one here will be surprised about that gained a lot of attention in those sessions is the VI SPDAT, which is the Vulnerability Index. It's a service prioritization tool. Basically what this is, it's an assessment tool that's used voluntarily with individuals, not just in encampments, but in the homeless serving sector overall. In the previous protocol, you might know that there was a component of the protocol that was based on the VI SPDAT. And so the assessment and what your level of acuity coming out of that assessment would be part of the decision-making on whether or not you could stay situated where you are or if you had to move on from the encampment. And we heard loud and clear that that was not appropriate and that they wanted that removed. And you will see that the VI SPDAT does not inform any part of the existing protocol before you today. The other thing we heard loud and clear was about moving people as a last resort, be sort of a priority that we look at. That moving causes lots of issues. First of all, it's disruptive for the individual. It's also disruptive for the service providers. So suddenly the service providers, be they medical staff, be they colleagues, peer workers, what have you, our own outreach workers, it takes a lot of time to find individuals when they're constantly moving from site to site. There was also language used that when we move people around, it doesn't necessarily address the solution. It might just, it just moves people out of that particular site in the moment. It's not actually a solution long term. And then lastly, we heard lots about supports and services. And you heard that this morning from some of the delegates as well, that part of what was asked for really is that we consider putting washrooms, putting access to water, showers, hydro, whatnot, within a sanctioned site or within an encampment site overall. And so that was one of the pieces that was raised. It's not in the protocol before you, but rather there is a recommendation that staff report back on that particular piece of work, simply because there is some work to figure out what that's going to look like for all of us. And it's not necessarily directly tied to a protocol, but versus if we decide to go the route of sanctioned sites, if we decide to identify areas where encampments could exist in proximity to services, what do those services look like, and where there are gaps, how do we address those gaps? So all of that we heard during those sessions, but again, very much in the context of this is what's needed, as opposed to what should necessarily inform the protocol. And so we do have a recommendation that we report back. And on this point, I'm going to turn it over to Monica.
Thank you, Michelle.
So So staff took what we heard and we have developed with best practices from other municipalities as well as conversations and lessons learned from previous protocols, the proposed encampment protocol, which is here before you today. The protocol before you today will still continue to be a housing-led approach to ensure that individuals in encampments are connected to housing resources and supports. It's important to know that housing will remain to be the first point of contact. So those are for internal staff members as well as those that are living in encampment sites. They will see a housing outreach first, or a housing outreach worker first. And housing will continue to lead those cross-departmental meetings that Michelle had mentioned earlier with all departments across the city, including our counterparts in Hamilton Police. Sanctioned sites, also mentioned by Director Baird, was something that was identified by the community stakeholders constantly, recommending that we should identify and implement these throughout the city. If this is the direction that is supported by council, city staff would work on the development of a sanctioned site during that public input period. Staff would conduct a municipal scan to determine what other municipalities, not only in Ontario or Canada, have these sanctioned sites, but also try to understand what does the sanctioned site model look like? Who would operate it? How would it operate? And where would it be? We would bring these options back to council in August. It's important to note that the proposed protocol could also be implemented independently of the sanctioned site investigation, and we would bring all of this again back to council come August. So this is a breakdown of our current approach, meaning what we have done between January and today, as well as comparing it to the proposed approach which is before you today. So the city, again, will continue to see a housing first approach. The city will continue to address all healthy and safe concerns, utilizing the processes identified in the protocol. I think that this is an important point because we need to have parameters. Staff need to have parameters and direction of how to address these concerns that we come across. We've come across concerns when it comes to propane tanks. How do we action that? How quickly are we going in? We've had weapons we have found in there, discarded needles. We identify that this is a concern not only for city staff that are going in, members of the community, but also those that are residing within the encampment sites themselves. So what is new? And I certainly heard it through the delegates this morning and questions between the councillors today. It's fair to say that the parameters and those areas that are prohibited are explicit in this protocol, and that was intentional by staff. One of the lessons learned from our previous operation of the previous protocols was that they weren't explicit enough, and we didn't know when or where people would be able to go. So that was done with intent. What you're going to see that's new is a maximum personal space allotment. And what that does is it identifies that a single tent and all of its associated belongings cannot exceed a 3x3 meter or a total 9 square meter if there are 5 tents within that encampment. This approach is consistent with other cities and attempts to address the accumulation of garbage and debris, which is one of the largest complaints that we receive as a city. You will also notice a 5-tent limit. This was in the previous protocol and it is being reintroduced in this protocol. In addition to the 5 tents, there's also a distance requirement between encampment sites. So in between those encampment clusters, there must be a space of at least 50 meters separation. Staff recommend this as a balance of sheltering needs while reducing, again, the potential complaints that we continue to receive, which is garbage and debris, noise, and a conflict between encampment and public members using those green spaces. We do have Director Graham here as well, who will be able to speak to this further, but the distance requirements that are in the protocol today still do allow portions of city parks to be used as encampment sites. The protocol also outlines prohibited areas, which are outlined in the slide up on the screen. The proposed protocol prohibits areas that have significant foot and vehicle traffic. So this would be your sidewalks, your roadways, and your pathways. This is currently being enforced now under our current approach, as it is a health and safety concern for the individuals in encampments as well as the public using that space. There's presently no distance requirements from private property. That is a new introduction into our proposed encampment approach, and that would require 5 meters from any private property. Private property raises an interesting consideration because at present, under the current approach, you cannot have an encampment on private property, but those are dealt with in a different means, and they are trespassing, in which case Hamilton Police would be involved. To balance the public and private interests of the community, the proposed protocol prohibits encampments on a variety of recreational assets. Those are outlined in the protocol before you, but just to highlight a couple of them, it's 50 meters of a playground, pool, water park, or spray pad, 50 meters of a lake, beach, pond, or water course, 50 meters of any sports field, on any community garden, and any off-leash dog area. These locations are currently not being enforced under our current approach unless there's a serious health and safety concern that is present. Also identified in the protocol is limits from schools and daycares, and that's a 50-meter distance from any school or daycare. And lastly, the current approach does not establish a setback from sites with an environmental or heritage designation. Under the proposed approach in front of you, there would be a 5-meter distance separation from any heritage or environmental designated building. So all of this information is to say we have 5 recommendations before you today. 2 of them are which are on the screen before you. Staff are recommending that Council adopt the proposed encampment protocol that is before you today, which will provide guidance for encampments throughout the city and for it to be implemented in May of this year. That staff are also recommending that the protocol before you today be available for public comment. This will allow the broader community residents of the city an opportunity to provide input on the approach that we are taking, and staff would bring back a final protocol, including those comments, to committee in August of this year. That staff be directed to conduct a jurisdictional scan of those municipalities that currently offer sanctioned encampment sites and bring back those potential sites within the city. And lastly, that staff be directed to work with stakeholders to address additional supports into the encampment response, including washrooms, showers, and access to drinking water, as well as peer support. So hopefully that provides a little bit more of an overview to allow for a broad discussion on what is proposed and what we are currently doing. And absent anything else from Michelle, that's everything for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Michelle and Monica. We have some questions, so you'll go back to your seat there, and then we'll ask the questions. First is on the list is Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have several questions regarding just I think the fundamental what were the fundamental assumptions that were made? May I ask through you, Deputy Mayor, how many encampments do we currently have in the city, and how many tents do we currently have in the city, just as a foundational set?
Michelle?
Yes, through the chair. So with respect to question number 1, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 encampments in the city right now. They vary in size, and so I can't tell you how many tents that we have, in fact, but we have approximately 100 encampments that are active encampments.
Thank you. Then my follow-up question is, if we have 100 encampments and this protocol is saying 5 tents per encampment, are we saying, just by assumption, we're looking at approximately 500 tents there and about?
Michelle?
Through the chair. So with respect to the number of tents versus the number of encampments, what I can say to you is not every encampment will have 5 tents. There are lots of individuals who, for all sorts of reasons, choose to live a bit more solitarily, so they might want to have a tent by themselves, and so it would be an encampment without another tent. 1 tent could be an encampment, while we would also have some that would have upwards of the 5 tents. And so I don't think it's actually correct to say that we would have 500 versus that would be the maximum number.
Councillor?
So where I'm trying to reconcile this, Deputy Mayor, is that in the back court of City Hall, we have approximately 30 tents. Given this protocol, it would look like we would have to have 6 encampment sites. But because of the prohibitions, I'm struggling to understand where we would put 6 encampment sites. But in all actuality, we're probably looking at not only is the number of 1,600 unhoused currently, but if we're assuming 5 per 100 tents, and I understand that that is exactly what Director Baird has said, that that's not totally the case, but I'm trying to wrap some big numbers around this. Given the prohibitions in this protocol, do we have enough encampment sites potentially listed that can house, say, 500 tents? I'm just struggling to understand the reality of this, so.
Director Michelle, or who would like to answer that? Cynthia.
So through the chair, I'll start. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development, and I'll refer it to Cynthia Graham for some details. So that was a consideration in looking at the different aspects of the protocol, is would it leave sufficient locations to have encampment sites under the protocol. So I will say that there are a number of locations across the city. Most of our larger parks, most of our larger open spaces would be eligible to be encampment sites for either one encampment or multiple encampments. And I'll refer from there to Cynthia.
Cynthia.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So I'll just reiterate that, yes, we've done a preliminary scan. We don't have, a listing or location identification at this time, but we felt that there was a reasonable amount of locations that would fit the protocols that would be eligible for encampments.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that. So then again, down my sort of continual foundational bit of understanding this, do we have enough access in all of those number of sites that you had identified, Director Graham, and actually through you, Deputy Mayor, do we have enough of the infrastructure in place? Like, do we have enough bathrooms? Do we have access to electricity? Is there heat at any and all of these locations that you've identified through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Director Cynthia?
Through the chair, so that's part of the analysis that we will need to do once the protocol, if the protocol is accepted by council, we can go away and do that look at the sites that would meet those parameters. I would have to say off the top of my head that likely many of them wouldn't have access to washrooms and running water and electricity. Several might, and that would be part of what we would look at.
I think GM Angie Burton wants to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Burton, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Would just like to add to what Director Graham has said. The protocol would permit up to 5 tents per site. That is the protocol as is in front of you based on where someone can and cannot set up a tent. The recommendation for sanctioned sites would have more than 5 tents, and then would enable staff to identify where would be the best location to ensure the services and supports, including washroom facilities and the things that you've mentioned through the chair to the councillor.
Thank you.
It's both and. Thank you.
And thank you. Councillor?
So thank you for that clarification, because reading this protocol, I was under the impression that every 5 tent site is meant to be a sanctioned site.
No.
So I feel like that, thank you for that clarification, because that was really tough for me to just kind of draw the line there. The last bit is that Director Baird and I had an opportunity to attend the AMO Homelessness Symposium that happened on May the 3rd and 4th. And I heard from delegates today that there's a combative relationship between housed and unhoused in our community. And one of the interesting aspects of that was the City of London had a whole of community approach. So I wanted to ask through you, Deputy Mayor, is there that opportunity to try and repair relations and to also develop another, say, whole of community type approach that's similar to what London has laid out?
Okay, who would like to, Michelle, Director? Or?
Through the chair, yes. So in listening to what it was that London had put forward, and they have, so it's London, Ontario, and they have some exciting plans that they're putting forward with respect to how to address their homelessness issues within the community. Not specifically about encampments, but about homelessness overall. And it is a whole of community approach by which agencies certainly that serve the homelessness serving sector, hospitals, police, the city and multiple city departments, of course, as well as mental health services are all together and sort of working through these issues collectively. They had 3, I think they might not have had 3 summits as of yet, but they have 3 summits planned that were specifically focused on coming to some collective goals and collective opportunities. I do think that J.M. Burton and I have had some discussion about the London approach coming out of that session, and that, yes, there is opportunity that how do we engage with stakeholders, engage with providers, but engage in that collective way so that we all have both a shared understanding and respect for each other's roles and bringing shared opportunity to the table. So I think we can explore what that could look like.
Thank you, Director. Councillor.
Time?
You have 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay, fantastic. So I wanted to also understand how is that funding shift from the existing coordination response team, so the first sort of protocol, how will that funding shift to this existing protocol? From what I see is that our existing CRT had 1 manager of housing outreach, 1 project manager, 3.5 street outreach workers, 2 municipal law enforcers, 1 supervisor in parks, and 2 police officers. So I'm just mindful that this is $1.3 million that we had already allocated. So I'd like to understand, 1, how much more money is left? 2, how is that funding going to be shifted as per recommendation B of this report?
And who would like to answer that? Director? There? Or?
Through the chair. So the funding that was previously approved and the funding that's in that recommendation, there is no additional resource in this particular recommendation. Those staffing supports are the staffing supports that can be used and need to be used to implement the new protocol. And so we'll continue on that journey. The manager that's within Housing Services really is that coordinating body across the whole and operating those coordinating tables, and that role will continue. And the outreach workers, I would just say there is a slight change in that we still have the same number of FTE, although a decision was made to use one of those FTEs specifically to hire an Indigenous outreach worker to meet the needs of our Indigenous community that are overrepresented within the homeless sector overall.
Thank you, Councillor. You want to be put on the second time?
Probably.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome to. Okay, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Several questions and probably need to come back should my colleagues not ask them in advance. So first of all, on the shared principles that were mentioned by General Manager Burton and that were in the appendix, in that it speaks to the need for intentional planning and good evidence that has measurable impacts and outcomes. Could staff please break that down? What's the plan for evidence gathering and measurement of the impacts and outcomes? And the language refers specifically to positive impacts and outcomes, but I think you're not limiting. It's important to not limit only hearing about positive impacts and outcomes, that we're actually just hearing about impacts and outcomes.
Director.
Through the chair. So yes, that's a very good point that the evaluation framework, we were directed to go away and come back with some measures that will continue to be developed, partially because it depends on what framework we're operating under, whether we have the protocol, and sanctioned sites, or we go a sanctioned site route. Yes, we certainly want to see that we're having positive impacts, meaning we're moving people from encampments into housing, and that continues to happen, or into shelter in some way, connections with services. But we can also collect information with respect to negative impacts, what those look like, how they're being mitigated, and how we use that information to change programming going forward.
Thank you,
That's
Councillor.
clarifying. Thank you. Through you, Chair, the next was regarding, sorry, it's a lot of notes on my part, my apologies. In terms of the spatial requirements between the 5 tents and then the cluster of tents. And just for public consumption, I have a hard time with measurements. That's just me. So the Hamilton sign outside is 25 meters. 2 of those is 50. Okay, so roughly 2 Hamilton signs between the clusters of 5 tents is what we're proposing. My question would be, if we were to, as a council and committee, reimagine how this forecourt in City Hall lands would be utilized by our residents who are unhoused currently, would that enable encampment clusters to be in the green spaces around the forecourt, given the limitation now of the 5 meters from a heritage designation and White Hern being a heritage designated property? I just want to better understand the visual of what's being proposed here. If you could just entertain me with that walkthrough of a scenario.
Who would like to answer that? Oh,
So through the chair, I'll try, and I don't want to sort of definitively say yes or no to a particular site, but I would think that the, and I forget what it's called, the green space in the southwest corner of the City Hall property would probably meet the encampment protocol requirements as an example.
Is that, through you, Chair, is that the Peace Garden?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that I'm just a visual person, and it's really helpful for me to just walk through this scenario in terms of trying to understand how the prohibitions and requirements show up. Okay, so bear with me. So if we have one, theoretically, an encampment at the Peace Garden, and then we need 2.5 Hamilton signs distance from the next cluster, would that then enable another cluster to be in the green spaces outside, let's say, the Ward 1, Ward 2 offices I know are over here on the building. So there's green space there, then there's green space by the Workers' Monument, then there's green space over by the flagpole. So if you could just help me visualize what the clusters would look like if this site was.
Yes, through the chair. So again, not being specific to sort of a definitive answer, but that is the kind of separation we're looking at. So if you look at a larger space, like a Gage Park, for example, the protocol would permit multiple clusters within a larger space like that, as long as they had those separations between the different clusters.
And so based on that then, Chair, the same is true for the forecourt.
Through the chair, in terms of the green spaces around City Hall, I would say yes. If they meet those protocol tests, then they would be permitted sites. But again, we'd have to look at them as individual sites if they do occur in those locations.
Got it. Thank you. On the physical measurements and appreciating, I asked one of our delegates the question, how could you possibly contain clarity around where to set up a tent as a houseless individual? So can staff walk me through what would it look like? Should committee approve this today and council ratify it? What is the activity staff are going to engage in to support our encampment residents to be in compliance with all of these prohibitions and measurements, requirements?
Director Chiarello?
Through the chair to the councillor, on the ground, if an officer is assessing whether they're in a prohibited or permitted site, they would use their discretion to determine the distances. We would work with our folks in Public Works. So again, I will ask Director Graham to speak if there's anything else I miss. GIS, depending on how far they can be from certain sites, we will utilize that information. If we find that someone is in an area that is not permitted as per the protocol, we would issue a voluntary compliance notice simply saying, we are asking you to leave this location because it is not in compliance with the protocol for X distance. If that does not work, we would escalate enforcement. That may look like a notice of trespass if voluntary compliance is not achieved. But again, officers on the ground would have those conversations with the individuals in encampment sites, advising whether they are permitted or prohibited in that area, and perhaps where another site may be that would be in compliance with the protocol.
Director Cynthia, did you want to add anything else?
Through the chair, the only thing I think I would add is the definition of space around tents assists with our staff's ability to do litter pickup and things, activities such as that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Through you, Chair, just to supplement then, I'm trying to get clear about how do we make sure in-house people are empowered to adhere to the prohibitions and the measurement requirements? Are we going to be handing out tape measures? I'm not trying to be facetious here. I really want to best understand this. If this is truly going to be a human rights focused approach, then we're walking in a way with our houseless individuals that enables them to set up in places in a way in which they are successful in setting up versus being brought into a requirement to be notified through a notice on their tent about compliance.
Director Chiarello, or?
So through the chair, I'll start and certainly recognize with any initiative like this, there's going to be a learning period. There's going to be some information for people to get used to. As both Monica and Michelle said, the first interaction will be with housing outreach workers who'll be able to explain some of the different requirements and hopefully provide some assistance in that regard. I would say with respect to the notices that Monica referenced, we've also kind of recognized that those probably need to be clearer and provide some additional information because they don't contain very much information right now. So that's something that the bylaw group is looking at, as well as whether or not when those notices are provided, if it gets to that stage, that those are clear and provide some information to the people receiving the notices as well. So I think at a staff level, as this protocol was being developed, we certainly recognized that there's going to be a period of learning here. I would say both for the advocates and the service groups who support some of the people living in encampments, the people living in the encampments, and for staff as well. It's going to take some time for our staff to understand all of the different elements of the protocol. And I think one of the reasons why the suggestion is that we have it as try it in the field for a while and then come back is because I fully anticipate there'll be issues that we didn't contemplate or interpretations or those sorts of things that may arise, which would probably be helpful to have a check-in on the protocol after a couple of months.
Thank you, GM Thorne. And did you want to add something? No? Okay, great.
Director Baird just activated.
Through the chair, in addition to what GM Thorne explained, for our housing-focused street outreach workers, we do know that we need some tools to support the clients directly, as well as service providers and our own staff, quite frankly, because it's most helpful to us as well as to the clients to be able to say where it is people can go, as opposed to trying to have people interpret themselves where they can't go. So we do know that that suite of tools is needed, and we know that we're working collectively together to make that happen.
Thank you. And that was your time.
Oh, that went by fast.
Yeah.
Second time, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I'm mindful that in a position of authority, the things I say have impacts, and I really appreciate the delegate who said twice now that this isn't about heroes and villains, that she's not interested anyways in heroes and villains, and frankly, either am I, though I recognize that, of course, I contribute to that narrative because of where I sit. I say that at the outset of this because I want to be clear about where I'm coming from. I don't support A and B. I don't support this protocol in the way it's currently written. It's way too restrictive. As I've heard from people in camp, as I've heard from folks who are advocating for them, the game we're playing now is like, where can someone go then? The answer is like practically nowhere. And that's what we're left with. I want to return to the slide in the presentation which talked about council direction, because for me, what we're doing here, right, is we're having a conversation about a policy, but then ultimately we're putting forward a motion which just gives direction to staff. Staff go away, they do a thing, they come back with a thing, we vote on it, right? That's the process we all understand we're here for. But when there's a gap between the direction and the result, then it delays things, it prolongs things, and then I'm kind of like, uh-oh, what did I get wrong? What did I do wrong? Because I'm the one who put this motion forward, so that's why I'm asking myself that question. So I'm going to ask that question to staff too. It says here that this should be providing direction to Housing and Services Division staff. That's the group who should be doing this work. HSD staff, it says right in the motion. To be directed to convene a minimum of 2 meetings, which means they could convene 17 meetings if they wanted to, but a minimum of 2. So there's still a chance here, I think, for further meetings to have taken place. And I think it's what we totally heard here today was that there was a disconnect in those meetings. So I'm just going to flag that right away as already being council direction. The second thing I want to say, I think is really important to say, and then I'll come to my question, which is that these meetings be held to develop a new encampment protocol, and I want to pause here. Rooted in an approach that upholds the human rights of residents living encamped and reflects the concerns shared by the delegates who presented on January 18th. That's it. Now, I understand that may be a challenging directive to fulfill, but it doesn't have say in there anywhere anything about the following things I heard today and continue to hear. A balance to reduce the potential complaints we continue to receive, a balance the public and private interests of the community. It's my understanding as a councillor that it's our job here to represent residents, right? Each one of us hears from residents on a regular basis, and it's our job to come here and represent those residents if we see that we don't feel like the policy measures up. But the direction wasn't to go away and look at every single possibility and permutation here. It was to do what I read out, and I want to say it again, rooted in an approach that upholds the human rights of residents living encamped. We heard from folks living encamped that this doesn't uphold that. We heard from folks who spend their days every day with people who says it doesn't uphold that. So there's a gap there. And I don't, in the position I'm in now is to give direction. I heard today we need direction from council about this. I don't know how to be any clearer. Like I've tried everything I can, humanly possible, to say this in a way that's dramatically clear. These are Councillor Nan's words, actually, I should say. She's the one who helped with the modification to get us to rooted in an approach. And I was like, yes, that's so clear. What do we do in a situation where we feel, or I feel, I'll speak for myself, that the direction here was impeccably clear, but then the result is something different. And now we're back to a kind of square one-ish place in my heart anyways, that's where I feel, where I'm being asked to do such a level of wordsmithing that I don't think is possible. So
Councillor,
can I have the
what
answer
is
to
your
that question? That's the question.
That's the question?
What do I do in this situation? Like help me out.
What does the councillor do?
What direction do you need?
Okay, who would like to answer? What should the council do? Councillor Cretch do.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I'll start and then perhaps turn it over to Director Baird. Our understanding was that we needed to develop a protocol and approach to encampments. My understanding is that when the stakeholder sessions were held, the focus was very much on services and supports, how do we ensure housing, and the idea of sanctioned sites. The sanctioned sites option is before you. We had long discussions about how the process to identify a sanctioned site, how that would be received by council, considering that recognizing that there are varying approaches. We have had various conversations around the current approach to encampments. And when we then engaged in the stakeholder sessions, we needed to focus the conversation on understanding that supports and services are needed, understanding that we will go back and recommend sanctioned sites. How do we then create a protocol that guides staff's approach to current encampments, whether they are present now, before sanctioned sites are approved, or in absence of sanctioned sites being approved, or whether they happen afterwards. And so that protocol is an attempt to guide that. My understanding from the stakeholder sessions too was that when staff focused the conversations on we actually need to come back to council with a protocol, a framework to guide that response, that there was the tabling of the previous protocol, which was not necessarily by unanimous consensus, but was acceptable to the stakeholder group as a starting point. And so that's where we landed in terms of what you have before you. It would be council's decision to stay status quo or provide staff with different direction about the enforcement approach or the human rights approach, the housing services first approach. We could keep status quo and focus specifically on identifying sanctioned sites and the services and supports and bring that back. And certainly we're at council's direction in terms of those options.
Thank you, GM.
Thanks.
Councillor, did that answer or you?
Well, in some ways, it provided an answer to some things and introduced other questions, but I want to make sure I understand this. When you made your remarks at the beginning, General Manager Burton, you said that you acknowledged and understood there was a gap, right? That you heard what people were saying today was that they didn't feel, regardless of how we may feel, that folks felt there wasn't enough of a human rights-based approach the way we did this, right? And I will just flag that I think you're saying that you saw and heard there's a dissonance between the thing we've produced today and what people are continuing to say. That needs to happen in terms of the way we understand and center humans inside this process. And so, well, I guess I'm asking you is like, do you agree that there's that work that needs to be done still in terms of filling that gap?
GM? Or?
Through you, Chair, to the councillors. So my professional and personal opinion is that we would be best to have sanctioned sites with services and supports, and that would be the direction that is also before you in terms of staff's best recommendation for how we go forward. In terms of an encampment protocol, I think we still, as a community, as a city, need to have an understanding of when we have an unsheltered individual who is in a tent, where are the permitted spaces and allowable spaces for that tent to be put up or temporary shelter. And then we need to have direction to staff of if that tent or temporary shelter is in a location that is not compliant with the protocol, then what do we do? My acknowledgement at the beginning about this being a very complex issue is that it is highly complex, and I would say every single person in this room could have a very different opinion. In the absence of a protocol, there is no guidance for how we address things in a systematic, predictable, proactive way, and that is the purpose for the protocol that is before you. And we could go back and look at some of the restricted areas. So I'll give you an example. One of the areas that I thought about that is new in the protocol, or maybe it's new, but it struck me as I was reading it, is not having a tent close to waterways. So at first glance, I figured, well, do we need that? And that was put in as a measure of safety so that someone isn't going to be close to water and then fall in. We could look at removing some of those restrictions, but some of those restrictions are in there for public safety and as a guidance so that then when we are directing staff to respond to issues that are raised, that there is a clear and consistent understanding of the way in which we are responding.
Thank you.
So I won't ask any more questions. I'll just make a comment, and I might go on a second time to make more afterwards, but I'll just make a brief comment now.
About 38 seconds.
Well, I'll do my best in those 38. So, yeah, I just fundamentally think that this is structured in the wrong way. We have to tell people where to go. And then when people have a place they can actually go, we can have a conversation about what that might look like. This is based in an enforcement strategy. I think that's not the way to go here. I see this report written by Housing Services and then also by municipal law enforcement. The root of what this is centered in is law enforcement. That is not the direction. So I'm here back saying, what's the direction? Let's go back to the direction. So I'm going to stay there. If my colleagues have inventive things they can do here on the fly to kind of tease this out and make it better, I'm grateful for that. But in the timeline of a week that we've had to look at this report, I don't think that's a job that we should be doing here as councillors, sitting here being like, well, maybe it's 25 meters, or maybe it's 117 meters, or maybe if we did this or that. This approach is not rooted in human rights from my perspective, and I think that we failed to follow the direction all the way through to the end, and hopefully we can get there before August. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Pauls. And let me start out by saying, as I did yesterday at a very robust and challenging grants subcommittee meeting, where I congratulated and thanked city staff for the totally unenviable position that they were in, trying to satisfy over 300 groups and organizations that applied for money when we only had $6.5 million in our kitty, and there was over $9 million worth of requests. I told them that I just could not imagine the difficulty and challenge they had. So similarly, Deputy Mayor Pauls, I want to sincerely congratulate and thank Directors Baird and Cirillo, who are the joint authors of this report, because once again, totally unenviable position that you're in. The challenges across this file are enormous, complex, as GM Burden has said, and I knew there would be no panacea coming here today, but I just want to salute the efforts of Director Baird and Cirillo. So Deputy Mayor Pauls, I have a few questions now, and if I need to, please put me down on a second-time speakers list as well. So, similar to Councillor Nan needing visuals, I'm even more needing visuals. Given my longevity on council, I love visuals, and I need even more visuals as I continue to move forward in this seat. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, let me do a hypothetical. If this protocol today was hypothetically approved, a particular site is sanctioned now for 5 tents. There are staff go around and see 30 tents on a particular site, for example, currently at City Hall. Can Director Baird or Cirillo walk me through now? Social navigators would go up to, starting with the first 5 tents, a little wrap on the tent plastic, and say, look, we now have a sanctioned site just down the road at this particular park. Would you like to move, and we would help you with the relocation? Help me understand that. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And which director is going to take it? Michelle Baird.
It's a joint effort throughout, so I'll leave it to them.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I will start from a housing perspective and what we're doing and what that situation looks like and how I bring it forward, or it's not me, quite frankly, it's how my staff bring it forward within the MLE perspective. So, Councillor, if that were to happen, we're having ongoing connection with individuals in encampments, and not just in encampments, but there are individuals that are experiencing homelessness that we're connecting with on an ongoing basis. We would be well aware of the encampment before it came to that size, that it was there. So we can be continually interacting with people and reminding them that the limit is 5 tents, and we need to keep to that if we want to ultimately not have to see people move. And I can tell you that, and we heard through the sessions, in fact, that individuals living in encampments very much want to have the security of not being moved and feel that they would be accountable to each other to try to remind each other as well that we need to stay to 5. And so that would continue to happen if we see that it is going beyond 5 tents and we're not having success in engaging with individuals and moving them. Those are the conversations that are brought to that collaborative table. So at the table, we could note that there's a situation behind City Hall that we've engaged with that particular encampment or individuals there on X any number of opportunities. This is what's been offered to date, and at this point in time, we're aware, in fact, that there are 7 tents there or what have you, or perhaps we get a complaint from someone to indicate there are now 7 tents, and it is brought up through that collaborative table. And so MLE staff would be there, and I'm going to hand it over to Monica with respect to where they take it from there.
Thank you, Director Baird.
I think I would just add one more piece before I go.
Yes, please.
I also want to be clear too, I guess, that when we hand a situation over to MLE, that doesn't stop the work that the Housing Focused Street Outreach Group is doing. That we continue to engage on an ongoing basis, no matter what phase in the process that we're in.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, just to finish off sort of the spectrum there. So if housing has indicated that they have exhausted all options that they can proceed with, MLE would become involved. We would attend the site. Our involvement is we would try to get voluntary compliance. So if there are 7 tents and only 5 are permitted, it's advising that there can only be 5, and we would issue notices to those that would be beyond that number. It is mentioned in the report that this is one of the challenges that MLE has, identifying which is one of the 6th or 7th or 8th, 10th that arises at that location and who is to leave. So what we would do if we did not get voluntary compliance is we would issue notices to all of the individuals at the tent because it is not permitted. And then our involvement is we would have a date of compliance. If that compliance was not met, we would then engage in escalated enforcement, and that may involve working with our partners with Hamilton Police.
All right, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Yes, sorry?
Sorry, I should note, we do have Inspector Michiotti, sorry, here with us today from Hamilton Police in case there are any questions about what those next steps may or may not look like as well.
That would be the Inspector Frank Michioni? Of course, yes. Thank you. General Manager Burden, I'm sorry, saw your hand up. I still have the floor. Right,
Yes, you
Deputy Mayor
do.
Pauls,
You have
thank
2 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're very precise
Well,
today,
I'm
Deputy
checking
Mayor
this
Pauls.
watch and that watch.
I've heard 38 seconds of very precise today.
Very precise.
Admiration. Through you, please.
Come on.
General Manager, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I would also add that some councillors, when we've been looking at the current approach and the proposed approach is a housing first approach, which means that there is not an immediate response from municipal law enforcement. And housing services and the outreach team are out to have conversations with the individual. It takes time. And so that housing first approach means that there is not an immediate notice issued or presence of MLE, and it can take time for that housing outreach piece to happen. And I wanted to mention that so that there's a common understanding that of what it means for the housing first approach that exists now and also continues in the proposed protocol.
Yes, General Manager Byrne, I really appreciate that, and forgive my tardiness in acknowledging and thanking you. I think about 2-3 weeks ago, I was one of the ones that inquired what the current protocol. I have no problem with the housing first approach, but I also, back at budget time, supported the $1.3 million, Deputy Mayor Pauls, continuing during the current approach, and even beyond, wherever we land today or in the future. I still want, from my ward standpoint, my community standpoint, I don't want encampments in the neighborhood parks where the children and the families play, and so I wanted that reassurance, if I've heard you correctly just now, General Manager Byrne, that within the current housing first, if unsuccessful, MLE then, in combination with police, would go and ask the tents either remove and or relocate after the housing first approach is unsuccessful and where community have provided feedback of concerns of families and safety. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, is that what I heard, General Manager Byrne? Just to be crystal clear, please.
GM?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. That is correct, and that is why we need guidelines to know where those parameters are for housing, to say to municipal law enforcement, this is a particular encampment that does not meet council's direction in terms of where unsheltered individuals and their tents can be put up.
Thank you. Are you still okay, Deputy Mayor Pauls?
I'll let you know.
I'm
30
nervous
seconds
now when I
left.
look at you. Okay, I'm nervous. Thank you. Through you to the directors, I look on page 14. I'm sensing today, listening very carefully to the delegates and some of the previous colleagues' questions and comments. I'm not sensing any embrace
of this report and the recommendations for a variety of reasons. And I'm probably coming at it from an entirely different perspective and angle of someone who theoretically and within my being is just, quite frankly, loath and opposed to having sanctioned encampments in our city. I looked on page 14, Deputy Mayor Paul, through you to the two directors, alternatives for consideration. And this might capture almost everyone in this room. Council could decide to delay approval of the proposed protocol, direct staff to conduct a full public consultation on the proposed protocol. Similarly to back on January 19th, when I was at the ECS committee, when a number of my colleagues said, we need more consultation on the tiny homes project, that the HATS group came in with 3 proposed sites. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, to the directors, is this what an alternative is that you both are recommending if committee wishes so?
Michelle Baird, Director.
Through the chair. So the alternative before you is an alternative that council could consider, and it would be a fuller, broader consultation. Right now, the consultation that occurred was with a specified group of stakeholders that truly are stakeholders invested within the homeless serving sector. So this would be a broader consultation. I would just caution that this, of course, will take some time, and it's not something that would happen quickly. In the recommendations themselves, when we speak to public comment, it truly is a process of public content as opposed to comment as opposed to a true, full community consultation.
Okay, Councillor, you want to go the second time?
Second time, please.
Okay. 'Cause
Thank
we're
you.
just at
Thank
the
you both
5
directors.
just about
Much
now.
appreciated
So,
up to now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Just following up on Councillor Jackson's comments, I for one would hope that at anything we're coming out of C, D, and E are passed today, or the last 3 recommendations. I'm hoping we all agree and can get those moving forward. The protocol itself seems to be where there's a bit of disagreement. And on that note, I just do want to follow up on some of the costs that we started about in the last approval, just better understanding that $1.3 million. Would it be possible to break down the staff positions that are being funded through that based on are those positions going towards housing outreach or the enforcement side of it? Of that $1.3 million, just a percentage, 60% housing, 40% enforcement, just getting a sense of that.
Thank you, Councillor. Director Baird?
Through the chair. So forgive me, my mouth is not great today. From the housing perspective, the managers within housing, the project managers within housing, as well as the 3.5 outreach workers. The remainder of the positions there are within MLE police, or there is a component, the supervisor is within parks.
And through you, Chair, just getting clarification on the budgetary impact, because not all staff in our organization are paid the same. So of the total $1.3 million, a sense of, just it can be very rough to the nearest kind of 10, 25%, even just getting a sense of that.
Through the chair, apologies. So from a housing perspective, sorry, I really can't answer that question easily. It's in the previous report. I would also say to the whole staffing piece and costing that the outreach workers in particular are positions that we contract with an outside agency. They're not city staff per se. So it's just difficult to really consider what those costs look like.
I understand that. And then just one last costing question is about what was the cost to run the hotel program during COVID? We heard that mentioned by a delegate today.
Through the chair. So another very good question. During COVID, we were operating the hotel program, so overflow hotel rooms, anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million a month is what we were spending to cover the costs of hotel as well as food. And so that would be upwards of 120 hotel rooms.
Councillor.
Thank you. That's just really helpful getting a sense of what we're spending and where we're spending it on. Just a couple of questions about the spacing. How was the 5 meters from setback from private determined, and how is that aligned with a housing first approach?
Director of GM Farm?
So through the chair, what we tried to look at was we actually just kind of looked at how we would regulate other types of housing and development, proximity to neighbors. What would a typical residential setback be between residential properties? So we were guided by that. Now, granted, those vary around the city, but we were trying to use something similar to if you were putting two houses next to each other, what would be a typical desired separation?
Councillor?
And the second part of that question was the other setbacks were about public safety, understanding that safety approach. I guess my question is why? Like, what is the rationale? How are in-camp residents' rights being respected by having that 5-meter setback, or is that 5-meter setback not for them? Just looking for that to be made explicit. Like, who is that for?
Through the chair to the councillor, and GM Thorne can feel free to jump in if I've missed anything. We did take into consideration that there are health and safety concerns of both the residents as well as the neighbors that may abut that. We had a concern where there was a propane explosion. We often find propane tanks in encampment sites, and that was a concern that we took very seriously when establishing this number.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Through the chair, has there been any consideration? I know there's been, it sounds initial. I heard that, yes, we are confident there are sites across the city. We haven't done the exact math to figure out which sites are compliant. Has there been a thought as to if that was still there as some form of setback, but instead of being 5 meters, it was 3, it was 2, it was 1, it was something else, the change that would have on eligible sites across the city?
So through the chair, I think this is one of the reasons why the suggestion is that we try the protocol in the field for a while and see if we can suss out some of these details. I don't think that the 5-meter setback versus a 4-meter setback versus a 3-meter setback has a significant impact in terms of the number of viable locations. We're talking about fairly small differences. If, as we're in the field, we identify that there actually are sites that are otherwise fine, but they're, I can say that typically in the field, if it's the housing outreach or the bylaw enforcement officers, it's not a question of inches. There is that sort of discretion that comes into play. We're suggesting that 5 meters is a reasonable starting point as we see how the protocol actually plays out.
Councillor?
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just wondering, and maybe the answer to this is we don't know, of the 100 encampments that we currently have across the city, how many of them would be compliant with this new protocol?
Director?
Through the chair, that's a question I'm not able to answer either. We would need to look at the locations of the current encampments, size of the encampments, and really look at it with the GIS and looking at the assets in parks. So it's a difficult question to answer. I think those in larger parks would likely be the ones that would be more viable.
Through the chair, does that not mean upon implementation of this protocol, there would be an enforcement wave that would impact almost every encampment across the city while we transition between systems? If we don't know or we suspect many are non-compliant, does that not lead to a bump in enforcement at the very beginning to do that transition work?
Director Zarella?
Through the chair to the councillor, and I may pass it to Director Baird just from the Housing First approach. We would certainly still be taking the Housing First approach, so making sure that we are providing those services and options. I think what the protocol provides us with is an opportunity to say where they can go in compliance with what council has approved. If, again, from an MLE perspective, we start with voluntary compliance, so we would be proceeding with that once all housing options had been exhausted.
Thank you. And
through the chair, I'm just going to add a piece onto that. So I think the other piece to emphasize would be that we continue to take the approach that housing is the first connect, and we're not referring things over through that collaborative table until we've exhausted our options. I would suggest that part of that process then for us would become more emphasis on education on where individuals can go and where they can't, and trying to indicate that, this is a site that previously you might have been on, but we need to get you somewhere else. I wouldn't imagine that there would be enforcement right away because we're not going to send those items over for enforcement right away.
Councillor, you have a minute and a half.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Following up on that note, I'm living in Camped. I'm compliant with all of the setback requirements. There are 6 people in our site. We are spaced accordingly for 6 people, but there are 6 people. Housing outreach comes by. We all support each other. It's clear there's a community happening here, and that all 6 of us are part of this community. Does that make it to the enforcement table, or is discretion used, and how is discretion used?
Director Baer.
Through the chair, so to be clear, we're talking about 6 tents as opposed to 6 individuals. And so that's the one where Director Cirillo spoke about earlier. It is a difficult one. It's one we struggle with because in that case, we don't have information with respect to who that 6th tent might be. And so at this point in time, I can't tell you exactly what that's going to look like, but there's absolutely the ability to continue those engagements, continue conversation. In many cases, the individuals themselves will probably work with us on what a solution could look like.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess I'm wondering, when you go to the LTB, you can have humanitarian circumstances understood. If what we're trying to do here is establish rights for those living encamped, clarify those rights, make it really clear what you can be, I would also hope that process rights are a part of this. And so some things that I hope would be welcome direction or additions to the protocol is any voluntary compliance cannot be issued without understanding where is the nearest site that is compliant. That should be right on the notice that we give out, telling people where they can go. If we can't find a nearby site, that should inform what we're doing in terms of enforcement in the first place. I'd also hope in Appendix B, Section 7, which this is Appendix B is talking what we heard from community. We heard something that doesn't make it into the report and it doesn't make it into the recommendations, and I want to ask why. There's a question about moving forward with a no enforcement or an enforcement minimal approach, and one of the things asked to do that was having community voices on either that task force that it currently exists, that roundtable, or creating a separate committee or roundtable or body to adjudicate, to explore those instances of nuance, to hear that there are some privacy concerns detailed in the appendix. But I guess I'm wondering, why isn't that in recommendation E as a thing to further explore? It's something we heard from community, it's something that was asked for, but it doesn't make it into the report recommendations.
Director Baer.
Through the chair, and that particular item with respect to having community voice of lived experience at the table was an item that was raised through the sessions. You're absolutely correct. It wasn't one that was one of the overwhelming voices, but it was noted. I think that what I would say to that now is that there is a place for that. It's not in the existing protocol. However, coming back to what Councillor Wang spoke about before, an all-of-community approach, we have been having discussion about how do we have some advisory voice as part of that work. How do we bring the voice of lived experience to the table? And certainly that's something I can take away and look at, and we can find ways to make that happen. Agree, there are privacy reasons around individuals specifically, but I think that that doesn't preclude other opportunities to have a table where we can have those conversations directly with people currently living in encampments or perhaps with past experience. So willing to do that without challenge.
Thank you. Your time really is up, but you could go on the second.
Yeah, I just have one more question, so I'll go on for a second time. Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, we have a dilemma here. It's almost 1 o'clock, and, you know, I'm just wondering the will of council, my colleague here. Should we wait till, right, it's 5:02, I think, or it's 10:02. Should we wait till 1 o'clock? We have a break, keep your thought in your mind and come back with the questions. I'm in your will. Yes, Councilor Wilson.
I'd like to move for a lunch break right now.
You do prefer? Okay, do you want to wait till 1 o'clock? It's 10:02, or you want it right now? It's the will, you'll second it? Let's go for break then, if that's what you want. Great conversations, and thank you.
Sorry, if there was someone who was really itching to speak as a first-time speaker,
No,
I would totally respect that, but I
I
don't.
just thought make it even, but we'll come back at 12:30, okay? Give us a little bit extra time. What did I say? 1:30, okay. We're going back in time. Okay, we'll be back at 1:30, and please vote. Okay, and great conversation, and we hope to find a solution. Thank you. 1:30, not 12:30. Yes. Thank you. Make sure you vote, and okay.
And that vote carries 12-1.
we're going to start. We have quorum, so we can start. I know it might be a long day, so we better start now. So I'll just wait. Okay, we're going to go to the next speaker, was our mayor, Andrea. That's okay. Thank you, no problem. I'll give you a couple of seconds there. Yes, our mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Pauls. I appreciate it. I'm just pulling up my notes from the conversation. First of all, I wanted to echo the gratitude that Councillor Jackson brought to the table, just around acknowledging that these concerns are very difficult. It's not easy, and it's and getting it perfect I don't think is ever going to happen. But the staff have put a lot of time and work into this, and I appreciate that. I wanted to I have a couple of questions. I don't think I'm going to go on the list a second time because I've already heard some of my questions being asked. So I'm going to ask a couple quick questions and then just make a quick comment. One of the questions is the extent to which we have some housing coming online, hopefully, through Community Housing Hamilton, and whether there is an opportunity there that as those units come back online, so not at the very end of a process, but as those units come back online, is there an opportunity to provide some housing for folks? Because one of the things I heard, I think we all did, is housing is the solution. And that's something that we all, I think, agree upon around this table. So if I could.
Director?
Through the chair. So yes, as the City Housing Hamilton units come online, there is an opportunity where individuals who are experiencing homelessness could be housed. So tomorrow actually at ECS, there is a report coming forward about the access to housing waitlist. There's a significant number of individuals on the wait list, of course. Priority, as those units come online, are given to individuals who have their special priority individuals. So those are, it could be women that have experienced violence, that are fleeing violence. So that would be the first group that gets offered a unit. After that, if there's urgent need, so someone with a terminal illness, perhaps that's unhoused, that needs access to housing, would be the next group. And then after that, we go a chronological order, but homelessness is certainly part of that. In fact, every 5th unit within a portfolio is offered to an individual who is experiencing homelessness. I think we have opportunity to work with CHH as well to expedite what that could look like, so we can take that away and look at it. And housing is absolutely the solution. The other piece that I would just take this opportunity to say is that Arcledon is also admitting individuals now, and that is a solution for women who are experiencing housing currently on the by name list, so currently unhoused. And so they are admitting individuals as well, and that's a permanent housing solution. So although small steps, there are steps underway. And so I think that, yes, we have opportunity.
Great news.
Thanks so much. Just through you, Chair, 50 units at Arcledon? 35 units?
Through the chair, I'm going to say 73, I think.
73. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So again, the housing, the need for housing, I think, is just really obviously a big part of the solution. But the challenge we have is that doesn't happen like that overnight. But we do have the housing roadmap, and so I'm really hopeful that we stay focused on making sure that that's a successful initiative. I wanted to there's just, and I don't know that I'm going to speak very much about this, but it seems to me that there's some of what I heard earlier today, and what some councillors have talked about as well, is the language piece. And I would just say that I think that when I read the report, I thought that the staff worked hard to try to address some of the human rights issues and the humanity issues in some of the appendices. But I did notice that we don't use the phrase that housing is a human right in our document. And that came up as a bit of a rub, I think, for people. And I just wonder if there's a legal reason, maybe this is something we need to go on camera for, I doubt it though. Is there a reason why we don't talk about housing as a human right? Certainly nationally, I know it's not part of the charter, I get it, but we have signed on nationally to a number of other protocols around the world that talk about housing as a basic human right. Any sense of that?
Thank you, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Chair, to the Mayor. Appreciating your comments. The report does reference the importance of making decisions, just quoting here, in a commitment to uphold the human rights and human dignity of all individuals living in encampments. We can certainly strengthen the language and be bold in terms of saying, declaring housing as a human right as we amend the protocol and in future reports.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. I think that's, I mean, it's just a fundamental principle that I think if we believe it's the case, then we should be not fearful to actually express it. The other thing, I just have actually a practical question that I don't know that was asked yet, which is the issue around proximity to fencing. I'm not, like I was just, from a practical perspective, you heard some of the presenters talk about if you're away from the fencing, that the fencing creates like a protection from, like at least one part of your area has some, somebody can't come through the fence at you. I hate to say it that way, but a safety feature by the sounds of it is what was being described. So can I get a sense of what the proximity to fencing is in terms of being problematic?
Director Sorrello, please.
Through the chair to the mayor, when we're talking about fencing, we're really referring to private property, and those are the 5-meter requirement and setback from there. I know GM Thorne had mentioned about other setbacks in residential build, but from our perspective, we put it forward from a health and safety perspective as well, not only for the individuals that are living within the encampment, but also the residents that may be on the other side, the members of the community. So those could be the residents on the other side of the fence. We have received complaints that individuals living in encampments on the one side of the fence have had firecrackers shot at them for one direction. There seems to be animosity between the two, so adding another buffer is of assistance. And just further, we've had also explosions in certain sites. And again, it's a health and safety concern for that setback.
Mayor?
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So those are my questions. I just want to end with a comment because I'm not going to get back on the list. We have a lot more work to do today, but this is extremely important work. And all I would say is that I can hear a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. There's a lot of folks see things from one perspective. A lot of folks see things from a different perspective. And all I would say is that I think our community is looking to us to actually move forward and not stay in the same place. And sometimes that means it's risky, and sometimes that means we won't get it right, and sometimes that means whatever we approve is not going to be where we end up. But I think both our staff and our community expect us to start moving on some of these things. Everywhere I go in the city, and I'm not exaggerating, everywhere I go in the city, the first question I get is what's happening with the housing? How are we going to be able to help deal with the folks who are homeless in our community? And I'm serious about that. Every place I go as the mayor, when folks recognize me, that's the first thing. That's never happened to me before. Really, and I've been elected for a long time, and it's never been the case that no matter where I go, the same issue is the first issue that's out of somebody's mouth. So we need to think about that. It's not going to be perfect, but we have to trust each other, I think, and find a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well said, and I appreciate the mayor saying that if your questions are answered, we don't need to repeat. We have a lot of work to do. I know there's a lot of second timers, and I appreciate that. But if your question's already answered, let's move on. So, okay, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll be surprisingly sharp, I hope, in the questions because I have several of them. London was mentioned, the City of London. Yeah, I found that interesting. I'm aware, or were you aware, that one of their major housing initiatives is in fact in construction trailers on a municipal golf course?
Through the chair, so I wasn't aware it was on a municipal golf course, but I did know that they were using that type of construction to build their affordable housing unit. It's a modular build, which makes good sense, and that's happening here as well. I'd also take this opportunity just to flag that the London work that's underway and the whole of community approach. Not to say it's not possible for us, but I would also mention that London's quite fortunate that they did receive a $25 million anonymous donor to deal with their housing and homelessness issue and start to support that plan overall.
Thank you.
Yeah, that helps. If I had $25 million, I'd donate as well, but I don't. So, the whole of community concept and learning from other communities. Has anyone on our staff visited the Better Tent City in Kitchener?
Director?
Through the chair, to date, no, we have not visited the Better Tent City. However, there have been individuals that have had engagement with the folks doing that work in Kitchener.
Okay, should say the award-winning model, which is being duplicated in Waterloo Region with the Herb Street 50 cabin site. $5 million all municipal dollars contributed to build 50 cabins on a municipal land. Have you spoken to the people in Waterloo Region about the Herb Street site?
Director or GM?
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. Yes, in fact, the city manager and I met with the Commissioner of Social Services and the regional chair to understand the model. They did frame it a bit differently than the original Better Tent City.
Yes, of course.
And it is being termed as more like an outdoor shelter with an operator and supports and modular structures on that site for about 50 people.
With cabins?
I don't, through you, Chair, to the councillor, I don't think they're cabins as much as a different structure. There was a categorical difference, but the point was that it was not tents, and I can definitely get some more information on that.
Please check it out. My third question, talking about sites and distances and the number of people, how many sanctioned sites do you anticipate will be set up?
Through the chair, so we haven't did a lot of work to date exploring on the sanctioned site side of things. We do know that through the engagement we did with stakeholders, they definitely saw the need for more than one and probably thought 3 to 5 makes good sense. Right now, we do know that Halifax, Nova Scotia is one of the first places in Canada that has sanctioned sites and is the first one that was up and running. So we can certainly engage there and find out what that looks like. We'll be coming back when we come back in with the report on sanctioned sites overall, where they might be located, the services tied to them, the costs, whatnot. We can certainly do the work that would inform how many sites make good sense for us.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. There's frequent mention of consultation here, or lack of, or too much, or whatever. How do you anticipate consulting with the broader public? What's the process? And how do you intend to go about that?
Director?
Through the chair. So in the report as it states right now, it's not really framed as consultation, but rather public comment. And we would envision that would be placed on the Engage Hamilton site, and people would be allowed a certain amount of time to provide their comments one way or the other with respect to the protocol. We would see as well and suggest that councillors could share that protocol through their channels and solicit feedback that way as well. Anything broader than that, we would need direction on what that might look like.
Okay. I note in the report that there's a reference to moving people as a last resort. Ties into Councillor Wilson's comments about if there are 6 people there. And I think the answer was, well, we'd have to figure out a protocol to how to who was the sixth tent and all that sort of stuff. I see that as a major inconvenience, major problem. I don't know how many are, I think the other supplemental, Alex, Councilor Wilson asked was how many currently meet the protocol. That would be helpful to know up front. I just make that as a statement. You can do what you want with it. My fifth question has to do with the special social and health care services that are going to be required. Have you done an analysis of actually what services need to be in place and how in this sanctioned tent potential setup we would be able to deliver those services?
Director?
Through the chair. So we haven't did the analysis as of yet of what that would look like within the sanctioned site. That would be part of the work in setting up the sanctioned site. I can tell you that in some cases it's not new resource versus consolidating resource that exists. There are social services, medical services, whatnot that service encampments right now. That's part of the reason we would say movement as a last resort, because we do have services that come in and support individuals meet their needs where they are in encampments. And so through a sanctioned site, the idea really would be that those services are available to the individuals that are at that sanctioned site. So it's not necessarily new services versus it's the services that are in our community already, but having a place to service their clients.
Councillor?
I think the General Manager has gone.
GM Burton?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Just as an example, our paramedics and Hamilton Police Services with their Social Navigator program are actively serving our current encampments. And for example, with Whitehorn, they've had up to 35 client interactions a day with an average of 17 interactions per day over the last couple of weeks. And it speaks to I guess the benefits of having a sanctioned site where services and supports are centralized for individuals who need them. Thank you.
Now we're now talking about potentially more sites, limiting them to 5. How would that potentially stretch those limited resources?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. The providers are actually very supportive of sanctioned sites because currently many of the individuals who are unsheltered and spread throughout the city are still receiving services. Sometimes they struggle to find the individuals, and if the sites are known and individuals are congregated in the sanctioned sites, it would actually provide a more effective service model.
As for sanctioned sites, you probably know that the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs and our own police chief are big fans of the HATS model, and that's something that we should bear in mind as well in terms of protocol and access and all that sort of thing. My next question is, what does housing first mean? Could you please be specific when someone enters the encampment and we claim we're doing a housing first approach, where are they facilitated to go? Where do they go specifically?
So through the chair. So when we talk about a housing first approach, it can mean a couple of things. Housing first overall for individuals who are unhoused means that we don't should they be using substances, should they have other needs and supports, it doesn't preclude them from being housed. When we talk about a housing-led approach, housing first approach in encampments, it means the housing-focused street outreach team is the first group that connects and has interaction with individuals in encampments. And that connection can take time, and when I say time, it's not really a day, it's not a couple of hours, it could be multiple days, it could be weeks. Individuals living in encampments, for many of them, have experienced multiple traumas through their life. The ability to build a trusting relationship with one of the outreach workers and engage with respect to what options are available to them takes some time. Although I said earlier our shelter beds are full, there is still flow in the system, meaning we have beds and shelters opening up at the same time new individuals are coming in, there's movement through. We also have opportunity to connect people with services. So in some cases, shelters are absolutely not an appropriate place for some individuals in encampments. And so instead, they'll ensure that people are able to access food, access water, are getting their medical needs met, connection with service. So really all of that is happening because all of those needs need to be met too. And again, back to that piece of trust and understanding what individuals need. For some individuals, it is that they need the medical connection as opposed to needing another. So all that's happening with the outreach workers, and they're having those trusting conversations. And until all those conversations really are exhausted with respect to consenting to participate in other services, none of those cases get moved over to MLE. So that's why for some folks, it's you might have an encampment site that really there is no movement of the site for some time. And we are suggesting through this report in some cases that there'd be no movement at all.
Is the hotel program still in operation?
So through the chair, hotel operation right now is limited to families only. Through the post-pandemic reports last summer, I think perhaps August, we stopped hotel overflow for individuals, so male or female. Right now, it's families only, and so there is no hotel for couples that we're operating. And I would say to that too, that our family hotel overflow is also at capacity. In fact, we're frequently turning families away because the family center as well as the hotel overflow are both at capacity.
Councillor, you have 30 seconds.
My final question is, how does what you're proposing here tie into the housing roadmap?
So through the chair, what we're proposing here, as I mentioned earlier, is not a solution to homelessness in any way. However, we're looking to find a solution that provides some stability, some dignity for individuals while they are unsheltered. And so although it's not tied into the housing roadmap from a perspective of finding people places to live, it is recognizing that right now they don't have access to shelter and that it's connecting them with services and providing some stability in their day-to-day while we continue to try to find ways to build affordable housing units, find those supports, increase capacity within the system.
Thank you, Director, and that was your time, so we're going to move on. Thank you, Councillor. We're going to go to Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to follow the lead of Councillor McMeekin and ask some succinct questions. On page 12 of 14, it asks the question that some stakeholders express concern that the proposed encampment protocol is more lenient than other jurisdictions, which could create an entrenched encampment in Hamilton and subsequently have an influx of unsheltered individuals. We have in Hamilton 1,500 people at least on the homelessness list, the named list. If we create legal encampments, what stops the majority of those residents who have been couch surfing from taking from the couch to a tent? And we just have more and more encampments.
Director Barry.
Through the chair, to the councillor, acknowledging what you said, and we did have that in the report, that it is a possibility that we might have more leniency towards encampments, perhaps, than other jurisdictions. I would want to say that there's possibility that individuals might choose to leave shelters or elsewhere where they are sheltered to come into encampments. I would also emphasize, though, that as much as we don't want to see people living in encampments, I can assure you that nobody living in an encampment wants to be in an encampment either. And we do know that homelessness has no boundaries, so it's expected that we might see individuals from elsewhere that are here. However, we wouldn't suggest that that's a reason not to go forward with this report.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. On page 7 of 14 in the report, It talks about the Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistance Tool. That's a mouthful. As a decision-making tool regarding someone living unsheltered would be able to stay in situ based on their level of acuity. Stakeholders suggested that that process led to unsheltered individuals aiming to score a higher acuity test on that Vulnerable Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistant tool to ensure that they could stay in their local tent. Doesn't that counter the idea that we're not going to see an expansion of people living in tents if we have people who are currently living in tents, in essence misrepresenting their level of acuity to stay in their tent?
Director Baird.
Through the chair to the councillor. So you're right, all of these are a little bit intertwined. So previously, this was not during the current period of time, but back in the previous protocol, there was an attempt at that time to use the VI-SPDAT, and I'll just use the acronym because it's a bit easier, to determine those who had the highest complexity of needs, if you will, their acuity level. And if the acuity level was high enough, we did not move tents along at that time for the individuals that were there. If the acuity level was deemed by the VI-SPDAT to be lower, then those individuals were given a period of time and they needed to move the encampment, come into shelter. At the time, we had the hotels operating so individuals could come into hotel spaces and whatnot. At that time, there were individuals who, of course, wanted to stay where they are, stay with their community, stay with their friends. And the assessment tool, people felt that if they answered in a certain way on the assessment tool, their acuity level would be higher or measured higher, and therefore the tent wouldn't need to be moved. The issue is, it's not that it increased the number of encampments or tents that were there, but rather for the people with a lower acuity level, it just meant we were moving the tents around. So it's not that there'll be more people in encampments, it's just previously those with a high acuity level were able to be in one place while others were moved sometimes literally across the street in order to actually have movement as opposed to staying where they are. So we wouldn't suggest that this is going to increase the number of people in encampments that are static, but versus it gives some people stability.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. I am looking for the other question. Give me 1 second. Let's readdress, if we may, this 5-meter setback from any private property line. So if I heard GM Thorne correctly, he has indicated that this is similar to the setbacks that we have between single-family homes, and that's why they recommended it. Is that a fair?
Yes, so through the chair, so I think the spirit of it and the principle of it is that having setbacks between residences is one way of mitigating against some of the issues that can arise between neighbors. Those numbers of meters vary in different parts of the city in different situations. So the recommendation was 5 meters as a starting point as we apply the protocol and see how it works out.
Anchor GM, I didn't see your mic there with the light on, so I didn't know there's something in front of it. So, but thank you for the answer. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. It's been my experience that, especially in the summertime, the level of neighbor-to-neighbor complaints in my ward increases dramatically, and they're living, 16 feet away from each other. We don't have a concern that that type of reaction is going to occur if we have a tent encampment 5 meters away from a private property, a private residential property. How are we going to handle that?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, I would suggest things like noise is one of the reasons why there are typically requirements for separations between neighboring properties. And so that's one of the reasons why their suggestion was to have some sort of setback from a neighboring property, balancing that against the fact that we do want to make sure that there are still viable locations where the tents can locate. So that was the balance we were trying to strike in terms of what would be a reasonable and appropriate setback from an adjacent property that still allows the encampments to locate somewhere.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. On page, what page is it? Sorry. On page 8 of 14, it speaks to proximity to the schools, child care centers, playgrounds, pools, water parks, and it's indicating a requirement of 50 meters away from encampments. Can I get some rationale for that?
Okay, Director Baird or Director Cirillo? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, the approach of setbacks from those establishments is consistent with other municipalities in having setbacks, so 50 meters was recommended.
Thank you. And Councillor, you have, you have about 30 seconds.
Can I just get someone to remind me, what is the setback from a cannabis store to a school or child care center that the city has adopted as their position?
Director Cirillo?
Through the chair, it's been a while since I looked at that one.
Some would say 200 meters?
I was going to say it was somewhere between 150 and 300, and I think it may have changed at a certain point in time, so it was somewhere in that range.
So 150 meters from a cannabis store, but 50 meters from a tent encampment, where some of the residents are injecting themselves. Do you see the disconnect in that rationale?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, I see the disconnect in terms of the numbers, but I think in terms of the nature of the use, we've looked at it more as these are abutting residential uses as opposed to a residential commercial type separation.
Thank you. And Councillor, one more question?
No, I have no further questions. Put me on for comments. Thank you.
Okay, comments. So when we get to the report, we could all do our comments. So make sure these are questions and we'll move on. Councillor Taddison. Oh.
Hi, I just have
a... say there.
Can you hear me?
Oh, is it Councillor Beatty or? My apologies. Oh, it doesn't say. Okay, so is it Councillor Cassar? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Just one question. It sounds like prescribing where people can't set up where they want to live outdoors is the biggest issue that's come up here. And there's been a long list that was read off earlier around where you can, 50 meters from here, all these things. And they're prescribed as very rules. So my question, maybe it's to Director Baird, since the housing staff would be the first interaction. If we operationalize this as guidelines and allow discretion, and discretion has been mentioned a couple of times or several times today, rather than strict rules, is that, or what are the pros and cons in your mind of operationalizing it that way rather than having strict rules? Through the Deputy Mayor.
Director Baird or, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, so appreciate the question. I think that at the end of the day, there is always discretion that's applied. And as I suggested earlier, we're taking some time to do that engagement. In some cases, people are moving on and finding solutions along that in that time period anyway. So I think there's definitely discretion there. The other piece is from a resource perspective, Ultimately, given the number of encampments, number of individuals we're talking about, we're not on an encampment site, the same site every day with the same individuals. So there's some built-in discretion just from the time period that we have and the resources available. So yes, appreciate that there could be discretion through this, and there always is.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor?
And Deputy
Yeah.
Mayor Pauls, I appreciate that answer, and you yourself have exercised discretion today when we had delegates. There's a 5-minute limit rule we all know, but you made the decision to allow
Yes.
them to go longer because that was a good thing to do. So I think that is something that should be applied more broadly in everything we're doing. So I'll
Yes.
leave it there in the essence of time.
And I did hear staff say that many times, discretion, 5/10, 6/10, the distance, there is some leeway, and we can work with that. So thank you for that. We're going to go to Councillor Tattison.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you. Question for GM Burden and Director Baird. How far, if we support staff recommendations today, how far are we away from sanctioned sites? What's the timeline? And it can be, as Councillor Wang says, blue skies, the stars align. What's the best case ballpark timeline when a sanctioned site will be sanctioned?
Through you, Chair, to the Councillor, Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. I'll start and then perhaps pass it to GM Thorne. I think the most important part will be developing a set of criteria for the sanctioned sites and then bringing back to Council sanctioned sites that meet that criteria. If there is support amongst Council for the criteria in those sanctioned sites, I think it's a matter then of coming back quite quickly, depending on the process that Council asks us to follow. And if there is a consensus format where we're looking at deep and broad consultation within for a particular site, it could be challenging to land on consensus that a site could be in a particular area. And I would just cite the HATS experience as it's been very challenging to land on a particular site. From a technical standpoint, perhaps GM Thorne could talk about best case scenario if staff were to come back and Council were to say, yes, that makes sense. I'll defer to GM Thorne on how quickly the process itself could happen.
GM.
So through the chair, I think actually kind of having the spatial capacity to accommodate is actually probably one of the easier aspects of the question. I think the access to servicing and supports is the more challenging aspect. So I think there are a number of locations that are probably of a sufficient size and scale they could accommodate a sanctioned encampment site. I would also add that having the protocol in place in the interim, I think will be very helpful. Would be very helpful and would provide good guidance in terms of the reasonableness, the appropriateness of some of the proposed spatial requirements that we put in place, some of the proposed setback requirements, to be able to see how those actually play out, and then their relevance to applying to a sanctioned site. So I think that interim protocol will be very helpful as well. But I always hesitate to sort of put a firm date on it. But I was promised this was a blue sky. So I would hope that we would actually have by late summer some potential options that we could bring forward. I think ideally it'd be something that we would actually have, so we could have it in place for this season. But I say that not having great line of sight myself to what some of those servicing requirements would be and would look like.
Thank you. Councillor Tattison.
So I just want to be cautious about paralysis by analysis and so forth. It seems to me like the people have spoken. And when I say the people have spoken, I'm getting to my question. They're problem solvers, and it seems to me like they've already set up an encampment here at City Hall. And is it my understanding that that encampment will not be removed while the protocol is being put in place?
Councillor.
So through the chair, I'll start.
GM.
Yes, thank you. So With the protocol in place, which is what the staff recommendation is, I would say that that current site would not meet the parameters of the protocol, although other locations within the City Hall property would, as well as within the adjacent area. Now, if there is no protocol in place, I think the challenge that we have as from staff and Director Baird laid it out very well was the housing first approach. It looks to ensure that there is somewhere for people to go. And if we don't have a protocol in place of sites that are permitted, then unless we have the shelter capacity, we wouldn't have places for people to go. So I would say that would present a challenge without a protocol in place for anything happening with the White Hearn site.
Thank you, GM Thorne and Councillor Tattison.
So with that saying, then they will stay there until we have an alternate site where they can go. That's my understanding. So with that, then, and that can happen with the protocol in place, correct?
I don't think so, but let's move on. Anybody want to answer that?
So through the chair, I'll start. So again, with respect to White Hearn, and there's always the circumstance if there's significant health and safety concerns, then yes, there is then a bylaw or bylaw with support of police would be involved in any site where there's significant health and safety concerns. To the councillor's second question about with the protocol in place. With the protocol in place, if that was council's decision to adopt the staff recommendation today, then there would be locations in the city where encampments of up to 5 tents would be permitted to go.
Councillor Tattison.
No more questions. I'll save it for comments later. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have, okay, Councillor Francis.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. First, I just want to address the incredible compassion showed by our colleagues around the table today. I know, even though we may not agree on the method to alleviate this issue of homelessness in our communities, I know that each and every one of us has a great deal of love and compassion in their hearts for their neighbors and for those who are experiencing homelessness. I personally believe that an enforcement approach is the most effective approach at keeping drug paraphernalia out of our neighborhoods. But I also respect that this council has ultimately decided to take a housing first approach. I've heard from my constituents and they've made it abundantly clear to me. It's beyond inappropriate for us to allow encampments in our parks, near our children's playgrounds, and in our ravines. So my question, after seeing some of these delegations and hearing a lot of different noise in the community and some of the things I've read, would be for Director Michelle Baird. Is there anything that prevents us from collaborating with advocates by establishing a pilot registry program to allow compassionate citizens and council members to voluntarily opt into a program where they can open their homes to individuals experiencing homelessness? Through you, Chair.
Oh, what a question. Thank you. Okay, Director.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. And I know that there are individuals in the community who are quite compassionate, and overall people are looking for solutions to this problem. There's nothing that would prohibit us from having such a registry. Ultimately, any individuals or agencies that came forward would need to consent and understand what it is that they're offering to take on, and keep us apprised if that changes. I think the challenges that might occur is just the individuals, as we heard earlier, part of the circle of their community and friends is actually within encampments, so this would be isolating in some cases for individuals. And there are individuals who have high complex needs. However, there's nothing precluding us as a city of having such a registry if there were individuals interested in participating.
Thank you. Councillor?
Well, that was excellent. That really helped to clarify for me. I appreciate that, and maybe something we could consider by adding yet just another tool in our toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a question. All right. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just need a little more information to help me understand the proposed relationship between the protocol as it's recommended in this report, and then the site selection exercise for a sanctioned encampment. So my understanding of when last council or committee deliberated about the HATS proposal was for staff to come up with a set of site criteria and operational understandings, and also of who and how people would gain entry to. So my first question is, if you could fill in that blank of previous direction for me, if you can recall, and how much of that work has been done, and how much of that work differs from the exercise you think would be needed to come forward with sanctioned sites, through the chair.
Director Baird, thank you for that.
Through the chair, thank you for your questions, Councillor. They're questions that we've thought about ourselves as well. So on the HATS front, a couple of things, I guess, made up the direction. One was to look at metrics of success, how the inflow, outflow from HATS would look like, what's the population supported there, and then importantly, of course, what site would effectively meet the needs of those parameters, and some community consultation around that selected site. I can tell you that we do understand what those metrics could be. The HATS work overall has been delayed as we're continuing to work through a number of other priorities in housing. And ultimately, the HATS site and where we go is somewhat intertwined with the work we're doing here today, because HATS could make up one of the sanctioned sites ultimately if that was decided. The differences between the two and where the variation occurs is a sanctioned encampment site, different than HATS. We're primarily looking for a site of operation where the camps, the tents could exist, the encampments could exist. And once we have a site that's large enough, and I guess I should clarify too that when we talk about sanctioned sites, we're not talking about a clustering of 5 tents. That's the protocol. But a sanctioned site would have a larger number of tents on it. And so the work to develop where those sanctioned sites are is more around capacity of the site, size of the site, and the ability to provide services to the site if they already exist. More ideal, of course, but how do we bring those services in where they don't exist? Whereas with the HATS proposal, it's additional work around how does HATS exist as opposed to shelters. What's the difference between the HATS cabins and a shelter? Who is admitted into a cabin? Who has access to a cabin, given that they were going to be small numbers? How is that resource used within the community? So a little bit more around the operational feasibility of the HATS program versus what a sanctioned site looks like. I think the other piece that would be needed though around sanctioned site is what is that operation for the sanctioned site? Is it the city that's ultimately operating versus other agency?
Thank you. Councillor?
So, thank you. Then having heard that, and if I could go back to GM Thorne's comments about the objective being that the interim protocol, as recommended in this report, would be helpful in informing the site selection for any proposed sanctioned encampment. Could I ask you to elaborate a little bit so that I could make the connection between what I've just heard and what you said earlier, GM Thorne? Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. And I would say from both a sort of a location and spatial standpoint, again, with the work we had done earlier on HATS, some of that I think would be relevant to sanctioned encampment, some of it not, because HATS is dealing with a different model of structure. In terms of where I think the protocol may come in handy in terms of seeing how it works in operation, and it speaks to a number of the questions today, for example, about a setback from residential properties. So when we were looking at potential locations for HATS, that's one of the considerations we had, is what would be an appropriate distance of separation between the HATS project and adjacent residential properties. So in this protocol, a suggestion of 5 meters, is that the right kind of distance that will mitigate to the best extent possible the kinds of noise complaints and neighbor-to-neighbor complaints that are fairly common in our residential areas? Is that appropriate, or would it be, or is something else appropriate? In terms of identifying setbacks from sports fields, we've identified a number that we think will provide for enough locations for encampments to occur, but will not impede the ability for other members of the public to actually utilize sports fields and those sorts of things. So when I mentioned that, seeing what kinds of issues, if any, arise out of the protocol as proposed would probably help inform the similar kinds of considerations we'd have to make on a sanctioned encampment site.
Thank you. Councillor.
Yep, thank you. I heard some questions and comments about some of the challenge that might be provided up front on clearly understanding where an encampment can go. And I appreciate the comments that were made that, everyone will be learning as we go along. But I just heard you say, GM Thorne, that you're confident that with the number of encampments that are presented today, and knowing that the limitation of 5 to 10 tents will cascade and have an impact perhaps on the numbers, in order to uphold that statement, and I have no doubt that I'm not judging my confidence in it, but is it possible for staff to come forward based on this protocol with a mapping or an identification of locations that would meet the protocol as set out? Through the chair.
So through the chair, I would say at a somewhat high level, yes. What we can't map, proactively to the meter in terms of where exactly some of those setbacks from playgrounds and sports fields might be. That's a bit of a finer grain that does require a bit of being able to go on site and confirm. But to say something like a Gage Park, for example, yes, there's multiple locations within Gage Park that would be appropriate. I couldn't map them to the meter without sort of going on site into each and every park. But yes, those sorts of larger parks, the open spaces that don't have other active uses, there are quite a number of sites around the city that would provide significant areas of space that achieve all of the items set out in the protocol. So I think that is something that if the protocol were in place, as I said, I can imagine there'll be a bit of a learning period, and we can look at what kind of helpful materials and information we can share as well as to what some of those locations would look like. What would be a challenge is to try to produce some sort of perfectly definitive map of every spot where an encampment could set up, because we just don't have that level of ability to do that detailed of analysis on a citywide basis.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Those are my questions.
Thank you. You were right on time.
Oh my goodness.
That was great.
Mark it down, please.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair.
I got my watch.
Just a few questions, maybe to Director Cirillo or Director Baird. I know it was talked about earlier about the possibility of maybe some influx of people coming if we do go to sanctioned sites, just due to them feeling maybe more comfortable. If that does happen, how do we handle that from a bylaw and policing standpoint? Do we have the current staffing to be able to handle, let's say, an influx of people from out of town, maybe moving into Hamilton and, growing the encampment sites? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Baer or Director Cirillo?
Thank you. Through the chair to the counselor, that is a great question. We do see that happen right now. We do have individuals from other municipalities that do come here. The resources that we have in place right now, which is 2 MLE officers, is sufficient for the approach that we are currently taking, recognizing that it is a housing first approach, and MLE is only engaged when and if housing has exhausted all options. If you wanted to direct the police portion of that question, I am happy to pass that over, or if that satisfies, I'm also happy to end it there.
Would you like to respond? Frank Maggiano. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Frank Michoni, Inspector, Community Safety Division. I can answer that question in a couple of ways. Our goal as a police service is not to be involved in encampments. Our goal is to not criminalize homelessness and poverty and to minimize our approach within encampments. Having said that, we do know that there is calls for service that do occur to encampment sites, and we do know that there's our RIST team, which is a rapid intervention support team, as well as our social navigators regularly interact with members in encampments and people in the community, and the people that are in encampments are also the clients of our social navigator program. With a sanctioned site, it does offer the ability for us to find these people and to work with these people in a better manner. If there was an influx of people within our city, within a sanctioned site, then we would deal with that as we would normally with our social navigator program. If there was in the non-sanctioned sites regarding the protocol, and if there was a multiple number of people that came into the city and our parks and our open spaces became filled with tents throughout the city, that would definitely garner more calls for service to the police service. And we are, I would say that we are at capacity, very close to capacity with our current staffing levels in our divisions. So that would cause some concern for sure.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And just another question. These are the, I know previously the first protocol during the COVID times, there was, I know areas where staff would not attend or were directed not to attend without, police escort or maybe bylaw escort. Maybe the bylaw was afraid to go to some of these places, and obviously some of our workers are. Again, if we go to sanctioned sites and we have an influx and there's areas where we don't feel safe, again, the pressure that's going to be put on police to bring our staff in there, the pressure that's going to be put on bylaw, that's just concerning as to, A, we don't have the capacity. By the sounds of your last answer, and then the resources financially as well to find ways to get more staff so that we can make sure that our staff is getting into these sites safely and being able to do the outreach that they need with these people. So I'm just a little concerned about how that would happen and how that's going to affect us if we do have these sanctioned sites and then the influx and then having sort of staff between bylaw and police stretched thin and not being able to get people in there because we don't have the ability to escort them in. So just some concerns on my end there, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so that wasn't a question. So, okay, thank you. That was a comment. Okay, we're going to have second-time speaker, but I would love to turn the chair to Councillor Clark. I just have a couple of questions. I just wanted to say that fundamentally all of us, even staff, I know staff and us, we are supportive in helping the unsheltered. That is a given. We all are. So that's good. On Appendix A, to the proposed encampment protocol report, it refers to an encampment as somebody's home. I believe that it is far from a home. I really do. A home should be healthy, it should be safe and sustainable, and all which are not found in the encampment, sanctioned or not. So my question is, summertime is here, you see the camps, the weather's okay, they can live outside, but what happens in the winter? What do we do? If it's a sanctioned place, we have the camp, I shouldn't call them camp to the homeless, that need our help. What do we do in the winter?
Director Begg.
Through the chair. So with respect to the fact that we're calling it a home for individuals that are in encampments, it truly is their home. It might not be the home that they want or that we would want for them, but it is their home. With respect to sanctioned sites and what we would do in the winter, even right now in the winter, we do have individuals who live in encampments and live unsheltered, sleep rough during the winter months. And so I think that ties into we're coming back, I want to say August, but it could be September, with respect to what our winter strategy will be this year overall for our unsheltered. If we go to a place where we have sanctioned encampments, we'll certainly consider that within our winter strategy, because we would need to find ways when we're having inclement weather, be it snow, temperature, what have you, how do we provide for the needs of those individuals who are living outside?
Thank you. And I agree what you said. That's their home, but we need to do better. You know, we know what a home really is, and I think as a city we should do better, and I hope we do. My next question is, and it's regarding Councillor Francis' question about if somebody wants to register to help somebody. I know a lot of churches that are always wanting to help and all that. What's the liability for the city? If I say to you, I'll take one of the tents home with me right now, what's the liability for the city? So I found it interesting that we could register people to help, and we want that, but what's our city's liability like?
GM Burden, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. We would have to explore that and come back. We don't have that answer right now.
That's right. And I didn't think you did, because we could say, yes, everybody could come and help, take one home with you, and I'm sure there would be a lineup. Everybody cares in the city. Like our mayor said, the questions she gets asked, what are we doing for the homeless? What are we doing for the people that really need our help? And so therefore, when Councillor Francis said, let's do a registry who would like to help, then I thought, you know, we have to really think it through, because I think you would have a lineup of people that would line up to get registered to help. So those were my couple of questions, so I'll take the chair back. Thank you. And second-time speakers now, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just quickly wanted to clarify the language piece. So I still have many questions in terms of the report that's before us, and I appreciate the desire to keep moving nonetheless. So if I could get clarity between our shared principles that were part of Appendix A, I believe, and then the principles that were identified by the Canadian Special Rapporteur to the UN as it relates to the human rights of those who are houseless. So Principle 1 is recognize residents of homeless encampments as right holders. Principle 2, meaningful engagement and effective participation of encampment residents. Principle 3, prohibition of forced eviction of encampments. Principle 4, explore all viable alternatives to eviction. Principle 5, ensure that any relocation is human rights compliant. Principle 6, ensure encampments meet basic needs of residents consistent with human rights. Principle 7, ensure human rights-based goals and outcomes and preservation of dignity for encamped residents. And in Principle 8, respect, protect, and fulfill the distinct right of Indigenous people in all engagements with encampments. Where is the alignment between what is in our shared principles in Appendix A and those principles?
Thank you for the question. Director Baird.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. And this one was one that we have looked at that document. Of course, Housing has been working with that document, understanding and how to apply it to our situation. This is partly why I answered the question that for individuals who are in encampments, for them, unfortunately, that is their home, that is their community, and we do need to recognize that. And when we say we take a housing first approach and a housing-led approach to encampments, that is where we are trying to find every opportunity we can not to move encampments, not to move people from where they are, but rather to find solutions to bring them into housing. The place where we are challenged right now is with respect to access to services, and we do recognize that access to service, be it showers, water, heat, is a necessity for individuals We don't have the services available right now to allow that to happen, but it's recognized through the, one of the reasons we would recommend a sanctioned site is our ability to then focus services, particularly providing services where there's infrastructure required. There'd be a set number of places where we allow that to happen and support that happening, because it's not possible to have those services in every setting where we have an encampment right now. So we do recognize those principles, definitely agree with the principles that are before in the report, and we are trying to rationalize that with what we have possible to do and how we work from a housing-focused approach with individuals who are living in encampments.
Got it. And through you, Chair, so I hear really loud and clearly from the housing side. The challenge I have then is when I look at the details of the documentation under scenario A, B, D, all the way through with the prohibition, the measured distance everybody needs to maintain in the permissive encampments versus the sanctioned encampments, because that detail's yet to come. In the permissive encampments, we are moving people. i.e., Gage Park is referenced by General Manager Thorne, and it is a site of many festivals, et cetera, et cetera. I thought I saw in one of the appendices that should there be a seat application permitted event, that any encampments that might have otherwise been permissive, right, might be asked to move. That doesn't seem to be compliant with the human rights approach.
Okay. GM Thorne, or I don't know. I don't see the light on.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think from a bylaw standpoint, with a housing first approach, they'd be identifying if there are sites that don't meet the terms of the protocol, and then trying to identify locations where they are permitted. So I think the councillor is right, that could lead to movement, but movement to hopefully a site where it is a permitted site and a site where they would be permitted to stay. I do expect it would probably take a bit of time for that to work its way through. But I think the goal here is to identify sites where they would be permitted and would be able to remain.
So then, in practice, through you, Chair, is it my understanding that staff will work with those who are encamped to not set up shop in a place where they would be asked to move from later on, anticipating that staff are very clear about the number of permitted events that are on the docket this summer? You know exactly which park is going to have what festival, what date. So rather than engaging in an activity where we are moving people along, displacing them, wouldn't we have a process in place where staff and or our contracted social service housing first outreach workers are working with houseless residents to not set up in those areas in the first place?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask either Monica or Michelle to speak to the questions with respect to events.
Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, there would be no prohibition for being in an area if an event is taking place. We recognize that in our report as one of the challenges for enforcement. It would be if the protocol was not being followed, if the protocol was adopted. I do want to note that no members have been displaced unless there has been a significant health and safety concern, in which case MLE would have to get involved. But I'm going to pass it over to Director Baird just in case there's anything further she wants to mention.
Director.
Through the chair. So to be clear, with respect to special events, from a housing perspective, we are encouraging, of course, folks, if we know that there's an event coming up, to, for their safety and the safety of, back to the conversation we had earlier, where unfortunately sometimes people who are in encampments are targeted, and there are safety concerns for those individuals. We would certainly be making them aware that there is a large event coming up, and where possible trying to find other sites for them. However, they wouldn't be displaced as a result of this, and as it's noted here, it's a recommendation, but it's not going to be enforced through the protocol.
It's a recommendation, but it's not going to be enforced through the protocol. That displacement will take place, or is it's in the protocol that displacement could happen if an event is taking place, and yet we're also at the exact same time saying we're upholding human rights. I'm having a lot of difficulty here, folks, through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, the portion about special events is not included in the protocol. It was included as a consideration for one of the challenges that our staff may have. It is not included in a protocol as a means of prohibiting an area or a resident from setting up camp in that area.
Okay. GM Burton, sorry.
Okay, oh, GM Burton.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. Back to the earlier conversation about the original direction, engaging with the set of stakeholders that were referenced in the direction to staff. When we did that engagement, there was lots of comment from how does it actually translate into a protocol, and what are the, as we socialized, communicated about the protocol with other stakeholders, including staff, the section in the report that talks about additional considerations are things that were shared with us that didn't make it into the protocol, where we have not included it in the protocol because we didn't feel that it would honor the spirit of the stakeholders' sessions, and we wanted to make sure that the voice that we heard in the stakeholder sessions came through in the protocol. As you can tell by the conversations, there's so many different views and perspectives. We wanted to make sure council was aware and that special events came up as what do we do with special events. But to reiterate, Director Baird, that particular item, as well as the other issues, were not incorporated into staff's development of the protocol. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that clarity. Thank you. It really does help. And then my further questions are on the recommendations themselves. So recommendation B, I think for the previous clarity Director Baird offered one of my colleagues is that B doesn't mean no new funds. We're going to work with existing funds. Does B then account for inclusion of the provision of showers, washrooms, or drinking waters, or is that only going to take place in our consideration of the sanctioned sites in the future report? Just to be crystal clear.
Through the chair, it's a very good clarification because B in my clarification right now, the costs are really just covering what's in this existing protocol. When we come back with respect to what it would take to put the facilities, including washrooms, water, hydro, what have you, in place, additional costs would be coming forward as part of that as needed.
Thank you. Second question on the recommendations through you, Chair, on C. There is reference there about making the appendix available for public comment. Can staff please clarify what you're thinking there in terms of what does that process look like?
Director Baird.
Through the chair, so with respect to C right now, as it stands, our understanding of this really would be that we would have it available for comment through the Engage Hamilton website, for example. Councillors are able to share it as well, but it's a comment period only, not a consultation with respect to facilitated meeting sessions, that type of thing. So it's truly a public comment in the interest of time.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think that I've had an opportunity to connect with many of my colleagues around the table on C, and I think one of the challenges is what we're sharing as a municipality in a whole contextual framework versus just putting Appendix A up there for public comment. Some of the comments that Mayor Horvath brought forward in terms of the scope of work that we're doing to address houselessness and make units available. Some of the other comments made by other councillors around the table. I guess my concern about a general public comment period online is we heard very distinctly human rights aren't up for debate, human rights aren't up for comment. How are we structuring this public commentary period to be both educational, awareness building, and then being very clear about what input we're seeking?
Okay, that's a question?
Yep.
Who would like to answer that? GM Burton? I see your lights on.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillors. So We are happy to take direction from council with respect to the type of consultation and the depth of conversation. There are varying opinions, of course, around the council table as well as staff in terms of how to approach the consultation. And wanting to make sure that whatever we do is authentic rather than tokenism, and also respecting the length of time that thorough consultation takes and the urgency with which we need to have direction on a particular approach. So we did go back and forth in terms of what the appropriate approach would be and landed on this, and acknowledging that consultation with the goal of consensus, and trying to bring a collaborative consensus-based decision is not necessarily achievable, whether it's 30 days or whether it's longer, but appreciating that a deeper and longer consultation process could provide better information for us. We did land at the process that Director Baird talked about, just in the interest of ensuring we heard voices, but that we could come back to council in August with amendments based on what we have heard.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you
then
for
on
that. And your
D,
time is up, really?
Councillor, if I could, I
you
really
could
want
finish
to,
it.
Chair, through
Yeah.
you, get two more pieces of clarity
Okay.
around the recommendations
Okay, that's
before I
fine.
can go into any deliberation or voting considerations. So I really appreciate the leniency there. So on D then, through you, Chair, further research and consultation is also referenced. Is that consultation specific about consulting the public about where we're going to be sanctioning sites?
Through the chair to the councillor, our recommendation would be no on that. That given the urgency, given that this is a city priority and there's a need for a decision, we would recommend that staff be directed to provide their best advice. Oh, the city manager has something to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, when the word, and this is, I always struggle with the word consultation because everyone defines it in a different way. For D, when we say further research and consultation, that is really talking to colleagues in other jurisdictions, consult with them who've done it before, what worked, what were some of the challenges, what would they do differently if they were starting from scratch. It's really a very targeted consultation with those organizations and municipalities that have done this.
Thank you for that clarity. I just want to make sure everybody's crystal clear. And then E, if I could, that staff are going to come back with, I think, where the crux of the work is in terms of the sanctioned sites, as well as the clarification of what we're going to be addressing for those sanctioned sites. What is the anticipated timeline for that to come back? And when the language is there about integration of peer and Indigenous supports, I just want clarity that it's peer supports as referenced perhaps by some of the delegates versus peer Indigenous. So I just, if you could just clarify those two pieces.
Okay, Director Baird.
Through the chair, with respect to access to services, washroom facilities, what have you, a lot of that really is with our peers in Parks and Public Works, so I'll allow Cynthia to comment on that. With respect to the integration of peer and Indigenous relationships, so the peer piece came up through the sessions that we had, the two sessions we had, that in addition to the outreach workers we have, that there would be some benefit in looking at some type of contractual peer worker in different ways was offered to us. And so that work is one piece of work. The work with the Indigenous community and having an Indigenous outreach worker separate from that, that work is already underway and being established to put that position in place. And so it really is two different components.
Perfect, thank you. so that peer component could include the piece about site maintenance being done by contracted peer support workers.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that was exactly one of the things that they suggested, that assistance with site maintenance, waste removal, that kind of thing would be something that peers might be able to support with. So we can continue to look at that.
Thank you. Those are my clarifying questions.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Councillor Cratch, please, second time.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't have questions for staff. Mike, I only wanted to comment on the report itself. Two things I'm hearing. One is that I'd like to just separate these items out. I'm hearing from my colleagues that there's a series of amendments are going to come forward. I'm seeing nodding now. Okay, good. A series of amendments will come forward and that allow us to vote on A, B, C, D, and E. All I'm asking for is that they be voted on separately at this point. And then I'll just wait to listen to what people have to say. I think that the final thing I'll try and say today, and keep it short, is there's been a real discussion here today about, and I appreciate what the mayor said earlier and some other people have said about, look, we're not going to get this perfect. This isn't about perfection. I don't think that's the issue. I think for me, why I'm not supportive of some parts of this is because it's not a human rights-based approach, from my perspective, to this issue. It's an enforcement-based approach, which I think is actually different than a human rights-based approach. I fundamentally don't see those things as the same. And I think that it is about rebuilding trust. So I think that we have to demonstrate and rebuild trust in order for this to work. I don't think enforcement rebuilds trust. I also think that around the community, around the table, and staff, everywhere, we're still using phrases like these people, and we're still using phrases like members of the community to distinguish between folks who are our neighbors, who are living outside, and folks who are housed. And so I think it's really important for us to be cognizant of the fact that it does still seem like, regardless of whether or not we're on the right path, there's a huge amount of work to do on a number of levels. And so for me, I don't think we're at the place yet where, unless we're going to actually seriously consider a human rights approach, that this enforcement policy makes sense. Open to my colleagues' amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was a comment, not a question. So we're going to move on to Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Pauls. I want to pick up where Councillor Clark referenced page 12 about the leniency compared with other jurisdictions and city staff saying it may experience a potential influx of unsheltered individuals beyond our borders. Quickly rewind the tape, about 20 years, around 2003-04, somewhat of an analogy, not entirely comparable, but somewhat of an analogy quickly. I had heard enough anecdotal stories about welfare recipients coming from the GTA to Hamilton because of our good programs, our good shelters, a good place to be, a nice moderate community compared to the richer communities around us. And so I finally asked the general manager of the day, Joanne Priel, who was the head of the department that general manager Angie Burden is now. I said, with council support, can we quickly do a study just to put this anecdotal thing to bed one way or the other? Fast forward, the study came back. It's all documented on our records. Over 400 recipients, Deputy Mayor Pauls, were coming from the GTA to Hamilton, so a net amount of 400 welfare recipients coming to here, and we're a compassionate community. Absolutely. One of the tops in terms of welcoming and looking after our citizens and those that come here from beyond our borders. All I wanted at the time was, okay, if that's happening from those richer communities from Toronto, Mississauga, Burlington, Oakville, Halton, Peel, how about just some financial support to help the city of Hamilton, because the 400 plus welfare recipients net coming to Hamilton was about $1 million extra cost to our local taxpayers. Anyways, I just put that in reference to the fact that I found it interesting that 20 years later, staff put that in as a footnote about leniency. If we go down the sanction route, it may, underlying the word may, cause a similar result. Deputy Mayor Pauls, a couple of more questions here for staff. I just want to ensure if hypothetically the sanctioned program ever sees the light of day, no site will be chosen until there is all, I've heard the word consultation a lot. from tiny homes to sanctioned encampments to where the tents currently are. I've heard from councillor representing this area about the lack of communication, et cetera, consultation, which I fully appreciate and respect. So I want to ask through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, to Director Baird or Cirillo, if hypothetically we went down this road, will the ward and a site was hypothetically chosen, would the ward councillor be brought into the equation for consultation? Through you,
That's
please.
a great question. Thank you.
That's the first one you've given me today, Deputy Mayor Pauls, but thank you.
That is a great, I want to ask that. Great question. Who's going to answer that?
I'll leave it between the two directors or the general manager.
GM.
You've done a good tag teamwork
Yeah,
today,
what a great
Michelle
team.
and Monica.
Thank you, through the chair to the councillor. So I would say that the selection of sites, when we speak with municipalities that have been looking at sanctioned sites, the selection of a site is one of the most challenging things to do. I think we would commit to provide information to the ward councillor. I would recommend, of course, we're open to council direction. Our recommendation would be that the sites under consideration would still come to council for consideration, regardless of the particular support of a ward councillor or not. I hope I can be that bold to say. My concern, if we don't follow that type of process, that we could be many months trying to find sites. And I think there was when we looked at the HATS site selection, there was a request at one point to have an inventory of sites that had been considered, because a lot of that had not been made transparent or public prior, and would recommend that, given the urgency, that we would bring forward the sites that are identified for the full council consideration.
Okay, General Manager Burden, you lifted me at the beginning of your response by saying the ward councillor would be brought into the consultation, but then you somewhat took me down a bit by my personal opinion, that you said that, however, in spite of that consultation, if a site was recommended by staff, they would bring that forward in the report. But I would imagine they would at least reference the fact that the ward councillor was either supportive or not supportive. So just a quick summary, did I interpret that accurately, General Manager Burden, through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I would say yes. My only, language is so important, and I think I go back to the city manager talking about consultation in the I think it's recommendation D, where we talk about research and consultation as required, really is, probably we should have used a different word in that, but it really references the consultation that we would do with other municipalities. And perhaps consultation is not the right word to use. We would be, as normal practice, having conversations with ward councillors as we start to clarify site criteria and potential sites under consideration.
Okay, thank you, General Manager Burden. That raises my comfort level for now. A constituent emailed me, Deputy Mayor Pauls, during this several-hour debate. Councillor Jackson, if the city goes down the path of sanctioning a site, is there any increased liability to the city, i.e. at the park, let's say Park A, at the Park A, people running by, tents beside, now that they're sanctioned, something spills over. The general essence of the question was, is there increased liability now that we've endorsed it legally, politically, and corporately? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you for that question. Director.
Through the chair. So we don't have the answer to that question right now, but that would be part of the work that we would bring back when we come back with respect to sanctioned sites, because it's an important part of the work that still needs to be done.
Okay, fair enough, Director Baird. Thanks for the honesty of that question. And I suppose you'll bring our city solicitor into that conversation after today as well. I'll leave that up to you. Lastly, Deputy Mayor Pauls, I'm sensing today, I did reference in my first go-around of questions and speaking, that I really believe I've heard so many variables today from so many different perspectives, both our citizens that delegated, those that are involved with the homeless, much greater than I have ever been, I salute them, and from a variety of opinions from different perspectives around this horseshoe. I honestly, truly believe that page 14, the alternatives for consideration, council could decide to delay approval of this protocol, direct staff to conduct full public consultation of the proposed protocol. I heard the early delegates say they weren't happy for the reasons they stated. I've heard a number of my colleagues. So if we're cherry picking, and we're going to have, which is every council member's right to, Deputy Mayor Pauls, on the 5 recommendations of the report from staff, if we're going to cherry pick and have each individual one, fair enough. If all of them happen to lose, I would ask that you would recognize me to come back to page 14 for the alternatives for consideration, please. And I'll just put on the record, I won't be supporting any of the 5 today. There's just way too much questions unanswered that we would cherry pick, amend along the way. Yep, we like A and B. Nope, C and D maybe can go forward, whatever the case is. Let's refer the whole package back. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
I'll refer you back if they fail. 14, the alternative. That is well said. Okay, we're going to move on to Councillor Maureen Wilson. Oh, no, Councillor Clark. Okay, this is comment? No, actually, it's not on the report. We're still on 8.1. Can you wait? And we'll put you first on comment. Is that a comment? No? Okay. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a second-time speaker.
Yes.
I'd like to receive some feedback from staff, if I could, please, on the consultation. Speaking of consultation, that is referenced in recommendation C, available for public comment. I'm gathering that time is not on our side, and I appreciate, to some degree, the amount of resources and energy it takes staff in doing their work. The challenge I'm having with C is we had a delegate here talk about citizenship is about rights and responsibility. And I agree with that. And sometimes it is too easy for us to offer up solutions. Why don't they just move? Why don't they just get an apartment? Why don't they just do that? And rather than get angry, my responsibility is to try and have conversations with outlining all the dots that are going on. We've talked about some of them. Income polarity, financialization of housing, substance use, pre-existing code red conditions, gender as a housing. The challenge I'm having with public comment is it relinquishes all of our collective responsibility for having some really deeper discussions. And I'm thinking about Main Street conversion. We're having an online meeting going through the map, block by block by block. Some ward councillors have requested their own meeting live and in person because we know some people learn differently. Some people want to engage differently. And this is, the word complexity has been used multiple times. And it's my own opinion that an engaged Hamilton response does just not measure and capture the level of complexity. So my question is there any opportunity for staff to, do you have it in your resource well to work with those of us who may be interested in hosting our own public meetings to walk through, the housing system, where we are, where we've been, why this, and then have some comment. Otherwise, it is, it's just, it doesn't seem to match the crisis, if, for lack of a better word, through the chair.
Okay. GM Byrne, please.
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. So we in fact have talked about that as a staff, and should that be the will of council, we would be more than happy to make time for that. That more fulsome conversation does allow for, I think, a better understanding of the context in which the protocol is coming forward, some of the issues around it, even should council go in the direction of sanctioned sites, have an opportunity to talk about why. We would be happy to do that. We are stretched for resources, so if that is the direction of council, I'd recommend that GM Thorne and I, depending which staff are implicated or involved in that, we would, for next council meeting next week, come back with potential plan and any adjustments that would need to be made in current workload, and a realistic understanding of sort of what time frame council would like this returned by would be helpful as we do that.
So would that be put a motion that you requesting that? I sort of heard you need to know, or?
I think I obviously cannot speak on behalf of all residents or even Ward 1 residents. But someone who I really admire said, if you want people to generally follow and accept the validity of something, you have to give everyone an opportunity to join in, to follow, to come with you. And the idea of housing as a human right is for many of us, we've been talking about it for a while, but for some people, it is a brand new concept. And I don't mean that in a way that people aren't paying attention, but what does that translate into our relationships with each other and our rights and our responsibilities? And again, I don't have any specific recommendation to offer, but I do feel that C, as it's presently presented, is not sufficient for the work that's at hand. So more than happy to leave that for council meeting, if you would like to deliberate that, or if it can be done by someone else to recognizing your workload on behalf of the city to facilitate something, I don't know. But just for me personally, on this one, it requires a little bit more an investment. Thank you.
Thank you. So you will bring it back, council, did I hear? Or there's no motion, right?
Sorry.
Manager Smith?
Through the chair, I would recommend we still have a motion so we can get as much clarity as possible on what the content is of the report that we would bring back before this is ratified next week at council. I would just ask for understanding that that report won't be posted on the original agenda because we'll just need some additional time to turn something around that fast, and we can notify council members when it is posted.
And respectfully, it may be for naught. If the will of this committee is now to do something different, a motion would only be had if there is something to consult on, if you will. So I would have to hold that for the report and then see.
So could we wait till at least council maybe and put it there?
Yeah, thank you.
I was just thinking what you were saying about public comments. We are upper city, we have lower city, we have so diverse, and there's so many people. It's good to know what we need and people understand, but I'm wondering if there be more of a division. I don't know. So.
Pardon me, but that is the cross that I signed up for.
Yeah.
That is my responsibility to bear.
To find out.
And I don't mind doing it.
Okay.
I just would like a little help. Thank you.
And I think it's fair, and maybe a council, we can do that. All right? That's great. All right. Last but not least, our mayor.
I just, again, have noticed that there's a real attempt to get clarity on what we're saying, what we're reading, what we're agreeing to, what we're talking about. And I just want to go back to D again, and I'm sorry, but the research consultation as required and bring back options regarding operating models, parameters, and criteria for site identification and potential sites with the goal of incorporating sanctioned sites into the new encampment protocol. So I just want to make sure that that's as read, that's everybody's understanding. It's not just consulting with peers around other municipalities, other folks that are doing this work, but then using that information to bring back criteria, parameters, criteria, and potential sites. Correct? Okay, thank you.
Director, do you want to confirm that that's what we're doing indeed?
Through the chair, indeed, that is what we are doing, correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have to know where I'm at now, because I've been turning pages. Okay, so we're going to have a mover and a seconder, please, and then we'll vote on that, and then we'll go on the report, and we'll receive, this is to receive the presentation, okay? So can I have a mover and a second? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Clark, thank you. We'll vote on that. 8.1, please. And thank you. All right, and it carries 15-0. We're more united than divided. Yay, way to go. Okay, on the report. Okay, I need a mover and a seconder.
That was the hard part.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, and seconded by, no. May I please have a mover and a seconder? To put the report. That's what I meant. Who wants to move it? Okay, the mayor. I'll second it, or Councillor Wang, that's fine. So now we're on the report. Let's be clear. Is there any items to discuss on the report? Councillor Clark. All 5 separate.
Deputy Mayor and colleagues, I do have some concerns. I am concerned that my phone is ringing right now. I am concerned that sanctioning encampments in our parks will eventually just lead to even more encampments. And let me give you the math that I have. The city currently has 1,500 homeless. It might be a little bit more than that, but round it off to 1,500. If we assume 5 tents per encampment, this new process would legitimately, or could legitimately, lead to 300 encampments in the city. That's just math that we have currently. That's following this process of 5 tents per encampment. I agree completely with my colleagues and my staff that we should be expediting housing applications for the homeless. In fact, I would hope that we could establish a policy that unhoused residents, unhoused families, victims of intimate violence would be first in line at all times for new or renovated geared to income housing. I am concerned that we may not have educated the public. And what I mean by that is we have not educated the public about the recent court decision in Waterloo regarding encampments, as well as how the Ontario Human Rights Code would address applications regarding encampments. I'm concerned by proceeding in this process without wide public education accompanied with a 30-day comment period. We may be unintentionally creating more division, more animosity and anger about tent encampments. Consider the anger and the violence and the hatred that is directed at encampment residents currently. Now add on the anger from sanctioned encampments being 5 meters from a private property line. I see a real potential that our decision may unintentionally escalate the division to the point of violence against the homeless, which is already happening in our city. We have indicated as a council that housing is one of our first priorities. We have adopted housing first protocols, yet the number of encampments continues to increase while we have done all of this. I lament that we are considering a way of legitimizing tent encampments because it may slide into this is the solution to homelessness. It is not. I have real trepidations that we are now pivoting to acquiescing, reluctantly supporting, or actually condoning encampments because we don't have the housing in our city. We should be doing everything we can to expedite additional supportive housing and additional emergency housing in our community. I do not see, and I do not want to see, encampments becoming a legitimate housing option on the housing continuum, and I fear that's what we are sliding towards. And tenting, because you don't have a place to go, was always seen as a temporary measure, the last hope. We need to do everything we can to eliminate the need for encampments in our community. And I don't think this policy is getting us there. So I'm hoping that there are going to be some enlightened people around this room that will move some amendments. I think there should be a 30-day written comment period. I think we should be, in the meantime, trying to educate through perhaps newspaper advertisements and all of our websites and all of the social media, the ramifications of that court decision in Waterloo, and the ramifications of housing as a human right under the Human Rights Code in Ontario. We need to make sure the public understands those key points before we begin to move forward with anything. So I'm going to listen to the rest of my colleagues, but I am nervous that we are sliding to making encampments as a legitimate part of providing housing in the city of Hamilton. And I had hoped that we would never see that day.
Thank you for that. And we have one more speaker, Alex Wilson, please, Councillor.
Thank you. And before I begin, Deputy Mayor, I just want to seek permission. I'm going to make my quick comments on the report. I'm going to introduce 2 amendments, and I'm going to speak to them, and I'm going to try and do it all in 5 minutes. Just want to seek, that's okay? You're going to let me do those 3 things?
Go ahead and
Perfect.
speak, and then we'll do the amendments.
So just super quickly, my comments on the overall report. I think it's about just acknowledging the fact that it's not that we're sliding towards this reality. This has been the reality. People have no place to go, and now it is up to us to make a decision. How are we going to be helping people who have no place to go to be as safe as possible and as secure as possible, given that we have not provided a place to go? Is that ultimately only our fault? No, we've pointed our finger at the province a number of times, and I think I just want to make this abundantly clear. We could solve one of the most growing pressures on the system with rent control tomorrow. That would cost $0 and could be introduced at the provincial level. There are solutions and ways to help move this forward, and the provincial politicians not pushing for those solutions have blood on their hands. Absolutely, that is the case here. But this is the reality we're in, and we have to find a way to work with the circumstance we're in. We can't put our head in the sand. This is the reality we're in. And so in that result, I think we do have to do that public consultation, because I think we have to move people with us, and so much has changed so quickly, and so I really do agree with a lot of that. And so how do we move the public with us? I think we'll hear a lot about public consultation coming further, but I think there are some things we can do already. We can listen and incorporate the feedback of the people who have already reached out to us. We've seen it in Appendix B, and that's what my amendments here are seeking to do. So I'm looking to amend item E of the report. It looks a lot different. I promise I've only just added one thing. Thank you so much, Elsie McRae, for bolding it. It's just when we had a run-on sentence that big, I thought putting it in a list made it a bit easier. So what I'm doing is the I, and 4 were already part of the motion E. All I'm adding is that we, in this report back that's forthcoming, staff work with stakeholders to develop a task force or committee comprised of city staff, community stakeholders, and people with lived experience to review each instance where someone may need to be moved due to a concern for their or others' safety and identify all potential supports required to address the root of the behaviors. And so this is direct language from Appendix B. This is what was heard in the community consultation. And when I asked a question about it, staff also said, we'd be amenable to having this conversation. And so I just want to put that in the report back so we actually have that conversation, we move that forward, and maybe we find out there are barriers to doing it, but we should hear that study, we should get back on that. So that's what the first amendment is. The second amendment is to add a section F. Again, when asked questions about, we've heard a lot, there's no place to go, there's no place to go. How are we doing this? I really think, Councillor Nan, you really illustrated how hard it is for folks to figure that out. Are we giving them a ruler? How are we finding the places to go? The city can do that work. When we're putting out an eviction, we can identify where are some of the sites nearby that would meet our criteria and provide those as sites. So it's not that we're providing an enforcement saying you can't be here, go find somewhere else. Person picks spot B. You can't be here, go somewhere else. Person picks spot C. You can't be here, pick somewhere else. At some point we have to say, here's where you can be. And I heard, again, when I asked that as a question, I heard willingness to incorporate that. It's just not in the motions as is. So I'm just adding that so we can put that in the protocol itself. And hopefully we can do that before council, given that that's not a big change procedurally, but it is a huge change in terms of the implementation of this protocol. So those are my amendments and why I've moved them.
Okay, so do you have a seconder?
I do. I believe Councillor Nan would like to second both of them.
Okay, that's an amendment to A, I guess. No. Okay. I really can't see a word, but I saw from, okay. Okay, so on the amendment, Councilor Maureen Wilson, is that you're on, no, that's separate?
No, I had a question of the city manager on the report.
Should we do the amendment first, vote on it, or what's your, what do you guys want? What pleasure?
My question is not seeking to conflict with the amendment, but.
Okay. Okay, let's ask the question and then we'll go back to the amendment and vote on it, okay?
Chair, I think, Chair, I think GM Thorne may had his hand up, but.
Okay. GM?
Yes, through the chair, again, just understanding how important very clear language is. I'm not sure I'm clear on E sub 3, if my memory is correct. It would appear to be suggesting that in cases in the current enforcement aspect of the protocol, there would be a role for bylaw in certain circumstances, and it's unclear to me if the intent here is that this task force is determining enforcement activities. So I'm a little unclear on the language around the role of this task force as it relates to the step-by-step procedures spelled out in the protocol, and whether this is a group that is determining whether or not a particular tent site has to relocate or not. So that I think it would be very helpful to staff to have clarity in the extreme in terms of what the expectations are.
Okay, so not the mover, can you explain that, please? What's your intent?
So speaking very clearly, this is where discretion happens. So this is the before enforcement, but I would actually like to throw it to Director Baird because this is directly taken from the report, word for word from Appendix B. And so I just, because I took that language from there, I'd ask, again, the intent should be there given that it was written by staff, ideally, as what they heard from community. This is community feedback, seeing a nod from GM Burden. But for me, this is where the discretion comes into it, which is why I've been putting that forward. So before enforcement, but I want to allow for a more complete answer.
Through the chair.
Director Baird.
So this was an item that was raised through the sessions that were held. This is the wording of exactly what they were asking to happen. There's a couple of things. On the discretion side of things, when I speak to the fact that housing staff use discretion, it's discretion with respect to when we send things over to enforcement. We don't make the decision with respect to what that enforcement looks like versus we are working with individuals really to exhaust every opportunity we can. And so we are using discretion with respect to what's being forwarded along. When we talk about having lived experience voice of individuals currently in encampments at the table, I think that I would have seen it from the perspective of planning table, talking about the issues that are in front of us, figuring out how do we solution together, that kind of work. When we look at what's in number 3 and the wording being explicitly the way it is there, I don't know that it's possible for a couple of reasons. Like I said, we can't talk about individuals at a table like this because we're disclosing personal information about the individual. And sometimes it is one tent with one person. That's what we're speaking about. And on the other hand, it wouldn't be appropriate that this whole group of individuals, including those voices, are making decisions with respect to what enforcement looks like or not. So I think the place we have discretion is the upfront and how we engage. And then I would say we should and can commit to having the voice of lived experience in some planning capacity, some kind of advisory capacity, but it wouldn't be around the decision on a situation by situation basis, I guess.
Okay, Councillor Maureen Wilson, were you finished with your question? I went back to.
Yeah, no, I can hold my question.
Okay.
But I would like the chair, if you could recognize me prior to the vote on the amendment. But I appreciate this clarity being brought.
So I'll make sure. Okay, so the amendments there were clear. Are we going to vote on the amendment?
No.
No. Oh, do we have a speaker? It doesn't say, there's no speakers on my list there. Oh, Wilson, I already asked. No. Okay, it just said Alex Wilson, but I thought you were finished. Alex Wilson. What others?
Just one quick question, and then I am done, to Director Baird. This is a report back. I appreciate the answer may be this is not possible. Do you see value in having a conversation with stakeholders about how it could be achieved, getting that report back as a valuable, even if this may not be where we land, but we land somewhere in the middle? Just given that this was a direct ask from community, it's the only ask I noticed that did not make it into the next steps, which is why I'm moving this motion, is because it seems to be the piece that's left behind. If what you're saying is we've done all the research we're going to do and we know it's not possible to do this, that's a very clear answer. That's just not in the report in front of us. Lacking that clarity, I'm asking for that level of consideration.
Okay, GM Burden.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. Really appreciate wanting to have individuals with lived experience informing the process. My concern is if we do the work to engage, we already know part of the reason, or the reason it wasn't included, is because it's problematic from an operational perspective. It's not possible for us to do what is asked there. I'm wondering if we could change the language to establishing the task force to inform the approach, and to Director Baird's conversation, maybe even developing some sort of appeals process or some processes along the way to ensure that there is voice informing if decisions are made or things happen that are contrary to a human rights-based approach, that we've got mechanisms in place that are hardwired into the approach. I think that is much more in line with what we can do and would address things and hold us accountable then to individuals with lived experience as well. So if we can...
Could you make it a little bit bigger? I cannot see anything. Okay. All right.
To inform the development and operations of the approach, rather than to review each instance, would be my suggestion for the change to that. Well, and on operations, right?
You too.
To advise on the development and operations of encampment response. I'm making this up.
The operation of review for
Sorry, Alex. Who's
Development and policy
Yeah.
of encampment response.
I'm sorry, I just can't quite hear you.
Can you, GM Burton, can you speak into the mic?
Apologies. If you could remove operations and replace it with policy. I think that's good.
Develop the policy of encampment response process. Okay. So, is that okay, Councillor Wilson? All right. So, we have Councillor Nan. Did you want to talk about the amendment, please?
I did, and I appreciate the clarity around the limitations operationally from which to integrate the recommendation that was coming from the stakeholder group and then amending it towards an appeals process. It's my understanding, and I've been reaching out to a national network of municipalities made up of staff and councillors and mayors who are tackling this issue. And there was an example raised of a lived experience circle on homelessness that is used with the city of Kelowna for their version of a sanctioned encampment. And that lived experience circle on homelessness helps optimize the response and operations as it relates to addressing the needs of those folks who are encamped as a way of integrating the principles of a human rights approach to their version of a sanctioned encampment. So there are examples in other municipalities, and I think it'd be great to get that report back. Yep.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, so you're okay with the amendment? The mover, the seconder was Councillor Nan. So with that, we're going to go, oh, it doesn't say Councillor Clark, I'm sorry. There's no Councillor Clark in front of me.
It may not be, but I did indicate it to
Okay,
you, and you could have
sorry
easily
about
written it
that,
down.
but it's
that's
still
okay.
not there, so.
Deputy
Councillor
Mayor, I have a question for our staff. How many unhoused individuals were housed by our city process last year?
Director Baird.
Through the chair, so at this point in time, we have just over 1,600 individuals that are considered unhoused that are part of the by name list in Hamilton. Over the past 12 months, 351 individuals have been housed as a result of housing efforts that are underway. That's not specific to encampments, Councillor. I don't have that information in front of me, but I can tell you that that's how many people, including those within encampments, that were housed. 351 is the number.
Does that include the number of folks who were successfully housed by other agencies like the Salvation Army, Mission Services, YWCA, YMCA, Good Shepherd?
Through the chair, yes, it does. That number includes all those successfully housed through city-funded homelessness programs, and so that would include all of those agencies that you named.
And is it possible to get an indication as to how successful we were with housing folks who were living in encampments in the last 12 months?
Through the chair, I can get that information. I can bring it back when we come back with the report back for sure, or happy to share it with the group if that makes more sense, but I'll have it for council next week if that makes good sense.
Thank you.
That would be acceptable. Do we need to do that as a motion, or can we just take it as direction? Thank you.
Take it as a direction. Thank you.
I'm fine with the amendment as Councillor Alex Wilson has amended it as per the staff. I was getting a little bit nervous when we were starting to slip towards operations, and we have to be really careful as politicians that we don't get into operations, and neither do our advisory groups. So thank you for that.
All right, there's no more speakers. So we're going to vote on the amendment. And do we have a, yeah, we have a seconder, Councillor Nan, and I think moved by. Amendment, just, yes.
A lot has been said.
A lot, yes. This is the amendment that was just put on the floor by Councillor Alex
So through the
Wilson.
Deputy Mayor, it's to amend E and add subsection F.
Yeah, amended, okay. All right. Everybody's clear. Okay. It passes 12 to 0. To 2. Boy, I need glasses. I know, but that's for close reading. I can't read far. Okay, sounds great. Thank you. All right. Where are we now? Okay, may I, on the report, did we have a mover and a seconder?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we do have a mover and a seconder. I just wasn't sure if there were any further amendments going to be put forward on the report, or if committee wanted to vote on each subsection separately.
There's no more speakers on the list, so it's not a here. Okay.
So, sorry,
Yeah.
am I stepping on toes?
Okay. All right, Councillor Clark first.
I was going to comment on the overall thing, so I'll yield to Council Maureen Wilson, please.
Councillor Wilson, Maureen.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Clark. So there's, I know we have this somewhere, so I apologize. We've received previously a report on ending homelessness, and just for my benefit and for public consumption, because I am mindful of a comment that we received that at the end of the day, everybody just wants to be housed. And so to that end, also as part of our public consultation, if I could ask through the chair to the city manager, on previous presentations, there was reference made to a pilot that the city was seeking funding for a supportive housing initiative. And I was wondering if you could offer some insight into what would be the cost of that, and how would that cost be distributed, and who would it house? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. City Manager Jeanette.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'll start, and if GM Burden or Director Baird want to hop in. So we started during the pandemic, and we didn't call it a pilot per se. We identified that we had 100 unhoused individuals who needed wrapped around supports for successful tenancies, and that based on some research and work that had been done, that equates to about $50,000 per person for 100 people, just for the supports. We haven't been successful to date, and as Director Baird and the team were working on the report to come forward about what would it take to end homelessness in the region of Peel, they took a look at that proposal again, and the numbers increased, because it is about 200 people now we think would need that level of wraparound supports for successful tenancies. We also refined the number because there's a range of supports, but based on our knowledge and experience with that initial proposal, it's about $8.9 million for 200 individuals, and that's just for the supports. That's not the housing per se. Is that correct? Yes, they're confirming that I am correct.
Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair. So just so I understand, City Manager, our original assessment during the pandemic was that we had 100 individuals of higher acuity that required wraparound supports. So beyond just units, in order for them to be successful in their unit, they needed wraparound support. And since that time, that number has escalated to 200 people. The $8.9 million, that's an annual operating cost, and that is separate and distinct from the capital to build. Could you just help me out through the chair?
Yes. So the work we've done to date, that 8.9 million would be just the supports, not, capital or potential subsidies needed to maintain the cost of the unit. It's the wraparound supports. And what we heard when we were doing the housing roadmap, and there's the fourth pillar supports, that one thing could have the most significant impact, because we'll still need the shelter system, because there are people who go through episodes in their life when they don't have a house, and they come into the shelter system. We do wraparound supports, and they hopefully flow out. When you have this significant number of individuals that really need those extensive wraparound supports to have successful tenancies, we feel the rest of the system for the episodic or the temporary would work. And it's one of the most significant things we could do. We would need to further refine those numbers of 8.9 million, but that's our estimate as we were doing the roadmap work and that report on how to end homelessness in the city of Hamilton.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
So I'm asking these questions, Chair, because I'm conscious of a remark that was used by a delegate that we don't want to further engage in gaslighting. We don't want people to be living in encampments. People in encampments don't want to be living in encampments, but I'm trying to envision the path forward for appropriate housing to uphold their human rights. And in the absence of that, I'm seeking insight from the city manager that in the absence of us realizing this proposal, are we going to be successful in moving individuals into a appropriately housed situation outside of strictly a shelter system?
Director Baird, I see, or you're pointing that way.
Through the chair, Councillor, you're right. What you're getting to is the correct point, that there are individuals for whom our ability to provide housing is key, and we need to be able to provide the housing. But it's just as important that we have those supports in place to ensure that people are able to maintain that housing and be successful with their tenancy on an ongoing basis. And so part of the solution, both in the roadmap, in the Ending Chronic Homelessness, continues to be noted within the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, is the need to provide supports around people. When we think about the shelter system, and City Manager Smith named about, there are individuals for who have acute episodes and they come through. For example, monthly right now, we're having approximately 240 people come into our shelter system, of which we're seeing another 180 flow out. So we're having flow through, and that's those episodes of acuity and that people get themselves back on their feet and find their way. However, there is that proportion for whom they're, for lack of a better word, stuck within the system because we don't have that supportive housing available to us to really help people and see them to success. And that's the solution that we need to find.
Thank you. Again, we had a discussion the other day, or Monday, I believe it was, on heat. And one of my colleagues referenced it would be advantageous for us to talk about cost avoidance. So it is beyond my comprehension. Frankly, I'm trying to not be political here, and I don't think I am, how we have a healthcare system that has been given a pass and a provincial leadership that has been given a pass. We have a solution here that would uphold, meet our objectives as a community, uphold the dignity, avoid costs being borne either by EMS or our healthcare sector. We have a solution here. We have it chiseled out for our elected MPPs, for other leaders in our community, and for this council to advocate, and for all those people who delegated here this morning. We want to talk about an all-community solution. Let's get our shoulder to the wheel on this, because otherwise we are not going to be able to uphold our commitment to the human rights of individuals. So we have it here. We just need to get people to the table, and that includes our area MPPs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. To piggyback on Councillor Wilson's comments, we did have the Minister of Municipal Affairs in Hamilton and the Regional Minister, Minister Lumsden, appear and tour Indowell. They are well aware of the cost savings of appropriate supportive housing to our emergency system, our ambulances, our doctors, our police officers, but the money's still not flowing. And we continue to advocate in that way. Can I ask, on item C, Madam Mayor, it talks about a public comment period after we approve the proposed encampment protocol. Why is that? Generally, it would be before we approve it.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Jan Burton?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. We agree with you that normally that's what would happen. It's recommended because currently staff are looking for council direction in terms of what approach to take to respond to the current encampments. And given the urgency, it was felt that an answer to that question was needed, and also an opportunity then to learn from the experiences. If we think about the discretion that we would have to, as we implement, and it being a housing first approach, it was felt that we could implement the protocol with that discretion and at the same time have public comment rather than have it be a sequential process and further delay direction to staff about how to handle the current situation.
Councillor Clark?
What's the time frame of the public comment period?
Jim-Byrd?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, my understanding would be a 30-day public input period. And the alternative is to have full consultation prior to any approval of the proposed protocol.
Councillor Clark?
Or another alternative would be to hold the 30-day public comment period prior to the approval. I'm stumbling on that. We rightfully have indicated that we wish to be accountable, we wish to be including authentic, legitimate public consultation. We have a civic engagement policy, but here we're approving the protocol, albeit there were consultations with the stakeholders, but there have been no consultations with the general public. And I have real trouble with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. So as I've just jumped into the chair, my understanding is we're now going to have a vote on the report, recommendations? Yeah, item by item. So let me just pull my... Perhaps you could put them on the screen. Whoa. Oh, we now have a question from Councillor Cratch.
Just like a sticky note in the air, that's all. And the sticky note is if A and B fail, then C doesn't make sense in its current composition. I'll recommend a slight amendment so it makes sense, that's all.
Okay. Okay, so the staff recommendations on the report on recommendation A. Can we have that up, please? Yeah, I just stop sharing.
Through the mayor, I will need a mover and a seconder. Oh, I have the original movers and seconders on, but now that you're in the chair, you can't be the mover of A.
Oh, okay. Can I get a mover for A? Is anybody prepared to move A? Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by, I guess I can second it, right, as chair?
Yes.
All right, so item A is on the vote.
Just give me just one moment.
Do I get to vote for Councillor Pauls too? Because her screen's right in front of me. I won't be doing that. Just kidding, a little bit of levity. It's defeated 3-10-0. So we're now on to item B. Sure. You want to see it on the screen? Yeah. Does item B even make sense with item A not having passed? The staff and budget resources for the coordination response team previously approved be allocated to the implementation of the proposed encampment protocol attached as Appendix A. Councillor Jackson? Oh, sorry, I have a speaker's list. Councillor Clark and then Councillor Jackson. Sorry, Councillor Clark. Oh, okay, Councillor Jackson, it's over to you.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Okay, I was all set to vote against B. However, Everyone knows my position from the budget time. The 1.3 million, that's part of the current protocol. If B loses, is the enforcement component after the Housing First component that no longer will be activated through you, Mayor Horwath? To whoever can answer that, please.
I think we're getting a bit of a conversation happening. GM Thorne?
GM Thorne or GM Burden, please, if you understand my question. If B loses, then does that mean the 1.3 million used for enforcement after the Housing First approach is not successful at a particular site? Does that mean that no longer will be in place? Through you, Mayor Horwath?
So through the chair, in many respects, B becomes somewhat redundant without the passage of the protocol. So it would be essentially status quo. So the allocation of those resources would be the same as they were when they were in front of staff. So just to be clear, not all 1.3 million was for enforcement. It was actually the majority was for the various housing outreach workers, but it would say status quo to what that previous council report was.
For my sake in Ward 6, a few. Thank you very much, General Manager Thorne.
So then really, thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't know that you'll need to vote against it because procedurally, I don't think it's even in order.
It should have been included with A, so I think we should just vote on it, but it can't just, if you could vote how you voted,
so people understand, right? It really is attached to.
That was my fault.
To A. So we'll put it up for the sake of keeping the records.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's defeated to 11-0. So then we're on to C. Is there any discussion on C? Oh, no, we need a mover and a seconder for C. Oh, I didn't say 11-0, did I? I said 11-0. Okay. So moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch.
With the slight amendment, just to create a non-redundancy, because now that A and B have been defeated.
Before you, can we, yeah, so that everybody can see what we're talking about, please. Okay, C, that following council ratification, staff be directed, et cetera, et cetera.
I sent this to Elsie McRae, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You have a million emails. So just take out the words following council ratification, because of course it doesn't matter anymore now because it's not being ratified at council because it failed. So just the three words after the word that can go away. Yep. And then that staff monitor the implementation of the protocol. It's not being implemented, so there's nothing for them to monitor. So just that phrase, and that staff monitor the implementation of the protocol. Yep. There we go. Now that leaves everything else.
Councillor Clark, please.
Can I understand what the 30-day, well, it doesn't say 30-day, but I heard staff say that it was going to be 30-day. Is this going to be just through Engage Hamilton, or will it also include written correspondence over that 30-day period?
GM Thorne, or sorry, GM Burden?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. We would take council's direction. It was important that we're on the same page. Currently, as it stands, it would be available for public comment. We could expand that to include written correspondence, which would make sense. That is a different process than the one that Councillor Wilson was previously referring to with respect to the ward town halls and conversations. So we would just like clarity in terms of the expectations so that we're meeting expectations.
Well, Madam Mayor, if I may, it should, in my opinion, it should say 30 days so that the public understand the deadline as to when they should be providing their comments by. And I'd be happy with it being a hybrid model, both allowing public comment through Engage Hamilton and as well as written public comments provided they get in by the 30-day deadline. And can I also ask Deputy Mayor of Staff, on the Engage Hamilton, and we had discussed this a couple of times today, would we be including some public education with regards to the recent common law decision in Waterloo and the Ontario Human Rights Code? Would we be including that type of, because I don't think the public has an understanding of what some of the fence lines we're working within. We can only go this far and this far. The courts have said this. I don't know how we,
Okay.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Director Grant is online for today, so he just texted me, and he would love to provide some clarity on what he thinks we could do, that while we're inviting the public commenting through Engage Hamilton and through written, about what we could do to have some context around that related to recent court decisions and what a human rights approach to housing means.
Okay, so Director Grant, is he online? Obviously. I don't. We do not hear you, Director Grant, but...
Can you hear me now?
Thank you, and introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
I will do. Through the chair to the Councillor Matthew Grant, Director of Communications and Strategic Initiatives. To the Councillor, you know, in the invitation that we put out for the consultation across multiple platforms, I would suggest that invitation should be robust. It should indicate that information about why we're doing what we're doing, what some of the context is. I think we should have a place where people can go to learn more on the website with all the different, you know, court decisions and everything else and what's influencing our decisions, including some of the reports that were there. And we make sure that the invitations that are going out are inclusive of that information, and we make it both an invitation and an education effort. That would be my recommendation, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
I think that would be excellent. Thank you, Director, for that commentary. And I think it's important to acknowledge that councillors will take these comments that we receive over that 30-day period into their own consideration and deliberation. I don't know how anyone around this table will act, but we do know that we have honored our promise for civic engagement by participating in this type of public consultation. So thank you for that.
And thank you. All right, Councillor Jackson, please. No? Okay. I'm doing my job. I can't.
No, and I'm one of the ones admiring you today, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Thank you. Okay, please, Elsie McCray, if you could put C back up, please, so that I can reference it to staff. Obviously, C seems, and with the amendment from Councillor Kretsch, all seems in order. I'm not against public engagement ever. However, I'd like to know, and I'm not trying to create a conundrum for GM Burden, and if she says I am, then I will withdraw my conundrum. However, over the 30-day, if I support this, over the 30-day period, the broader community overwhelmingly speaks opposed to in sanctioning encampments for all the many reasons many of us have spoken about, parks especially. However, those engaged and are advocates for, and many we've heard today and in past delegations, that are the heart and soul for the houseless. How are staff going to prepare that type of report and ultimately with a recommendation? If you get the thrust, GM Burden, of my hypothetical, that community across the city overwhelmingly says not the right way to go. Those involved say you must go in a certain direction. I'm just trying to understand the conundrum it may create for your recommendation and report back. And if I'm being too presumptive at this time, I will respect whatever you respond with. Through you,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor Pauls, please.
GM Burden, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, and I would invite any comments from the bench as well. I'll start off. We do not know what the public comment period will be. I will say that we want to honor the voices that have come forward already, what we've heard today, as well as what we will hear in that period. And we will do our best to represent that as accurately as possible to council. And in the same way that we always do, we will then provide staff's best recommendation based on what we've heard and what we know from our professional expertise. I would say that the process, should council approve, I think it's recommendation recommendation D, all of that is happening simultaneously, and so we'll be able to bring whatever the outcome is back in August. I wouldn't want to presuppose the outcome at this point.
I knew, I had faith that in you, General Manager Burden, you could handle my conundrum question with much aplomb. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor
Thank you.
Pauls.
And thank you for asking that. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be prescriptive. I am going to ask if it is the will of a councillor to host a meeting in their ward to allow for a more in-depth deliberation and to hold myself accountable. Is that possible? Or perhaps even in order to ease that, some councillors could collectively get together if they were neighboring or something. Is that at all possible? Because otherwise, this is not enough for me and it doesn't meet the mark. Thank you.
I agree. We need to, Director Baird.
Through the chair, so to the councillor, it would help us to know sort of scope and how many of these we should expect. We do these types of meetings right now with some councillors on different topics and certainly are happy to continue to do so. We just need to know what the resources are required to do this. So I think if people could reach out and sort of say yes or no, they want to do it, and to what end, and whether it's virtual or in person, I think would help us decide what's possible. We would certainly like to be able to say yes to that, but resources are the issue. And so if we can find out in the next couple of days what the desire is of this room, that'll help us in answering that question.
Very fair. Just ours are always at 7:30 past bedtime hour, virtual, in order to be fully accessible to caregivers and those with some physical limitations. And just opening up, happy to couple with anybody who wants to do it. That's probably neighboring geographically would probably be more suitable. So I'll happy to get you more detail. Thank you.
That sounds good. I just think virtually for us, for me, I've had a couple of meetings, and usually we don't get that many because it's virtual. So it'd be great if we could even have staff and have a hall where maybe a few of the councillors get together. So we'll decide then. Councillor Clark.
And I'm not meaning to complicate things, but Councillor Jackson whispered in my ear a moment ago, would that require more than 30 days then? Are the councillors comfortable that they can, those who wish to, conduct public hearings in their own wards within that 30 days, or do we need to allow for more time? June 30th, I'm hearing.
Councillor?
I can't speak for some, but I'm getting a sense from some of my neighbors that we could do it for June 30th, and we could do it here at City Hall as a way to kind of meet in halfway point. But
I think that's good. If we could do that, then please.
So I'm not understanding this a little bit. So we would have a meeting here, June 30th, for everybody? I didn't understand the last statement.
So it says a 30-day public comment period, so we would be changing that for public comment until June 30th.
And staff report back with final. I don't. So then we come here. I don't know that the direction may propose capital work attached. Available to public comment until June 30th. Protocol to check. Recommended and the staff report, the final recommended protocol. So, I'm a little bit, okay. It's City Manager Jeanette Smith, please.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. Just a quick comment, if you don't mind, through the chair. What I've asked staff to do, because we certainly want to do it as fulsome as we can, recognize we're in an emergency, is if there's as much information back to staff about, what you'd be looking at doing in your ward, that we can look at how we would resource it. If we could get that, at least a couple days before council ratification next week at this report. And then what I've asked staff to do for full transparency, if there are any reports or things like that that would get delayed by a month, I don't know what the date is, that they come back and just so it's fully transparent before you ratify this next week at council, that that some things may get delayed. And it may not, depending on how many are done, but I've asked them to do that so it's just transparent up front.
Okay, June 30th seems like it's just around the corner to me. I don't even know if we have enough time. And then I heard that staff might not be available. What about if I call a town hall for Ward 7? Will you be, I would have to give you a dates. I just think June 30th is really too short. Am I, for the report to come in August, does anybody feel the same, or no? You feel you could get all your constituents? I have the largest constituent, Ward 7. I have to email everybody, my whole ward. All right, and I hope, okay. Well, I do have quite a few. So I'm wondering, I just want to be clear what I'm voting on and what I'm doing. It's been a long day, it really has. And you know what? This is great. We all are with the same heart of helping, and that's what it's all about. It really is. And I'm proud to stand here to, lead this, but I look at June 30th, this is the end of May almost, and I heard staff say they don't even know if they could come. So I can't see staff going to each ward, or is it all together? Am I missing something? GM Burden, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, we would ask for clarity in the next couple of days from each councillor as to whether they're interested in having some additional engagement beyond the written public input through Engage Hamilton and the written correspondence. And then we will need to make an assessment of how much resource, how much workload is involved. We would look at seeing, can we engage externally to help? And then we will come back next week at council to let you know what is feasible and what would mean. There are some significant reports coming forward from housing, including the shelter right sizing, which is the recommended increase in capacity for shelters. That is a critical report. Okay. And so we do need to figure out how we would do it all. But currently, we would be prepared to come back with what's feasible once we understand council's intention around the
Okay, so council has 30 days, as soon as possible, to let you know what we need for our ward.
In the next few days.
In next few days, okay. We better hurry up and get to work. Anyways, I just think I would have liked more time, but that's fine. Let's vote. Anyone else? Councillor McMakin.
I'm just wondering, because this has been a long and winding road that's got us here. And I've been working really hard to try to follow it, and I think understand it. But I wonder if it would be helpful, if we do nothing else coming out of this meeting, to make sure each one of us is in possession with whatever that motion is that we pass, so that we can use that as a vehicle to inform people who may want to write, may want to engage, right? Without going in some arbitrary thing.
Right.
Sometimes we don't get the minutes, for.
Yeah. I think staff, you.
But a very special request, given our mutual love and affection.
I guess after you get our comments, you will let us know if you're available. That's what I'm getting, right? Okay, let's go. Are we going to vote on C? Yes. Amendment to C, everyone? As amendment. We're all separating here? Okay, and it was... That's funny, I didn't even vote, and it says I voted.
Sorry, Councillor Beatty's not in the chamber.
Oh, sorry, it's okay.
So, to the Deputy Mayor, you were out of the room previously, so it had you marked as absent. If you would like to verbally tell me how I'd like to vote, or we can retake the vote in full. We can retake the vote in full. Hold on, just one moment.
What's that? Oh, okay, it's all right, because Councillor Beatty left. I want to make sure he voted.
Okay.
And he did. So, okay, thumbs up with me.
Okay. I will note that in the minutes that it was 13
Okay.
to 1 and that you voted in favor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, where are we? D, C, E, F, G, H. What are we? D. Okay. I did leave the room for a few minutes, so excuse me for that. I needed to do a phone call, so, okay. D, E. Okay, we're on D now, please. Any amendment on D? Can we see the D part? Okay. Oh, you're doing a great job, Angela. Now, does somebody ready to come down? A scan of judicial.
I'll move that.
Yeah, I just.
No, they're doing it in August. Coming back in August.
So, yeah, I don't understand that either. Is this for now or for the future in sites? Okay. City manager, please help us.
Through the chair, if this is voted in the affirmative today and ratified next week at council, we would start the research right away with the goal of bringing it back in August, GIC. So that whole work would be done, started when it's ratified and brought to GIC in August.
All right. We have a speakers list. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think that just one little word change is incorporating sanction sites into A. there was discussion over here that there is no new protocol, but this would in essence create a new protocol, right? So whether that's the new protocol, a new protocol, it doesn't matter, that as a result of this work, council or committee's deliberation of it, the sanction sites, and with that sanction sites would come an encampment protocol, correct? Just want to make sure that everybody's clear. So it's in order and good to go.
I am looking down the bench, and that would be my understanding, yes, that we'd bring this back with recommendation. And there would need to be some sort of protocol around, obviously, how a sanctioned site would work, but also if individuals go to sites that aren't part of the sanctioned sites, and if there's not enough room at the sanctioned sites, we're going to have some sort of protocol to deal with that.
Thank you.
I'm seeing lots of nods. Thank you.
So, okay, Councillor Clark, please.
So I'm being a real pain today. I apologize. But when I'm reading this, it's talking about the new encampment protocol as though we have approved sanctioned encampments, and we have not as of yet.
And that's that's why I was a little bit confused, but Director Baird or...
Well, if A and B were defeated, and C, we're doing a public consultation, then D is out of place until A and B are approved.
Well, okay, GM Burton, please. Okay, Jeanette Smith.
Through the chair, I will start, and GM Burden can add. So because A and B didn't pass, we don't have a new protocol, so we will be using the existing process that we've been using for the last few weeks and months. So we'll go back to that. We'll be doing the public commenting, and at the same time, we're going to do this scan of what sanctioned sites could look like, protocol, and things around them. And when we bring those recommendations around sanctioned sites, we would also include not part of the new protocol, it would be a new protocol, because we will need some protocols around both the sanctioned sites and what happens if people don't go to the sanctioned sites or we run out of capacity at the sanctioned sites. So it would be not the new protocol, it would be a new protocol.
Okay, Councillor Clark, does that answer?
I guess the challenge that I'm having is, before we make a decision with regards to sanctioning encampments, it would appear to me to be beneficial for councillors to have this information from D.
Exactly. That's my thought, and that's why we're doing it within 30 days, so June 30th, so we should have that first.
We're doing it within 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
But that's not the point.
So anybody want to answer that? Okay.
Through
City
the
Manager.
chair, so if I'm understanding correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is you're proposing that before we bring D forward, we need to bring the results of C forward? So come in August with the results of C, so the public commenting and what we heard, and then I think then what I'm hearing is we would bring the sanctioned work in September.
What I'm
then.
saying is ideally it would be that we would actually already have this information before we make a decision. Having this survey of other municipalities who may or may not have sanctioned encampments does little value to the city of Hamilton if we get it after the fact. That's the concern that I have.
Thank you. GM Burden, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. What I would say is that overwhelmingly in the stakeholder sessions, the request was for a sanctioned site or sanctioned sites throughout the city, so that the protocol was not, the predominant experience of the individual who was unsheltered would not be the restriction. They would not have a sense of where they can't go, but they would be provided for in a place where they can go. And so the rationale for separating out the adoption of the protocol and the recommendation for the sanctioned site is to test the will of council in terms of the interest in pursuing a sanctioned site model. If we don't have the sanctioned site model, then we are bringing back a protocol that provides parameters where people need to be restricted from camping. And it's in that spirit that we brought forward the sanctioned site recommendation. Should there be an interest in, so what would happen now is the new protocol, the new proposed protocol would come back in August. It could incorporate a sanctioned site part. Council could still choose in August to defeat or reject that work coming forward. But if this recommendation passes, it then potentially becomes part of the response of the city. And we either need a protocol based on limitations and parameters for people and sanctioned sites, or the absence of sanctioned sites, in which case we would only be relying on a protocol.
Okay, Councillor Clark, is it clear?
So I must be misunderstood. If we're going to come back with a report with public comments, and we're going to come back with a recommendation from staff, would it not be beneficial to councillors around this table to have this municipal scan in front of them prior to them being asked to vote on a sanctioned encampment? If there are successful municipalities that are doing sanctioned encampments, then one would think that councillors around this table would want to know about that in order to incorporate it into the new policy. That's what I'm saying. So at the present time, D in my mind is out of order, and we should be trying to get that information before we make that final decision. If it stays the way it is, I'll simply vote against D.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Well, I thank you. And the sanction protocol that we have before us was defeated. We're now talking about input and around it, as our chief of staff said, around a new protocol. And so what constitutes a sanctioned site will differ. We're obviously not tying it to 5 tents within 9 meters or whatever if we're looking for more information, which means that places like London, Kitchener, Waterloo, Belleville, others who have sanctioned, council has sanctioned a site, would be part of that reporting mechanism, if I understand the chief correctly. I did. She's nodding, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, that wasn't a question. Okay, Councillor Cretch.
I'm really hoping I can summarize what's actually going on here. I think there's about 16 loose strands. A and B got defeated. But wait, C didn't. And C says that we're going to use the proposed thing that was an A and B, and we're going to go to consultation with the public. And then that whole thing is going to come back in August that will help us form a new protocol at that time, upon which we'll be able to decide. D is allowing us to say here and now, we would like a scan about sanctioning sites, all that kind of stuff, to come back in August as part of D under the new encampment protocol. So nothing is happening, Councillor Clark, in terms of carts and horses, because everything comes back to us to deciding in August. And what I understood generally to be happening here is the council wasn't supportive of the protocol we saw until we had a chance to have public comment and feedback on it, and then it'll all come back in August. So I don't think it's not out of order at all. I think that's what's going on. Could someone just confirm that storyline for me? Because that's what you said earlier about these things are kind of happening separately. Sanction sites are separate from the protocol.
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillors. That is correct. What we are intending to do is not delay or prolong the sequencing of actions by staff. And there is a check and balance in D that says, with the goal of incorporating sanction sites into a new encampment protocol once sites and operating model are approved by council. If there's different language that would make council more comfortable in terms of ensuring that nothing is happening with respect to approving sanctioned sites, happy to look at that wording, Councillor.
Okay.
Just to want to say that I think that's really clear. It just says that this will happen once sites and an operating model are approved by council. That obviously necessitates all the other things that you were talking about, Councillor Clark. So we would get to that point at some point, I'm assuming in August, where we would say, here's a site and operating model, then council would approve it at that time. So I don't think there's an issue here. I don't see it. I think we're all on the same page, hopefully, in terms of the sequence of events is doing what you want, Councillor Clark. I don't see it not.
Okay. Second time, Councillor McMeekin was second time, it said.
Well, I just want to be,
Oh,
okay.
okay, that's because Councillor Crutch, well, why were you speaking then? Okay. So it was his turn. It was Councillor Crutch.
I'll cede to Councillor Clark so he can respond. How about that?
I'm chairing, so thank you. And I don't want to be, it's very confusing right now. And, you know, I know it was Councillor Crutch that he was on the list, and I didn't see Councillor Clark till now. And
I've been here all day.
I know you've been there, but okay, Councillor
I'm
Clark.
just trying to, okay. So if you look at D and the third sentence up, the word identification, stick a period in there, because everything after that is assuming that we have an approved protocol. We do not. So we want this information to come back so that we can make a decision. A and B were defeated, so we do not have anything after identification. I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay.
If
All
not,
right.
I'm comfortable just voting.
And you know what? When we get to the vote, you could vote against it. You're shaking your head, so let's move on. Councillor McMeekin, please, second time. You're going to pass? Okay. Okay. Well, let's vote the way you feel. Everybody? Okay?
So just for clarity, through the Deputy Mayor, we're going to vote on D as is in its present state, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, correct?
Exactly. Okay, everybody's clear on D now. We're on D. Okay, it's carried 8-5. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to go on E now.
So through the Deputy Mayor, all subsections have been voted on separately, so everything is done for this report.
There's no more EF?
E and F, you voted them on the amendment to them already.
Oh, that's the
That was the first thing
amendment
that we
from
voted on.
Councillor.
I think, sorry, just to interject briefly if you don't mind, it's
Okay.
actually F, and the problem we made is we missed E, the real E. The motion for those were actually F and G. Weren't they? Sorry, I apologize, never mind, I'm wrong, I
Okay,
can't read.
everyone, please, you know what? You can't read, I can't see, we have a problem here. Okay.
Through the Deputy Mayor,
You know what? It's been a long day on a serious matter, actually. A little bit laughter, but you know what? I just want to encourage everybody. Everybody's on the same page. We're all trying to do our best. The staff, you've worked so hard, and you're trying to, we're all doing our best. A little bit of laughter here. So it's already done. E and F is done. We did it with Councillor Alex Wilson on the amendment, right? Thank you.
So everything is
Thank
done.
you for helping me out. It's been a long day, and it's already 4:30, so we have an hour left before we have to vote for extension. Okay. All right. So we did vote. All right, let's move on. Okay, 9-1, Dundas Business Improvement Area, BIA, Revised Board Management. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson, and Councillor Wang, thank you. Any discussion? No discussion, okay. And we will vote. It's going to come up shortly. It's not up on my, thank you, Angela. Doing a great job. Well, it's not up. Okay, thumbs up. Thank you. I don't know why it's not on. Okay, we're going to move on. It's passed, 13. Okay, 13-0. Discussion on Dundas Business Improvement Area, proposed budget and schedule. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Francis, Councillor Jackson. Okay, sure. I'm just quickly going through. Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson. Second by Councillor Wilson, A. Wilson. Great. Anybody have a discussion? I don't see any. We're going to move on. Thank you. Let's vote.
I'm so sorry. So it was moved by Councillor Alex Wilson and seconded by Councillor
Maureen
Wilson.
The two Wilsons. Okay, vote, it says. It just says vote on mine, I don't know why. Okay. And it's carried. Thank you, 13-0. Okay, 10.2. Airport Subcommittee Report. May I move in a seconder, please? Councillor Wayne, Councillor Patterson, thank you. Is there any discussion? I don't see any, so we're going to move on. Electronic vote, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, it carried 13-0. Okay, 2023 tax policies and area rating. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the item 10.3 on the floor? Councillor Nan, Councillor Jackson. Okay. Okay. Is there any discussions? Okay.
Sorry, to the Deputy Mayor, Mike Zagarek would like to speak to the report before we go on.
Okay, there was, okay. I was going to ask, anybody want to, okay.
So through the chair, to be clear, I was asked to speak. I chose not to speak, but Mike Zagarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. You have before you our annual tax policy report. Just a reminder, the provincial government sets property tax policy and legislation. The report before you satisfies those legislative requirements as it relates to property tax legislation. The report includes previous decisions of council, namely the budget, as well as some tax policy decisions such as fire area rating. The report lists on pages, starting on page 6 of 12, the various tax policy tools that are either statutory or discretionary. You'll note in the staff report, the staff are continuing to recommend the one tax or two tax classes that are discretionary. Those being parking lots. Previous councils have chose to discount the tax burden for parking lots, and that was amended previously to full taxation, and staff are recommending the continuation of full taxation for parking lots. As well, there is a large industrial class that the City of Hamilton adopted previously. That large industrial class is historical. You'll see reference in the report to tax ratios. Tax ratios go back to 1998 with the introduction of current value assessment. Municipalities measured the tax burden by property class. Being a principally industrial municipality, we had a greater reliance on industrial and large industrial. And for that reason, staff are recommending to continue the large industrial property class. That provides some higher tax rate and ratio and reduces the burden on other classes, including residential. You'll note as well as various programs such as the Seniors Tax Rebate Program, the reduction program for farmland awaiting development, and just what that represents, farmland awaiting development. That is farmland that is transitioning to development. So those lands are taxed higher than farmland, which are discounted, but less than residential. They're taxed effectively at 75% residential until such time as development. That's a mandatory tax policy, and that is referenced in the report. Our tax deferral programs, which are mandatory, our full tax deferral program, and that is discretionary, and staff are recommending the amendments to that tax policy, and those are inflationary amendments, both to those qualifiers such as the income threshold and the amount, as well as the income threshold. Area rating policies are referenced in the report, and finally, mandatory tax policies for rebates to charities and similar organizations. I'll just note there was previous direction with respect to pipelines, and the report speaks to under provincial regulation, and I'll apologize and I'll note a typo in the report. Under provincial regulation, there are thresholds, fairness thresholds, and this goes back to the introduction of current value assessment in 1998. Pipelines, the provincial government sets these fairness thresholds, and for pipelines, it is set at 0.6 to 0.7. Apologize, the report has a typo. It reads 0.6 to 1.1. It is in fact 0.6 to 0.7. The City of Hamilton's tax ratio for pipelines is just short of 1.8. It would require a ministerial amendment to the legislation and regulation in order for the city to pass on a change in the tax rate for pipelines. Staff are recommending that we will engage with other stakeholders, other municipalities, as well as potentially associations. And I will just simply state that it may require some political advocacy in order to change these thresholds. So with respect to the pipeline, the previous direction, the restriction is a legislative restriction, but staff are suggesting that we come back as part of the 2024 budget process. We do our research in advance and engage potentially with council for some advocacy efforts in order to change that regulation. So again, in summary, the provincial government sets property tax legislation regulations. This report identifies that we are satisfying those legislative requirements and identifies as well some of the discretionary policies that council has authority over. And finally, the tables in the report provides a bit of a breakdown by ward according to the various tax policy scenarios, urban, rural, which really is driven by area rating policies. So through the chair, that's my summary of the report. Happy to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Thank you, GM Mike. Z, oh yes, we have a list. Okay, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, GM Zagarix, especially for the breakdown and information around the pipeline tax class. So we have a pipeline tax ratio of 1.794 that was previously established, which is beyond the threshold of fairness, or the range of fairness, I should use the right language, range of fairness of 0.6 to 1.1. When did we set that? Was that prior to the range of fairness being established by the province?
Through the chair, it would have happened in conjunction with CVA in 1998. And so with the introduction of current value assessment, municipalities reflected their reliance or tax burden for property classes. And then within these ranges of fairness going forward, the ranges of fairness effectively tie our hands as it relates to those thresholds that exceed that range of fairness, our ability to pass on additional tax burden. So you'll recall staff previously referencing industrial. They are a protected class, so only 50% as referenced in the report, and multi-residential is a protected class for different reasons. Multi-residential is protected. So again, the thresholds were really set with the introduction of current value assessment in 1998.
Okay. All right. And so just so I'm crystal clear, staff are recommending that there is political work that needs to happen between this report and next budget cycle? Or would it be tied to the tax policy? Would it be like the equivalent of this report coming back next year, or would it be part of the budget process? Thank you.
So through the chair, I'm going to actually suggest a different scenario, and that would be in advance of the budget process.
Advance. Okay.
My experience has been rarely do these threshold regulations get amended. And they were set back in 1998 to have a greater reliance on residential property taxes and a lesser reliance on non-residential. For that reason, I'm suggesting it will likely require some political advocacy in order to amend the regulation.
Thank you. On notice, Councillor Huang, you and I need to talk about your AMO meetings. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Clark, please. Okay. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Opening comment is only a treasurer can deliver a line about political discussions needing to be had and say it in such a way where it sounds so apolitical, but thank you. I was wondering if Mr. Zagarix could opine on the rationale provided for the delay in the postponement of reassessment that happened, and what, if any, was the consequence of that for property taxpayers in Hamilton? Thank you.
So through the chair, let me start with no impact as it relates to reassessment for 2023. Committee may recall that during COVID, the provincial government made the decision to pause reassessment. We should have had a revised reassessment period starting in 2021. It's my understanding that MPAC is seeking direction from the provincial government as it relates to the timing for the new reassessment. While there was previous indication that the next reassessment would be 2024, the direction to MPAC, which is the provincial body responsible for assessment and the reassessment process, they typically receive direction through financial statements from the provincial government, such as the budget and the fall economic statement. The budget was silent with respect to reassessment in 2024. I would suggest if there were to be a reference in the fall economic statement to a reassessment in 2024, that is not enough runway for MPAC to deliver a reassessment in 2024. And my opinion, and this is my opinion, we will not see a reassessment in 2024 as that direction, again, would be delivered through a financial statement to the provincial government. And as the budget was silent about it, I don't expect the ability of MPAC to deliver if that direction was provided in the fall economic statement.
Thank you, through the chair. If I could just seek clarification, showing my ignorance on the parking lot and the vacant land. The ratio that you offered, is that a prescribed ratio? We can't go any higher than that, or is that could you help me on that one? Thank you, through the chair.
So, through the chair, I just happen to have the regulation before me. In the case of parking lots, the range of fairness is 0.6 to 1.1, as well as vacant land property class. It is 0.6 to 1.1.
And I'm sorry, could you help me, Mr. Zagarek? 0.6 to 1.1, and we are?
Through the chair, in the case of parking lot and vacant land, we're at 1.98, which is effectively the commercial rate. So we are charging the commercial rate, which exceeds that threshold, those parameters that the province has set, 0.6 to 1.1.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could ask, Chair, one final question, perhaps unfairly to the clerk or the city manager. Could you remind me, previous term of council had a subcommittee to advise on transit area rating. Was that subcommittee reconstituted, or what is the status of that? I can't remember.
Through the chair, I can speak to what transpired pre-COVID. That subcommittee did meet. I can't recall if on one occurrence or two occurrences. It received a primer as it relates to re-envision at that time, as well as transit area rating. And then it was paused because of the pandemic. I don't know if that subcommittee continues to exist and whether or not there are any plans for it to convene.
So I think what I heard through the chair is there was a subcommittee in the previous term of council. It paused its work because of COVID, but there has not been direction for reconstitution this term of council? Through the chair.
Through the chair, that with respect to the last point, we would have to check with clerks whether or not there is direction to reconstitute that subcommittee.
Councillor, I remember that I was on that committee. We met, I think, once actually, and it was Collins, it was Marola, it was myself, Terry Whitehead, and
Judy Partridge.
Yes, and most of them are not here. I think I'm the only one here left. So no, we don't have a committee. So do we have a committee now? Did we vote?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I am not aware, but I can look into it and have the answer for you before council.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor Pauls, I just want to point out to this new council, hoping that today we will ratify D, E, and F. It's been a long-standing tradition. F is the seniors 65-plus tax rebate program continuing for this taxation year, and I believe General Manager Zagarek is sitting around $220 for a senior that qualifies, staying in their home. Every dollar helps those seniors on limited disposable income. Is it around $220 if this is approved for this year? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, please.
Jim?
Through the chair, I believe it is $223.
That's pretty darn close, Tom. Well done. Okay, thank you, General Manager Zagarek. And I also want to thank the General Manager on D and E. I think we're only one of 3 municipalities in Ontario, Ottawa and maybe Halton, that have both a deferral tax program for seniors and low-income persons and a full tax deferral program for seniors, low-income persons, basically to maybe new members of council that just might not be aware. For your edification, this allows seniors, the city implemented this 2 years ago, this allows seniors that if they just otherwise could stay in their home, but because of the property tax burden, otherwise would have to sell their home, possibly institutionalize. These two programs allow them to stay in their home, Deputy Mayor Pauls, and the day comes when they really age to that twilight time and they no longer are with us possibly, then the estate and or what's remaining can pay back the city all the years of the deferral tax increase, but the senior can stay in their home until their time on this earth is finished. So hoping committee today will endorse these three. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you. Councillor Taddison, please.
Hi, this question is for GM Mike Zagarek. Mike, you mentioned that there's a higher industrial tax rate in Hamilton. How does it compare to our municipalities, our neighboring municipalities?
So through the chair, I would compare our industrial tax rate to municipalities that have a rich history as it relates to industrial classes, such as the Windsors, maybe the Cornwalls. Is those municipalities that had a greater reliance on the manufacturing industrial base had a greater reliance as well on that class as it relates to property tax revenue. Those are the types of municipalities I would suggest we compare to.
Councillor?
My understanding is that we're higher than neighboring municipalities, and I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a question for you and me offline. If it is, just let me know. Does the higher level, does that impede our development team's abilities to recruit industrial manufacturing to our city?
Through the chair, I would say that we need to consider all factors as it relates to decisions that are made whether to site in the city of Hamilton or stay in the city of Hamilton. Property taxes is one factor. We have other tools that we leverage as it relates to our economic development initiatives. Development charge exemptions are an example, and we provide exemptions to all classes, including our industrial class. Another factor is while there's a general interest to focus on tax rates, the other half of that equation is assessment. And assessed values will vary from municipality to municipality. So anyone looking to site in the city of Hamilton is going to look at assessment in addition to the tax rate. But beyond the financial considerations are all those other factors. It is the transportation network. It is the quality of life that a municipality offers. You know, the financial factors are one consideration, but there are many considerations. I'm sure our economic development colleagues would identify that that potential industry would consider as it relates to siting in the city of Hamilton.
I understand that, GM Zagarek, and I just wanted to note that I have had several discussions with several people high up in industrial corporations, and they are telling me that it is a bit of a negative factor. However, we do have, and I recognize we have many, many other assets here in Hamilton. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. Councillor Meekin, please. You're next?
On the tax issue?
Yes. Okay, what issue did you want to, is it another one? Okay, we'll move on then. Okay, we'll move on. I just want my colleagues to know it's almost 5 o'clock, 5:30. We would have to vote again, but not only that, we would lose quorum. So let's move on if we can. Thank you.
So just through the Deputy Mayor, I did hear back from my colleagues. It's the Transit Area Rating Review Subcommittee, Councillor Wilson, and it meets as required. I have the terms of reference as well if you would like them, but there are no scheduled meetings that I know of as of this moment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to take a vote on 10.3, please. And we did have a mover and a seconder, I think. Okay. Thank you. I don't know, mine doesn't work. Yeah, the tax. 10.3, everyone. Thumbs up from me. Okay, thank you. Okay, and it carries 12-0. We're going to go 10.4, Pier 8, animation, Q4 2023. Mover, Councilor Kretsch, Councilor no? You don't want to, okay, Councilor Wang. Any question, please? Okay, Councilor McMegan.
Yeah, I need to declare, I think, a non-disqualifying interest.
Disqualifying.
My daughter is an animator, and she is employed occasionally by the city and at Pier 8.
She's employed by the city. That's wonderful.
Yeah, don't hold that against her, please.
Great. Okay, we'll make
very
note, please. And when you vote, put abstain, please. Okay, let's vote. Oh, okay, there's no one on the list. Mine doesn't come up. I just came up now. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Oh. No, abstain. Yeah. Okay. Okay, carries 11-0, 1 abstention. Okay, 10.5, Advisory Committee for Person with Disability. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor? Councillor Tadison and Councillor Wilson, A. Wilson. Is there any discussions? I don't see any. Let's move on and let's vote. Thank you. Okay, 10 point, and it carries 12-0. 10.6, Facility Naming Subcommittee Report. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor M. Wilson and Councillor A. Wilson. Thank you for that. Is there any discussions? Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware of the hour, but I do want to speak to the importance of item 2, which is the renaming of what is presently known as Ryerson Recreation Center. For folks who may not know, this is a shared facility with a middle school that all 3 of my children attended. It's in their Kirkendale neighborhood, and I'm very, very pleased and supportive of that which is before us today. It will match the name of the school. So I will commit to working on my pronunciation, but I'm very pleased that it will be renamed Ganetskare, and the school is now named Ganetskare. So thank you. I'm very pleased to see this. Thank you.
Thank you. And does that have a meaning, the name?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a consequence of our landmark review. and there were 5 priority landmarks that were identified. This is one of them. And my understanding is that it's a Mohawk term meaning bay or inlet.
That's great to know. Thank you. Let's go for the e-vote, please, on 10.6. A thumbs up. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Thumbs up. It's good. You'll be fine. Okay. Oh, we're at 11 motions. Is there any new motions? Councillor Francis, you have a motion that it's not here, so let's put it up, or? It's a notice of motion, and we'll need. Oh boy, I can't see that. It's quite long, so maybe you could talk about it, or maybe not all, I don't know. Go ahead.
So through the deputy mayor, is this a motion as it deals with the encampment things, or are you putting it on as a notice of motion?
Is it a notice of motion, or?
Can I put it as a motion because it's
can,
arising
as it-
from that report?
Yes, you can.
I'll
You'll
do
need a
that then.
seconder, though.
Councillor Huang, please. All right. Can I-
You could read
okay.
it, please, nice and clear, so.
So this is coming from the question that I asked of staff. So whereas the compassionate nature of advocates and council members compels us to seek innovative solutions to address the challenges faced by individuals experiencing homelessness, whereas recognizing council members play a vital role in leading by example and demonstrating compassion for individuals experiencing homelessness, this too will be extended to members of council to participate if desired. Oh, no, I think I've got, sorry. What?
I think that she has a different version.
Okay, well. I'll read it off here. That's, okay. Okay, whereas recognizing that council members play a vital role in leading by example and demonstrating their compassion for individuals experiencing homelessness, their act, okay. Over to the second one. Recognizing council members play a vital role in leading by example and demonstrating compassion for individuals experiencing homelessness. This too will be extended to members of council to participate if desired, whereas the voluntary nature of the registry allows participants the flexibility to opt out of the program at any time, ensuring that it respects the preferences and needs of both host and hostless individuals, whereas the creation of a registry aligns with our city's commitment to foster a compassionate and inclusive community that values the dignity and well-being of all residents, of all its residents, whereas the registry program offers a practical and cost-effective solution or approach to expanding available housing options for individuals experiencing homelessness, whereas other municipalities like Oshawa have championed community-led programs like Spirit in Service Sponsorship Program that is modeled after refugee sponsorship programs and providing an opportunity for residents to contribute to solution building. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to determine the feasibility and potential liability of a registry for advocates, members of council, and residents to voluntarily add their name to host a person experiencing homelessness as identified by housing support staff.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get our mayor to take. No, did you want to say something about this? No? Okay, actually, Councillor Wilson, please.
Has there been any, through you, Deputy Mayor, just a question to the mover. Has there been any conversation with the city solicitor or with, I would assume, PED regarding costing of this review or where funding to do this review and the existing work plan would come from?
I guess we could put that as a friendly amendment on here to report back on costing as well?
Thank you for that answer. Through you,
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
With all due respect, what I'd suggest very friendly is just either keeping it as a notice or withdrawing the motion today, doing some of that work, and then we can all engage knowing that work has been done with time.
I can do that right
and
now.
for that prep. Maybe doing that at council, but I don't think this is in a finished state, so I'd be voting against it if it came up here, but I do appreciate coming up with innovative solutions. I think we should talk about these types of things. I just don't know that the work's done yet, is my comment.
Councillor Clark, are you finished with that? Can you take the chair? The motion, the heart of the motion, I understand it. I think it's, but I did ask about the liability part. So, because I remember asking and they didn't have the answer. So I'm wondering if we should wait to ask maybe the solicitor or find out if that's possible? Is that, yeah.
So this is coming back to council. We may hear from the solicitor at that point, and if it's not,
Okay.
then it can be referred back for legal advice.
Okay. So so we could vote on it and then it'll go back to council?
At council, we'll hear from the city solicitor, and then
Okay.
you can decide.
All right. Is everybody clear?
Sorry, I'm still in the chair. Councillor Francis wanted to answer your question also.
Yeah, I just want to add after feasibility, just so we get this correct for Councillor Alex Wilson, determine the feasibility and financial impact.
And you're doing that as a friendly amendment, correct? Thank you.
And I'm wondering, can I just ask, what kind of financial impact for the people that take care of the homeless or the city doing all this work? I don't understand it.
For the city, the financial
For the what?
impact to the municipality.
Okay.
How's that?
All right, to the,
Councillor, you have the floor.
okay. All right, so the therefore, staff report back to. All right, okay, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
So I'll take the chair back, and I see Councillor Nan first, and Councillor Wilson, M. Wilson next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, it does feel really, and with all due respect, it does feel very incomplete for me. I would have to ask staff a bunch of questions, many of whom are not in the room right now, who've left after our lengthy debate on the encampment protocol in terms of housing services staff. The challenge I have with this is the incompleteness is we create a registry and then what? What's the purpose of a registry? Are there going to be roles for the city of Hamilton to play to match houseless folks to the people on the registry? What is that entire operational program going to look like? What is the potential pitfalls of that? And I guess my concern would be that we just finished passing the roadmap for our housing solutions, and I don't want to get in the way of any innovative ideas. I just wonder if there was an opportunity for the councillor to have connected with staff prior to bringing forward the therefore be it resolved, hold this, bring it back at council, and I would really honestly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Francis.
If I may, this is a report back, so we will get that report, and then based on that report, we can put a motion forward. But to be very clear, and I want to be very clear about this, I'm trying to find compassionate solutions for folks. This isn't, I'm not suggesting that this is going to solve the problem, our homeless problem in Hamilton. What this is adding another tool in our tool belt. That's as simple as that. And it's just a report back, so it's not actually, that's the action on this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, M. Wilson, please.
Thank you to the mover. I think my questions might be more appropriate to GM Burden. I am, we had a discussion today often we couch it as the community is at risk, whereas people who are deprived of housing are equally also at risk. Women, people who identify as women, people who identify as Indigenous, a lot of these intersectional lens, I am very cautious of putting those individuals in a place of harm without knowing what would be on the registry and how that matching would be done. So to the mover, those kind of operational things, would you see that embedded in the feasibility work? Through the chair.
Councillor?
Yes, I agree. I think that what you raise is incredibly important, and for both parties or all parties involved. I think, is that something that we could allow staff to? Does it have to be written in the motion, or can staff take that back as a report back within that report back?
So you're just wanting the staff to report back all the, what's possible to this program. Okay. Okay. City manager.
Thank you, Chair, through the chair. The only thing I will say, and it does not have a report back date, and I thank you for that. I'm just not sure in terms of the amount of work, or whether this is something we could get someone externally to do for us quickly. I'm just very conscious of the housing staff's workload, and we're already going to have to shift some things because we want to make sure we come back and do the work around the earlier report as well as renovictions. And I know legal is quite swamped right now. So I just want to flag, I don't know when we could bring this back and where it would fit with all the other priorities we have.
So Councillor, you're okay with that, without a date? And
I completely understand that there, through you, Chair, I completely understand that there, this could potentially take a long time to complete. It is a tall task, with especially considering that we have a lot of work ahead of us. Staff has a lot of work in front of them. We spent 7 hours on one report today. So yes, I agree, and that's fine. It's fine without a date on it.
good. All right, so Councillor Cratch, please.
I'm not going to vote in favor of this, and I want to say two reasons why. One, I think it's dangerous because it's tokenizing a situation I think we've all agreed here is really important, and trying to suggest that individuals around this city can solve a problem. I don't think that's possible. But the second thing I think, in the way you suggest, and the second thing I think we need to think about here is when this was suggested in 2021. So in December of 2021, and I'm loath to say this, but I feel like I have to say it. In December of 2021, former Councillor Terry Whitehead suggested he might drive people around to people's houses and drop them off so they could support them. This isn't far off from that suggestion.
Oh, no.
So
Councillor, a point of,
what's the point of order?
Well, you're just suggesting that Councillor Francis is in the same wavelength as Councillor Terry Whitehead. So please, just your comment? I'd be like, right. So just don't say
You're making,
names,
fair enough, you're making an inference.
Past and what the Councillor Francis is intending to do. So.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that it's similar in, anyway, that's my opinion. And so I'm just concerned about that because when that comment was made, a lot of people reacted to that strongly. And so I'm just letting you know, that's why I'm saying maybe a thing to do is to bring this back. I'm just kind of echoing my colleagues' comments here. That's my opinion, is that this is not appropriate. I think it sends the wrong message. I think it could send a message that I don't think you're intending to send. So I'm flagging all that now in the moment, saying, hey, leave it as a notice, bring it back to council, maybe fine tune it a bit. I won't support it in its current form. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, when Matt
when Councillor Francis brought this forward, I immediately hearkened to several other very successful programs like the refugee sponsorship programs. In particular, the reason why Oshawa made it into this motion was because the mayor of Oshawa has specifically come and told me about this Spirit in Service program, which actually has similar roots to what Councillor Francis is talking about. So this is where I wanted to support him in saying that I think that there's an opportunity for us to look at innovative models and for us to be a little more open to different ideas, specifically around what other municipalities, especially in Ontario, have already done. And I absolutely agree that there doesn't necessarily need to be a time frame, but I think that there is value in being more open to hearing what other municipalities have done, and as well seeing if there is an opportunity to amend this to make it work in a made in Hamilton kind of solution. But we can't get there until we ask for that scan, for that feasibility, for that costing. I think that this is the roots of where Councillor Francis is going with, is that it's about not making a knee-jerk reaction, but really being data-driven and to really think about this from a holistic sort of perspective before actually making a decision.
And thank you for that. I feel the same way. That was the spirit of the motion, you know, to think outside the box if somebody else has done it. So, okay, Councillor, I have Councillor Clark next. Is that okay? And Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and I do wish to thank Councillor Francis for bringing the motion forward, and he's doing it in the spirit of almost community love. Let's look after our brothers and sisters. The trepidation that I have, and I'm concerned about, is that some of the folks that are living in tents and encampments are some of the most challenging in terms of a high acuity of care required. Some of them have had mental illness issues. Some of them we know have drug addiction. I don't know whether or not the resident that's putting themselves on the registry to volunteer has the capacity to look after someone that may have a serious mental illness. I don't know if they have the capacity to deal with someone who's a drug addict and has an overdose or drug poisoning. I'm hopeful that we'll get that kind of information back from staff. I understand this is to seek that information, but I want to put it on the floor now. Some of the folks that are living in encampments, even our own staff, have very serious challenges dealing with. And we want to make sure that we don't put either party at risk. And so we need to be cognizant of that as we're moving forward. When we're doing supportive housing, we have professionals who are providing the counseling, professional nurses, et cetera, and we just need to be cognizant of the ability of a resident who wants to volunteer to be able to do that. And the second issue that I pondered last night, how do we know that the resident who is stepping forward has the resident's best interest in heart and aren't trying to do something else? So just let's get a fulsome report back on this, because it's not as easy as it looks, having someone join your household in that manner who is coming from an encampment.
Thank you for that. That's why we need the report back and iron out all the wrinkles that we see. So, okay, Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you. I am a second-time speaker. Have you exhausted your first?
There is Councillor.
Oh, I am first.
Your first time for this.
Oh,
It's
thank
Councillor
you.
Nan.
My
I think you want to
apologies.
go second time.
I'm having a little middle-aged moment here, so I'm hoping I can draw on GM Zagarik's middle-aged mind too. No offense. And Mr. Zagarik, my recollection is during the budget deliberations, when we were having a discussion about hats, there was some discussion about putting $100,000 aside to assist hats and other community organizations for the purpose of innovative housing. But that vote did not succeed. Is that your recollection as well?
Through the chair, that's my recollection as well.
So my challenge, Chair, is I think I voted in favor of that, but I don't think it won the day. So I'm pondering why this is here now when it could have been earmarked during that time, because it most likely will have financial implications. The other one is more philosophical, and I, many months ago, requested the city manager and GM Burden to please bring us together so that we could talk about housing within a system, rather than talking about housing as a failure of the individual. And that is my challenge. It is not to take away at all or to ascribe motive, but my commitment is to working on the system parts, and as opposed to seeing housing as a benevolence. There are no good community groups, faith and otherwise, who are active. And my responsibility here is to lean into the systems. So that is my challenge with the motion. So I'm afraid I can't support it at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Nan, second time.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I just went online and quickly looked up the Spirit of Service reference model from Oshawa. And though its initial idea is rooted in a local group of faith communities, it is operationalized by a social service agency and community health center. And so I guess from my perspective, this wouldn't be necessarily the work of the municipality. In other models, we see it being implemented by other organizations. And so from that perspective, if there is value in receiving this information back, and staff have already indicated that it's not something that we're going to hear back about quickly, I have consistently supported when members of council are requesting report backs on information. And this isn't about implementation. This is about looking at whether or not it's actually something that's replicatable. I would hope it also includes any of the challenges that were identified. The model is new. It was implemented in the summer of 2020 and has been in operation for about 18 months. And it's a short-term transitionary piece as folks are making their way into permanent housing supports. So from that perspective, I guess the last question I would have to the mover, through you, Chair, is one of the whereas clauses mentioned members of council. And I think that's where I got that's where maybe some other members and myself also felt uncomfortable, because it hearkened to something that you're clearly saying around this table today is not your intention, and I'll take you to your word. Thank you.
So Councillor, I think Councillor Francis, your intention was to include everyone? Well, everyone, we're part of the community as well. And I want you to know that the faith community does a lot. I know a lot of faith community that come down every week to feed the homeless. I was involved before I was a counselor, the one down on the east end there. Oh, counselor, I'm sorry, take the chair. I just want to say it is true. The faith community does help a lot. I see them everywhere, and I think it's wonderful. If we could get them engaged, they want to be engaged. So I think it's a great thing. I know the heart of the motion, so I'll be voting yes, because it's not something that we need to know now. In the future, if we get the report, that would be great. So I think I will support it and see where it goes. So thank you. I'll take the chair back. Okay, so we're going to, it's moved by Councillor Francis, second by Councillor Wang, and we're going to go to the vote. And it carries 10-3. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, before we move on, we need a motion to extend beyond the timeframe. If
Okay,
committee is
oh
going to
yes, it's
continue on.
5:29 I have. So we need a motion. I know few councillors needed to leave, but you make the motion, okay?
I move that we extend to 6:30. Do you think, Elsie McCray, do you think I should amend that to be a little longer?
Should we do an hour?
Entirely the will of committee.
Well, if we do an hour and we go beyond, we have to do it again. So let's
6:30
say
it is. I'll say 6:30.
it's 5:30. I need everybody to vote. 6:30 or 7? So. Okay, who cannot stay? I just want to make sure we have quorum as well.
Cannot stay?
Cannot stay. So 3 cannot stay. We still have quorum? 3, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here. Thank
6:30.
you.
Okay.
And we'll have a motion to extend our meeting till 6:30. And I hope we could get it done by then. All right.
Seconded by
Okay.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to tell my husband that he has to take me out for supper after this.
Councillor McMeekin, are you able to vote?
They're leaving.
Thank you.
They're leaving. Okay, that's
well,
fine.
Okay, just one moment.
Okay, we're going to continue so we can move
That
on.
carries 13-0.
Thank you. We're going to go. Notice of motion, and there's no notice of motion. So 13, general information and other business. May I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang, thank you. Yeah, oh, you have a question on other business. Okay, thank you.
Since the item to be removed is the encampment pilot evaluation, that's speaking about the last one, correct? That we're
Yes.
trying to remove, therefore
Yeah.
there's a new OBL?
Correct. So
Fantastic.
there will be an additional OBL item added after this meeting.
Wonderful, just wanted to clarify that, thank you.
It says completed May 17th, today. It's done. Thank you. I wish it was that easy, right? We can solve. Okay. All right, everyone, we're going to have, did I get a mover and a, oh, I did, okay.
So Councillor Pizarro, are you able to vote?
Not everybody, okay. Okay. Thumbs up from Councillor Patterson.
And Councillor McMeekin, are you voting thumbs up on the amendments? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We can do it. All right, 12-0, thank you. Okay, private and confidential, may I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang, thank you. Okay, pursuant in section 9.3, subsection A, B, E, F, and K of the City Procedural Bylaw 21021 as amended, and section 239.2, subsection A, B, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, I better not read as fast, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the city or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employee, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local boards, advise that it is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communication necessary for the purpose and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local boards. We will require a vote to indicate now, please, and we're going to go in camera. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and it carries 12-0. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will be broadcast as closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when its closed session portion of the meeting is completed. We are now moving into closed session. I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. Thank you. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. A reminder to all present at this closed session that under Section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, B, the use of electronic devices closed meetings is strictly prohibited. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from the subsection 8.7B when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. In closed session. Okay, so Oh, he's been, oh. He looks tired.
We have pictures.
What's that? Oh. Okay, that's okay. All right. Oh, we got 2, 4, 6, 11, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I had high heels, I'm flat-footed now. Where's my shoes? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, 14-1, encampment litigation update, LS 20023G citywide revised. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Cratch, Councillor Spatafora, to approve the following. The report LS 20023G respecting encampment litigation report be received and remain confidential. We will require a vote, please. And a thumbs up, too. Councillor Taddison, Councillor Jackson. And it's not up yet, so just. Can we just put our thumbs up?
We can't vote by show of hands because for some reason it has ended it.
Okay. So we're all, who's opposed? So there's nobody opposing, so it. Yeah, carries. Thank you. Yes. The next, safety and security at City Hall. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Wang, Councillor Clark. Okay. That the verbal update respecting safety and security at City Hall be received and remain confidential. We will vote now. Thumbs up from everybody, thumbs up, nobody. And it's carried. Okay, the last one is 15, and guess what? We made it in time for that hour. 15. It's a German. Is anybody opposed to that? I see. Oh, do I have to move it in second? It's Spatafora, Councillor, and Councillor Jackson. All right. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It's been a long day, but we did well, so thank you.